if you're to take.
But look, I just want to say, listen, yo, Tehuti is a close brother of mine, excellent scholar. You know, y'all better watch out because he's gonna be straight chopping some heads off.
Man, you got props from a Hebrew, bro.
The oldest known spiritual book to speak on the afterlife.
Get that Palo Santos burning. Start burning that Palo Santos and that sage together. You can mix them together in the bowl.
They gonna need
some frankincense oil in there. Oh my goodness. What the blood seed, Lord.
brought out the holy tablet.
Oh man. It's on.
The Per M. Haru.
Coming to you live. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates. You've heard many teachers out there before in the so-called conscious community, but none with the demeanor, calmness, and detail as Tehuti Amun-hotep Ra on such topics as breaking out of the matrix, truth on religious origins, underground conspiracies, secret societies, mental, physical, and spiritual health, the Anunnaki, the Neteru, Kemet and the origins of Mad, meanings and symbolisms of Meduneter, the only one who will stand in front of question of this wide range of subject matters, answer, question, and debate. Some have podcasts, but Tehuti is the teacher, so he has a pod class. Subscribe to the channel for updates, classes, and much more. Join the chat, call in, participate live. Get your notepads ready. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod Class. Open your mind. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates.
Correction.
All right, man. You already know what it is. That's the anthem for the debate music. Y'all already know. We got our brother Tehuti in the building, and he is going up against a heavy hitter, you know, who have been featured on this platform for a while now, Vocab Malone. I don't think Vocab, I hope Vocab put in his homework. I hope he knows a little bit about Tehuti and
I appreciate everybody.
Press 1 for Tehuti. Press 2 for JJ, y'all.
Yes, I appreciate always being here. It's fun, it's educational. It's good to hear all these crazy views and just hear where people are coming from. Peace and love, everybody. Check me out every Friday, 7 p.m. Pacific on the Tehuti Podcast on YouTube.
That's your words.
Brother,
Stand on
that's
it,
not the topic of the debate, JJ. That was not the
I'm
topic.
talking about the whole word. I'm talking about the whole misinformation. I don't give a damn about the topic of the debate.
No, if you look at the community wall, I mean, damn, Tehuti is like dusting you on that shit. He killing you, Jay. And this is why you upset.
And my point is simply this. So we're going to give like this. Respect to Tahuti. Tahuti didn't want the topic. I won't say he was running because we had the conversation. So respect to Tahuti that he wasn't necessarily running like he was scared of the debate.
A few minutes later.
Does this mean you refuse to answer my question? Are you refusing?
That's not even. Hey,
are you refusing to answer the question?
Scared to debate. This is what they do. So respect to Tahuti that he wasn't necessarily running like he was scared of the debate.
A few minutes later.
I'm only talking to you.
But I'm not talking to you. You scared. You were scared to talk to me. Don't come on this fucking app.
So he is God, the most high God. And when he repented, he
Me and Tahuti shook our heads at the same time.
Tahuti believes on writings on the wall that he don't know who wrote it. He don't know who wrote them writings, whether it was the Greeks or whether it was the Kemites. I think I need to clarify that with you. I think I need to clarify. You should let me clarify. Because I wasn't talking to you when I was talking about the writings on the wall. There's no name given to authorship, and there's no date given whereby we know when those writings on the wall were done. That's all I said. I didn't mention anything about you. So he is God, the most high God. And when he repented, he
Me and Tahuti shook our heads at the same time.
Tahuti believes on writings on the wall that he don't know who wrote it. He don't know who wrote them writings, whether it was the Greeks or whether it was the Kemites.
Hold on. Okay.
And what is that? What does it say there in verse 9?
And they that were with me saw and were afraid, but they heard not the voice of him that spake to me.
Right. This is the same.
Mm-hmm.
So those that were with him, they heard the voice, or they didn't hear it?
Now, according to what he's saying here, to who's he talking to here? Felix or Agrippa? Yeah. According to this, he says they heard the voice of him that spake to me. That's what the other one. Where's the other one in Acts 9?
No, I just want to establish one thing. Those who were with him, they did not, according to Paul, not hear the voice that was with him.
Yeah, you're right. I remember reading this recently, and I was like caught on that. I was thinking like, that's something that I don't understand because I don't see what, it sounds like a contradiction.
Isn't it easy to understand?
No, it's not. Wait.
Have you ever heard of a liar?
It sounds like a contradiction in Acts, doesn't it?
Right. It sounds like a lie, doesn't it?
No.
When something is said and something is said the opposite, both things be true at the same time?
If something is said the opposite of something, can they both say at the same time?
Yeah, yeah. Can I be 6'4" and at the same time be 5'11" at the exact same time? You to pick which one is the truth.
You can try to make me look like a dummy, and maybe I am.
That attitude. I just wanted to know which one.
I still honor God above man, and I don't put my trust in man.
Okay, I just wanted to know which one was the truth. I want to tell my son which one is the truth.
I mean, that's fine. I've been up against the wall before. I know what it feels like. It's all right.
It feels strange, right?
Swimming up, no, it just makes you stronger.
Do you feel stronger right now? Mic check, peace. Mic check, mic check. Mic check. Press 1 and hear me. Let me check my chat. See what's happening. Camera. We're about to get started. Another nice one. Mic check, mic check. Right. Is that okay? Mic check, everybody. Greetings. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. It's another one. Yes, it's another one. We are here. We are here. We are here. I'm about to check the room. If everybody is in here, if everything is good. Let's see. All right. I see the ones. Wonderful. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to who's in the room here. Let me check. Jimmy B with the spider, the hat, the snake, and the books. Vinny Black Lodge with the, I don't know what that is. Oh, microscope, examine, haha, examine. And the snake. Shout out to, here's someone I haven't seen in a while. A good brother, where'd he go? I saw kinetic energy. Where did he go? There he is. Wait. Shout out to kinetic energy, also known as kinetic metergy. Shout out to you. The scribe, Robert Williams. Here's a new name. Shout out to you, James. Dalbeck. Dalbeck. Shout out to James Dalbeck, the great moderator. Unky Emma Art. Kinetic Energy says, Kinetic Energy says, front row and center, master teacher. Truth Seeker, Peace Hotep. We got one of the names I love in here, Black Pearl. Shout out to the Black Pearl. We have the dedicated Shannon, Southard, peace, good brothers and sisters, peace, SABA. Peace to you. Happy Friday. To Jody Southworth. His name always pops up after Shannon Southard. It's a Southern family. Southard and Southworth. Shout out. All right. Here's a new name I haven't seen. Wait. Alchemistic. I like that name. Shout out to Alchemistic. Shout out to Alchemistic. I like this name too. Elijah. Elijah. Shout out to you, Elijah. Good. We got new people in the room. We got veterans in the room. Wonderful. Let's get started, everybody. I'm moving pretty good. Nice. Okay. Let's get started. My name is Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. This is the one and only pod class that everybody's speaking on because it is the only one of its existence. We represent the original form of spirituality, as they call it. And I represent breaking people out of the matrix. Before we start, because we do have a way of life called Ma'at, I always use that as the foundation before I start anything of importance. And we start with the affirmation. You all can say it with me in your head, however you choose to, or you could just read it. And let's go ahead and put that up before we start anything. I must start things off in Ma'at. Oh, RAFAEL Gary's here. Oh, RAFAEL Gary's here. He has a question. Two questions left that I'm actually going to answer. He sent me like 8 questions. Here we go, everybody. We'll start on the count of 3. Everybody is ready. 1, 2, 3. Anki and Ma'at. Un MS. Min Tet Aset and Ma'at. Min Habapet and Ma'at. Her and Hu Yui. Her Ikut. I live from Ma'at. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. Okay. Wonderful, everybody. Now we can go ahead and get started with the awesome, wonderful pod class that everybody has been waiting for. Let's go ahead and get started, everybody. Boom. Let me intro to all the new people, to all the people that have been here before. Well, here's a good brother. Here's a good brother that always pops up and I believe supports as well. He's always here every pod class, the King Lemuya. I can never say that name. King Lemuya Productions. Shout out to the King Lemuya Productions. Shout out to you. Shout out to everybody in the room. Let me go ahead and introduce what this podcast is about, why it is the most unique experience that is happening on YouTube or in history. And it was created for you, for the people, by the people. It's actually created for you and by you. So let me go ahead and explain. And let me do this. So you all may see people in the room. that have wrenches on. Most people call them moderators. A brother named Stranger actually created this term. This term is the ma'atarators. The term ma'atarators actually comes and actually developed the word moderator. Okay? So the ma'atarators, from the word ma'at, which is to be in the center, also to moderate, is Nani Asetmer, Ankia Ma'at, Ahati Ma'at, and the scribe. Welcome all of you. These are the moderators. They keep things in check. They keep things calm. There's no disrespect in the room. Some people may not be used to that. They may be used to drama, ad hominem, personal attacks. This is the first time ever in YouTube history where we will be here for about 6 hours, maybe even more, where it will be straight information from the beginning to the end. No individual person will be spoken of, no slander. This is a disciplined room. And guess what? I don't come with anything to teach. You'll see why. So welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. My name is Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. On my hat, all the way from South Africa, is a unicorn. A unicorn spider from the southern parts of Africa. Her name is Neith. Neith was a netter of weaving and photonic entanglement, as they call it today. That is Neith. She's all the way from the bottom, past the bottom of the Nile, what the European calls Africa. Well, if we travel thousands and thousands of miles upward from that area, I have animals to represent different parts of our civilization and culture where we develop. This is Neith, and she represents where human MRCA developed, what they call the Sand People in South Africa. Well, if we travel all the way up to Mali, we get another set of people that people speak on a lot, and they're called the Dogons. And they've made monumental impact with the discoveries of Sirius or Sopti, rediscovery. And so my animal to represent that area and Kemet is the one and only, infamous. His name is Scorpion King. Scorpion King, say peace to everyone. As a matter of fact, let me do something that may actually make him a little more visible. Oh, there we go. I'll fix this a little bit. There we go. And this is Scorpion King. Scorpion King represents one of the many kings that existed before Narmer, and actually the king where my name was first discovered. The Tehuti bird was first discovered in the tomb of Scorpion King, and they used the Tehuti bird along with other animals to verify the source of some of the oldest metanetter on the planet, and it was found in the tomb of Scorpion King. So this is Neith, which represents the Netiru, netter, photonic entanglement, weaving, and this is Scorpion King, who represents where my name was found. Now they actually made a movie about the Scorpion King. Okay, so let us continue, everybody, with the Tehuti Pod class, and I'm going to break down what exactly is happening here. So my name is Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. I've been a teacher for over 30 years. Been teaching for a very, very, very long amount of time. There was a period of time where I entered into an organization and started teaching with them. When I entered into that organization, I actually bypassed, let me fix this visuals, there we go. When I entered into that organization, I actually bypassed the teachings of the organization, and I started teaching from a book called The Matrix Book. I was out since the 80s, and people gravitated towards me as the best teacher of the time. The master teacher of the time told everybody that they should teach like me, and this developed a lot of jealousy. Well, nonetheless, needless to say that eventually the other teachers came to my property with 2 torches, excuse me, 2 torches to burn my Matrix book and other books. And I told them, no, that is not happening. I'm not burning anything. And so I was removed from the organization. The teacher at the time told me it's not safe for me to be there any longer. So I went into seclusion, separated myself, started studying business and finance, and then went back to the people in the organization and started teaching them business. Took them off the streets, took them out of away from living in their cars. I housed them and taught them how to open up LLCs, how to put their money in finance and properties and trusts to get out of their name. I taught them all of that. And then they robbed me. Then they took certain monies that I entrusted them with, and they robbed me. At the time in the organization, I was the teacher of martial arts and jiu-jitsu, teaching brothers how to defend themselves without a weapon. And so after they robbed me, a lot of people, knowing what would happen if we came in contact, had to leave the city. So I went into seclusion. Some people left the city for fear of coming in contact with me, and I saw this as a very evil thing. So I started just teaching my inner family, just focused on business and finance. And then eventually I moved to Canada, started teaching my inner family. Then I branched out and started teaching people on the outside again. I taught for many years. And then I went into seclusion again because I was about to leave the area. And I came to California. When I came to California, I came here because the climate was pretty much one consistent climate all throughout. And I was a performer outside. So I came here and I just taught my inner family. And then I met a brother named Ahati, who was also down and out at the time. And I started teaching him. And I invited him into my inner family. And that's all I would do is teach my inner family and teach Ahati. Eventually, Ahati asked me if I would ever come to the public. And I said, no, I'm not interested in coming to YouTube or internet or anything like that. I just want to teach my family. Eventually, I went onto YouTube and started seeing some of the so-called teachers that were there, started realizing that they were actually the children of my students. So they were the children of my students. They weren't even my students. They were too young. And they're your popular guys that are now getting 200,000 views YouTube right now. I won't say their names, but they're the children of my students. And I saw that it was dramatized, and I saw that it was not really focused on education, but focused on exposing somebody, revealing somebody, talking about somebody. So I eventually took up Ahati's offer, and I said, okay, I'll come into the public again. And I came into the public and went on to a particular debate league for an interview. The interview ended up turning to a debate. I ended up debating the so-called champion, beating him. And I kept on debating and debating. I wasn't familiar with the internet world or internet debating. I was from literally standing on the streets in the snow back in 1994, 1993, 1996, 1995. So I kept on going on, and they kept on giving me all these different names to debate. They said, we're going to give you the big names. We're going to give you the Jabari, the Conquest. And I said, I don't know who these people are. I secluded myself for several years. I haven't watched internet. I don't know anything about these names. But yes, I'll debate them. So I went on to debate all these names. I ended up winning every single debate according to the rules and regulations in the crowd, not according to me or the other debater. Of course, debaters are going to be biased. According to the rules and regulations and the polls and the judging system, I ended up winning every single debate. I removed myself from that, and I just continued to teach. And then I went on to Kill a Priest. He was very happy to have me, and I started teaching there. Here's the birth of the Tehuti pod class, everybody. Here's how it starts. So, when I went on Kill the Priest, I started just answering questions on the spot with slides. And Kill the Priest started asking me, how am I doing this? How am I answering with slides like I came pre-prepared? And they started sending in super chats, and I would stay the whole show. Sometimes Kill the Priest would walk off and go into the kitchen and go other places, leave me there. As a matter of fact, the next day after the first day I was there, I actually hosted the show without him. So he trusted me to that capacity. So anyways, the super chat started getting bigger and bigger, and it started turning into Mondays. And people will come there just to see me, ask me questions, and set up one-on-one classes with me. Well, the one-on-one classes took too much time. So I told everybody on the channel, I cannot do the one-on-one classes. People would pay me through the PayPal Cash App to do the one-on-one classes. Excuse me, in my throat. The one-on-one classes, but it was taking up hours of my day. So I said, I'm going to do what's called a Tehuti pod class, where you could come to the YouTube channel for free. But if you want to ask me a question or support, because this is what I do for a living, send in a super chat. Send in the super chat to support. So YouTube demonetized me. So I created this new system. First time ever created on YouTube. We could actually send in a Cash App. And in the Cash App, you can type in a question or just send in support. I also have a PayPal. And you send in the question live. I either answer it there or the next week. I answer things in succession. So this is based on a support system. It's not based on an opinionated system. For those who are new, you will see why people send in Cash Apps to support me and what I do. And you will see why people send in Cash Apps to ask me a question. I'm actually the only one, I believe, on YouTube that actually exists with. So when you send in your Cash App for support, those who have been here for a while, they know how it looks. But for those who are new, no problem. Here's how it looks. So for example, this is a brother named Andre. He sent in $20. He just sent in for support. He actually didn't ask anything. One second. Come here, Spoken King. Over here, man. Over here. He actually didn't ask anything. He just sent in support. So there's a section where you can type things at the bottom. Let me go ahead and move this from the bottom from the screen so you can see. And so this is Black Sun. So Black Sun sends in $10 and it says, elaborate on the Black Sun that you mentioned from Kemet. That was one of the best classes that ever took place. That was an awesome class. It was an incredible class. And they actually took it off of YouTube. It's no longer available on YouTube. This is Owen Hythe, who was usually in the room as a Scari. He sent in $43.72 for the Nicene Council. You may be saying, well, hey, the Nicene Council is something I can go look up on Wikipedia. You can ask anybody here who was in that class if they were not blown away by my explanation of the Nicene Council that they've definitely never heard before. You can ask a question that you think you've heard another teacher answer before, and I guarantee it will not be the same. So let's say you don't have Cash App and you have PayPal. Not a problem. PayPal actually gives you more room to ask the question. So here is Rodrigo, who actually was the brother last week who asked the question on the Matrix 2 weeks in a row. Two of the best classes ever. And he said, peace to Tehuti in the pod class. Could you get into ITI, please and thank you. That was an awesome class. That was an incredible class. So just to show you the difference, when you send in this Heka Kepara, constant supporter, he wants to know about genetic memories. He sends in $25. But with PayPal, you actually get to write all of this. You can write a whole paragraph, almost like an email. This is Big Ed Leisure, one of our biggest supporters, one of my biggest, most loyal students. who I actually saved from on the verge of being an atheist. And he saw my debate with Jabari, and he decided to come over to the truth. This is $50 from Big Ed Leisure. I want to tell everybody in the audience, don't be intimidated by these large donations, $50, $44, $43. You can send in whatever you can afford to support. This is a brother who I haven't seen in a while. He used to come to every pod class. I'm not sure what happened to him, but he's $10. He was discussing loneliness. So this shows the vast variety of what you can ask on. And when you ask on these questions, you'll see the type of answer that you get based on the amount of donation or the question. It is like I wrote a book for you. So that is the Tehuti pod class. It is a reciprocity class. Hold on a second. Spoken can go down a second. One way down there. Down. It is a reciprocity because I am like your waiter, but I do much more than the waiters that you've tipped. So yes, all of us have tipped waiter $10, $20, SmackDown $40. For what purpose? For bringing you your Bacardi, for bringing you your lobster. He didn't make the lobster. The chef did. The waiter just brought it out to you. And just for walking about maybe 40 feet, maybe 50 feet from the start of the kitchen to your table, maybe a 30-foot walk, for that 2 seconds, you slapped down a 20 for him because he took your food to you and maybe even took it back to the waiter, to the chef. So you slap a $20 tip. Well, we spend our money frivolously, but one thing we don't really spend our money on is the quality of knowledge that you're about to see. We spend our money on knowledge, such as going to school, intuition, textbooks, student loans and such. But I'm setting up a situation where we're showing support for an actual teacher, which is me at SABA. The reason I call myself SABA is because I'm a door. You knock on the door, it opens up. You throw in the question, the door opens up, and I give you the answer, which means there's no pre-prepared speech that I have. This class, the most unique class on YouTube, is based on you sending in a question for support. Excuse me. When you send in questions, this is Comedi's one of the biggest donators. When you send in a question, the class becomes based on the question that you sent in, or the classes, or the answers. This is IMANIFESTO, the importance of totems. That was a great class. So you can see the variety of questions that you can ask here. 1 second. Oh, there we go. From totem poles to the conference, UFO conference in Houston, to genetic memories, to Kemetic Ma'at, to the Anunnaki, to health, to Medunetter, to history, to aliens, to whatever it is, to out-of-body experiences, whatever it is that's covered in the conscious community, I open up myself to answer it. This is a very, 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 very difficult thing to do, and that is why I'm the only person on YouTube that you see doing this. It will never become popular because it is very risky for a teacher to put himself in front of 45 to 200 people and say, send in your questions, and then give elaborate answers and breakdowns. Very, very risky. Much easier to come with a pre-prepared speech. So that is the Tehuti pod class, everybody. This is Nito Campbell, who says superior teacher Tehuti. He sends in support every week. So that is how it works, everybody. For those who want to send in to pick up something physically in their email, these are the books, Secret, Stepping Out of the Matrix, and Melanin Dark Consciousness. These are the books you can actually pick up. You can send me an email directly, or you can actually go to our website. And our website is teachingsofma'at.org, which Scribe or Hati or anyone, the moderators can put it in the chat room, and when they come to the front panel, they will explain more about the teachings of Ma'at.org. You can actually pick up the books there as well. That is the Tehuti pod class. That is how we do things. And now let's get straight into it. Excuse me. That's not in my throat. All right, let's get right into it. So, we're going to go right into a couple of the donations because I already see a lot of donations have been sent in. We're going to read a couple of them, and then we're going to get right into the next first question, which is actually sent by Raphael Gary. No, sorry. Yes, Raphael Gary. Is Raphael Gary in the room? Let me do a check and see. Is Raphael Gary in the room? Shout out to Zep Tepi Slim. Anthony Drain donates. His donation's probably sitting. He sends a donation before the class starts every class. Shout out to Ahati Ma'at, security team, and moderator. And let me see if Shimbo Shane. Shout out to Shimbo Shane. Where is the good brother Tehuti most? Did he move out of country? Is he uncontactable? We don't know. He just disappeared. Peace to the schoolian. Peace to Tehuti in the room. Shout out to you. Big Blunt. Shout out to you. And IMANIFESTO, who also has a question in here. Let me get to his question. He has a question. He says, Master Teacher Tehuti Bio. Shout out to you. Let me get some agua. So let's get into it, everybody. Shannon says, infinitely grateful. Thank you. Okay, everybody. Let's get into the Tehuti pod class. Once again, these are the moderators. Nania Setmer, Ankia Ma'at, Ahati Ma'at, and the scribe, who all should be in the room. Those are the moderators. Is Raphael Gary? Raphael Gary is probably over at the another channel watching a debate. Raphael Gary, you're gonna miss out. Are you here, my good brother, Raphael Gary? Is Raphael Gary here? He may be over somewhere else, watching some chaos. But I'm not sure. Okay, everyone. What's SABA's email? Go ahead, moderators. Put my email in the room for the king. Okay, everybody. Let's go ahead and get into the first question sent in by Raphael Gary. Let me go ahead and see. Let me go into the room. First question in from Raphael Gary. Are you here, Raphael Gary? Actually, I'm answering two of his questions in one. Two of his questions in one. Raphael Gary, okay, he'll watch on the replay. I need to knock out as many of these questions as possible because people are constantly sending in questions to me. But okay, first what we're gonna do, I'm gonna give him a couple more minutes to come in. I'm gonna read a couple donations. Hold on, yeah. Go down. Oh, just a little. Okay. All right. Shout out to the donators. We're gonna do a couple donations. Shout out to first donation. This actually came a little earlier in the week. This is the awesome brother Jonathan Hacker, who I help out and talk to personally, who actually changed his Cash App to Snake Style. That's funny. I'm going to put him in the room here. 1 second. Okay. The monster donation, though. Wow. Starting off the pod class with the monster donation, $50. He actually sent this in the week. Wow. Shout out to you, my good brother. He is constantly supporting I appreciate you. His name is I think Star Feather in the room. Star Feather in the room.
What's up?
Star Feather in the room. Shout out to you if you're watching. Thank you for starting off with a huge support. He actually sent that earlier in the week. Shout out to you, good brother. What? Okay. Next up, I was hearing some weird noise, like singing or something. All right. Shout out to Nino Hart, Nino Arts, Andrew Wright, who sends in. Let's put up on the screen. Give him his props and respect. I appreciate it, good brother. Thank you very much. Second donation of the evening. Shout out to Nino Arts. Shout out to you, my good brother. Great breakdowns as usual. To SABA. To it to you, good brother. Thank you for the support. That is awesome. I appreciate that very, 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 very much. And then we have ATUMM, Trenton Donaldson, who says, sorry, he actually has a question in here. Okay, here we go. Let me see if I can get him on the screen. Okay. Shout out to good brother ATUMM, who sent in $10.08, reciprocating the love. Thank you, my good brother. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, we're gonna stop right there. I see Nito Campbell. I see IMANIFESTO, Arcade Infinite, One Hyphy, Anthony Drain. We're gonna get to them in a moment after the next question. Okay, shout out to everybody. Let's get to the first question of the Tehuti pod class. Here we go, everybody. For those who are new, you're about to see how Tehuti answers questions and why people send in these type of donations. Press a 1 before I start. So let me see if everybody hears me. Press a 1 before I start. Mic check 1 1. Hold on. Hold on, Scorpion. Go down a second. Can't reach you with my hand. Okay. Press a 1 1 1 if you can hear me. 1 1 1. Let me grab some more water. Shout out to Carolina Mancia. Shout out to KEMETIC Energy, True Seeker, Big Vapes. Everybody pressing 1. Okay, 90 and Summer. All right, everybody. King, Maurice, Robert, KEMETIC. Everybody pressing 1s. Okay, good. Cash Peden. Shout out to my good brother Cash Peden. Okay, let's get into it, everybody. First question by Raphael Gary. Hope you're listening, brother Raphael. He actually sent in 2 questions, which I'm going to put in the room right now. Whoop. Whoop. Is that 2 questions? Okay, here we go. Shout out to Raphael Gary. He asked me 2 questions, and I'm going to link in the 2 questions together. Here we go. Let me show this on the screen. Cut this out, cut this out, cut that out. Okay, Trenton, cut that out. All right, Raphael Gary, here we go, everybody. Shout out to Raphael Gary with his monster donations and the 2 questions that he sent in. Let me go ahead and place them in the room. So the first question in, shout out to Raphael Gary, he says, I'm going to read it. Raphael Gary says, did we evolve to become us here, or did we land here? Did we evolve to become us here, or did we land here? That's a great question. That's like an Ascari question. Raphael and Ascari asked very similar questions. So did we evolve, or did we land here? There's the first question. And he also sent in this question right here on the screen. The next question is, look at this question, everybody. Just to show the variety of questions you can ask on the Tehuti podcast, look at this. From did we evolve or land here to NASA found more habitable planets for us than Earth. That is awesome. Look at these questions of variety. Shout out to Jamie OX. Shout out to Bella. Both, right?
What's up, all you lovely people? Please subscribe and follow me on all social media. Your support is very much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, everybody, so let's get into it. So did we evolve here or land here? And NASA found planets, habitable planets, that are more habitable for us than Earth. How do these questions tie in? Can Tehuti answer these questions? Do these questions have anything to do with each other? Can you ask these questions to your Kemetic teacher? Let's go, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. We are about to break it down. So I'm going to close this out. So the question again is, did we evolve on Earth here, or did we land here as gods? And NASA found, this wasn't even a question, but he wants me to comment on this. NASA found other planets that appear to be more habitable than Earth. Let's get into it, everybody. Right off the bat, crazy questions right off the bat. Go ahead and jump on the other channels right now and just shoot them these questions and record the answers and bring them back to me. What you're about to see, everybody, is the reason why, for the new people, the old people already know, but for the new people, you're about to see why the support is given to the Tehuti pod class and why the quality is second to none. Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti pod class. Let's see if I can answer these two questions. What a random questions that seem to have nothing to do with each other. Let's get into it, everybody. Did we evolve here, or did we land here as the gods? And did NASA find, or did anyone find, planets that seem to be more habitable to us than Earth? Let's get into it, everybody. We'll put on the screen share. Here we go. Oh, screen share. Let's go. Let's get into it. After this, the panel, the brothers, the team. Hopefully the sister Shannon's supposed to be on the team by now, but the brothers, the team, are going to jump on the panel. After this answer, they're going to give their testimonies, breakdown, respect, updates, and all of that. Let's get into the answer, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti pod class. Here we go. 7:08 is when we're starting this. Let's see. Here we go. Did we evolve here, or did we land here? And are there other planets that are habitable to us like Earth, or more habitable than Earth? Let's get into it. Press a 1 if you can hear me, and then I'm going to get started. Press A1. I am there. Press 1 if you can hear me. Press A1. The screen doesn't seem to be moving. I'm going to make sure everybody's here. Let's get into it, everybody. There are the ones. There are the ones. IMANIFESTO. He sent in a question about a blade. Let's see if we can get into that too. Kemetic Energy. Hi, sent me a donation. Said, Do Dilly. All right, everybody, here we go. I was like, Dude Dilly, what is that? And they said, oh, he's from Jersey. That's right. East Coast talk. Dude Dilly is due diligence. Okay, here we go, everybody. Here we go, everybody. Boom, you can see the screen. Let's get into it, everybody. Here is the question, and here it is. Here's how we answer questions on the Tehuti podcast. Did we evolve on the planet, or did we arrive on the planet? This is a beautiful question that I will make clear once we realize that there is not just, quote unquote, one event that defines the journey. Oh, I'm locked up. Hold on. Okay. Let me start over because it locked up. I don't know if you could even hear that. Did we evolve on the planet, or did we arrive? Did we evolve on the planet, or did we arrive on the planet? This is a beautiful question that I will make clear once we realize that there is not just, quote unquote, one event that defines the journey of the quote unquote we, and that the story of beings on the planet that look like the we goes back over 600,000 years ago. And the quote unquote we went through many transitions and arrivals. Let's begin. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast, everybody. Here we go. Sit back and enjoy. Those who hear this answer and appreciate, please send your support. Here we go. Ready for a Tehuti answer? This is how we do. First, we will cover many evolutionary man, what they call evolutionary man, which mankind, which is, that's why they say evolutionary man and not evolutionary men, because man is ander, and it's mankind, which covers evolutionary man and women. Our evolutionary man stages, and understand that all of these were necessary to make the we. All of these evolutionary stages were necessary to make the we. Here's this handsome young man right over here. Who's this guy right here? Who do we got here? Who's this brother with the smooth melanated skin? Who do we have here? Anybody know? I will break it down. Here we go. This being is also known as the Homo heidelbergensis. This species used to live in Africa, Europe, and Western Asia about 600,000 years ago. Remember I said it goes back 600,000 years ago? That's where I want to start to make it simple. We're starting with beings that are more similar to us. Of course, we have Lucy and the Australopithecine Hopi, but those beings are not necessarily like us. If you were to see them, you wouldn't recognize it as a person. But if you were to see this brother walking on the street, you'd say, "Hey, brother, you look like the Moses of the Bible." So here we go. So this is also known as the Homo heidelbergensis. This species used to live in Africa, Europe, and Asia about 600,000 years ago. Homo heidelbergensis. Okay, so Homo heidelbergensis is an extinct species of human that is identified in both Africa and Western Eurasia from roughly 700,000 years ago onwards until around 200,000 years ago. Fitting snugly within the middle Pleistocene, named for a piece of jawbone found near Heidelberg, Germany, these hominins occupy an intriguing and much discussed spot in the jumble of human evolution. They are most commonly seen to have developed from Homo erectus and to have given rise to Homo sapiens in Africa and to the Neanderthals in Europe. Somewhat chunkier versions of ourselves. So they're a little more overweight than us, okay? Noticeably more robust, a little thicker than us, a little stronger than us, more robust than us, but with a brain size almost approaching our own, perhaps averaging somewhere around 1,200 centimeters or upwards, which is remarkably bigger than that of the Homo erectus. That is the Heidelbergensis, this good brother right here. Okay? You may know some brothers that look like that. All right. That's a part of our journey. That's part of our evolution. Let's go on to another one. Okay? One of the most exciting and intriguing discoveries of 2013 was made in a cave located in South Africa. So we're in Africa again, right? What do we have? Let me shrink this down a little bit. So found in this cave. What do we have here? We have in a rising star cave system, caverns found, an as yet unknown entrance to a room called the Denali Chamber. Okay, go up here. Here's the Denali Chamber. It's located 30 meters under the surface, about 98 feet. The room is littered with thousands of bones showing unique features. Okay, look at it a little closer. This is the Denali Chamber in South Africa, and here's what they found. The Denali man, the Denali people, and let's continue. Okay, so this is an interesting find because as their skeletal anatomy was determined to possess ancestral features known from Australopithecine. Remember I said that's the one that's not quite like us. So that's not one that you consider a human, but the Denali, excuse me, this man right over here, the Naledi man, he has ancestral features from the Australopithecine with more recent features associated with later hominids. So he's like a mix. He's not quite Australopithecine, full features, and not quite later hominid. That's what makes him very unique, makes them very unique, because they are a mix. The Denali man skeleton specimens. Okay, the features include approximately all the material incorporated in this diagnosis, including the holotype specimen, paratypes, and referred material. These make up 737 partial complete anatomical elements, many of which consist of several refitted specimens. Here's the time period now. Let me go ahead and get the time period. I like to give the time period of these beings. So we have the Heidelbergensis, which is around 600, between 600 and 700,000 years ago. And then we have the Homo naledi man, naledi, an extinct species of hominin, which anthropologists first described on September 2015. So assigned to the genus Homo. In 2013, skeletal fossils were found in Gauteng province of South Africa, in the Chamber of the Rising Star System, part of the Cradle of Humankind World Heritage Site, about 50 kilometers northwest of Johannesburg. Although archaic features of this skeleton resembles fossil specimens roughly 2 million years ago, that's your Australopithecine. In 2017, the fossils were dated to about 250,000 years ago, so they're within the time span of the Homo sapien. Okay, thus, contemporary with larger brain anatomical modern humans, Neanderthals, and Denisovans, the research team therefore thinks that H. naledi is not a direct ancestor of modern humans, but probably an offshoot within the genus Homo. So it has features of both. This is a part of our journey, a part of our evolution, a part of what they will not discuss within religion because it will question the so-called Adam and Eve story. Okay? All right, let's continue, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Pod class. Now we're going to get into Rudolfensis, Homo rudolfensis, right? This temporary range of about 2.8 million years ago. Okay, so what's interesting about this? He lived in Eastern Africa. We're always back to the African area, northern Kenya, possibly northern Tanzania, which is the bottom of the Nile, Malawi. Okay, had an average brain size of 750 cc, average weight of 60 kilograms. He was about 44 to 82 pounds. Short little brother and sister, about 4'11" to 5'3". of which we still see traits in modern day people in the Congo right now that match this height. The European calls the pygmies, that we called in Kemet the Nem. So let's go, everybody. So the discovery was in 1986. Let's go ahead and check this out. Okay, so this is Homo rudolfensis is a much debated species, especially over whether it should be classified within Homo or Australopithecus genus. Same situation as the last one. Also known throughout a handful of fossilized bones found in Kenya in 1972. Let me shrink this down so we can look at everything. Okay, so despite the archaic features, his brain was in fact significantly larger than that of the two other earlier species of Homo. Reconstitutions revealed, so this is where we took the genetics that they found and reconstituted into something that looked like this. Reconstitutions revealed that Homo rudolfensis had distinctive appearance from these contemporary hominid species with large cranium and a long, wide, flat face. Once again, if you see this, you say, hey, that's a regular sister, a regular brother from Zimbabwe. Okay, let me go ahead. This is a part of our journey, part of our evolution. Did we evolve on the earth or did we land on the planet? So then evolves what is the closest to us. Now here comes us as we have it, so-called us. All of this is us, but then evolves what is the closest to quote-unquote us, but still just as much a part of the we as the previous evolutionary beings, because it is all a line journey of the same process it took to become us. So here we go, everybody. And now we're in Morocco, to the oldest of the Homo sapiens. So this is a paleoanthropologist digging at the site in Morocco, discovered what may be the oldest, well-dated Homo sapiens fossils ever found. Let's blow up the jawbone here. And this is 300,000 to 350,000 years old. Here we go, everybody. Here we got a jawbone and a skeleton. Recent excavations unearthed several human fossils, including lower jaw and partial skull. Okay, this composite reconstruction of the skull shows that these early humans had modern-looking faces. What do they look like when they did recomposites? Boom! Look like your average brother and sister again. As a matter of fact, he looks like the images that the Hebrew Israelites always show as their prophets. So here it is. Here he is right here. This is the ancient Moroccan man. And here he is. Here's another version of him again. All right, this is a Jubal Erhud, circa 300,000 years ago, composite reconstruction. That is what they would look like. So if you saw a brother like this walking on the street, you would pay no mind to him. So thus, this is a part of the us and the we. It's a part of our evolutionary stage, okay? Here's the analysis of the skeleton, bone, skulls. I'll blow them up a little bit. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast, everybody. This is how I break down information with questions that are sent. So here's an analysis of the skull, what it would look like. And this goes back 300,000 to 350,000 years ago. Homo sapiens, that's the same species as us, everybody. 300,000 years ago. Okay, boom, let me shrink it all down. So there's a little walk through the evolutionary process from beings that look like us from 600,000 years ago all the way to 350,000 years ago, linking into bones that are 2.1 million years old, but they were not considered quote-unquote human. But then you have the intermediate evolutionary Homo nidali and the intermediate evolutionary Rudolfensis that actually shares traits of both. So that is a little walk through human evolution. Of course, there's much more bones found in this, but I just want to show you that yes, absolutely, we have evolved on this planet. Now we're going to get into, here it is again. Here he is again. So, as their skeletal anatomy was determined to possess ancestral features known from Australopithecus, more recent features associated with later hominins. Right, that is the bones that I showed earlier. That was the intermediate bones, right? Sharing features from the earliest ancestor to man, which didn't even look like a man, all the way to the most recent. And now we're going to continue. Everybody, welcome to Tuesday Podcast. Let's take a look. So obviously we know none of these beings were technologically advanced to have quote unquote come here from somewhere else. So how does one explain this? This is an image of the pyramids of Giza from the top angle. Have you ever seen them at this angle? Boom. These next images are on Mars and the Moon. Boom. How is this explained? Okay. So here comes the controversy, here comes the confusion, and here comes the people secting off into the different teachings, which would be if we evolved here hundreds of thousands of years ago, and we show evolutionary process going back all the way to the Australopithecine, and there's no trace whatsoever of them being technologically advanced to build any such pyramids or any high technology. How is it that we have pyramids on Earth and we also have ATUMMs on Mars and the Moon and column structures on other planets? How is it that we have images, clear, undisputable, undeniable images of pharaohs' faces? This is the real face of Mars that they're not showing you. They're showing you that other tooth obscure thing, which I went over that in another class. But here's the real face on Mars with the pharaoh face, the head and everything. Clear cut, symmetric eyes, symmetric mouth, nose with the namus on. How is this possible that we're finding the culture that was in Kemet some thousands of years ago? We're finding it off the planet, but our so-called path in evolution shows that we developed on the planet. That's the confusion, and of course, I am here to clear all of that up. Welcome to the Tuesday Pod class. Here we go, everybody. Get a good look at this beautiful one. This is beautiful. This one's about the size of a car. When they measure this one here, about the size of a car, which makes perfect sense because this is Amenemhet's pyramid, what they call a pyramidium. So there is an Aku pyramid that you can walk into. That's a big structure, about 481 feet. But then you have the small stones that you put on top of temples and buildings, of Aku-shaped buildings, and they're much, much smaller. This one here is about the size of a car. Okay, how is this possible? How are they finding these things? Here we go, everybody. Definitely wasn't built by this brother. Nice looking brother, cool, looks strong. Okay, he has a good diet going on, but you're definitely not building Akus on Mars. You definitely never left the planet. You definitely were using stone archaic knives to cut open fish. You did not build any pyramids. So here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tuesday Podcast. We are about to break it down. How does one explain this? Clear cut. What is this? Clear cut machinery. Right there. Clear cut symmetrical machinery on Mars. I've had these pictures for a while. You can see the tubes. You can see these things that don't look. No, rocks don't do this. And if any rock in your backyard does this, please bring that rock to the Tehuti pod class, and I will analyze it. But in my, I don't even know how old I am, but in my years of living, no, stones don't form these tubular, perfectly aligned machinery type structures. So who built these? How is this possible if we evolved on the planet Earth? Welcome to the Tehuti pod class. Let me make it clear and tie it all in for you. Full remnants of machinery. No, they will not show you this. So the question is now, what happened? It seems as if Mars is barren and past civilizations was wiped out or left. Let's look at what else was left, which is actual evidence of what did occur. So we went over that class. Mars is definitely wiped out. We're going to get into that also in a moment. It was definitely wiped out by a technology that this brother did not have. Here we go. Welcome to the Tehuti pod class. Here we go, breaking it down. All right, so boom. Boom. These are all structures on Mars and off of this planet, some on the moon, that depict the same culture as the ancestors that we also call the we, our ancestors that we evolved from, that we came from. And not only that, but remember I taught you in the past classes, the ancestors, the we, were so advanced that we were engaging in nuclear warfare on Mars, proven by the presence of xenon-129 isotope on Mars, which I've already done that class. You can go back and check that class out. All right, here it is, xenon-129 that converts. This is a radioactive isotope used for nuclear bombs, and we found this on Mars, right over Cydonia and Galaxious Chaos, the areas that they always focus on that show presence of a civilization. And of course, these nuclear explosions, like I showed in the class, were in the air. That means that this fight or this nuclear explosion was airborne, just like the nuclear explosions in Hiroshima and Nagasaki, airborne, which is why there's no craters in Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and which why there's no craters on Mars from an explosion, because this war took place airborne, in the air. This man here was definitely not in the air. So how did this occur? What actually happened? Let's break it down. Here we go. So, how is it evidence to show that we undeniably evolved? How is there evidence that shows that we undeniably evolved on Earth as primitive man, discovering simple stone tools with no evidence of writing or civilization, at the same time evidence that shows we're building advanced golden mean ratio structures off of this planet, pyramids, quote unquote, and we were advanced enough to have nuclear wars, and obviously brought that technology to Earth? How could this be true? The hint to the answer is in the half-life of xenon nuclear isotope. When xenon, this xenon over here, xenon XE129, turns into configuration xenon 136. That is one of the clues. Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. We're about to break this down. So, how much radio xenon is released from a nuclear explosion? When xenon 135 absorbs into a neutron, it turns into xenon 136. When it doesn't, it decays into cesium 135, a long-lived isotope with a half-life of 2.3 million years. So they're finding, one second, little guy, hold on. So they're finding traces of the xenon on Mars, but the trace of the xenon actually goes back millions of years, which we're going to get into. This technology, nuclear war remnants on Mars, is studied by who? Who studied this? If anybody wants to debate, don't debate me. Please debate John E. Brandenburg. Go debate him and good luck. Who is he? John E. Brandenburg is a theoretical plasma physicist who was born in Rochester, Minnesota, who grew up in Medford, Oregon. He obtained his BA in physics with a mathematics minor from Southern Oregon University in 1975, obtained his MS in 1977 and PhD in plasma physics, both from the University of California at Davis in 1981. He presently is working as a consultant at Morningstar Applied Physicists LLC and part-time instructor of astronomy, physicists, and mathematics at Madison College and other learning institutions in Madison, Wisconsin. Before this, he worked at Orbital Technologies in Madison, Wisconsin as senior propulsion scientist, working on space plasma technology, nuclear fusion, and advanced space propulsion. He is the principal inventor of the MET, that's the microwave electrothermal plasma thruster, using water propellant for space propulsion. He has previously worked on the SDI. What is that? Right. He worked on the SDI, the Clementine mission to the moon, rocket plume, regolith interactions on the moon and Mars, vortex theory of rocket engine design, combined with Sakharov-Kaluza-Klein. I remember when Cannabis said that. Klein-Kaluza with two blue metric rulers. Klein-Kaluza theory from theory of field unification for propulsion of space propulsion on Mars science. He is a lifetime member of the AIAA also performed an architecture study for human Mars mission using solar electric propulsion. Before coming to Orbitech, he was teaching and performing research at the Florida, and then it continued to cut off. There was he has too many credentials for me to read off. But if anybody wants to debate this life on Mars, a nuclear explosion on Mars, please don't set up the debate with me. Please go set it up with John E. Brandenburg and tell me how many rounds you want and tell me how that goes. Good luck, armchair warriors. Okay, here we go. So I know you are asking, how does all of this tie in? Well, when the lead plasma physicist John E. Brandenburg is asked about how long ago this war on Mars took place, he and other scientists say millions of years ago, before there was what we call intelligent life on Earth, but were at least in their evolutionary stage, we are at this level at least 2 million years ago. What does this mean? It means that just as humans evolved on a planet conducive to get them from a state of primitive tools, living in caves, eating raw meat, to now having cell phones, internet, nuclear weapons, in a simple 5,000 years, everybody. In a simple 5,000 years. 5,000 years. And all it took for some of these evolutionary cavemen to go from sharpening tools with stones, eating raw meat, living in caves, having no language, not being able to bury their dead. 5,000 years ago, a particular man was on Earth, had no knowledge of any of this, couldn't bury the dead, didn't know anything about ritual science, and now we have cell phones, internet, Google, nuclear weapons, we have cryogenics in process, we have Alexa in 5,000 years. Imagine what form of advanced stage one would be at if they were on a planet similar to Earth, but had over 100 million years as they did on Mars. Unfortunately, Mars today has been obliterated with no similar atmosphere left to compare. But what if? I told you, scientists have found over 20 planets similar to Earth, environment, and even quote-unquote better, which leads to the next part of Raphael Gary's question, because both these questions tie in. The evolutionary man, did we land here? And do beings evolve on other planets, but at their own rate? If we can evolve in 5,000, not we, but if they could evolve in 5,000 years from living in caves, ooga booga, they couldn't even speak, no pen, no writing, no language, not knowing how to bury their dead, not knowing how to make any form of clothes, nothing, to cell phones and Alexa, and now we have Sophia. We have AI robots walking around. In 5,000 years on this planet, where would beings be if they had 100 billion years? Let's go, everybody. And are there any planets that are conducive to evolve beings similar to us, but a little bit different? Let's go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podcast. I am here to break the matrix, break things down. Here we go. Boom. Okay, that's that page done. Let's go, everybody. Let's break it down. Are there other planets that have been found that are similar to Earth? Let's see, everybody. They have found these in what they call the Goldilocks zones. These areas close enough for a star to have liquid water, but they can't test if the star has liquid water because they just sent out, it was in 2021, the Webb telescope has just been sent out in 2021, and only that has the technology to test if these planets have actual water. They have theoretical water based on all the information coming back, but as far as actual factual water, it was difficult until 2021. The Webb telescope went out and discovered these planets in Goldilocks zones, which are called habitable zones out there. Here's what it would look like. is a Goldilocks zone. So it's a Goldilocks zone, habitable zone, which is similar to where our planet would be to our sun. Let's break it down, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. This is how I answer questions, and I'm glad you all who do appreciate me do. Right? Where in this particular one, they have what's called a G-type star. So they have Kepler 252b. It's one of the ones they discovered, right? And they have what's called Earth similarity ratios. We're going to get into that. So the Kepler 452b is close to a G-type star, similar to the sun. Unfortunately, one of these suns shot out a large blast, and they don't know the state of Kepler now. But anyways, Kepler, they found this. This is very similar. Why? It has 365 days. Okay? Very similar. So Kepler is a small habitable zone, and these are the other planets around it. Kepler 442b, 452b. These are the M stars, K stars, and the G stars. Kepler 43b, 186f, 296e, 296f. Okay? This is what they discovered. Of the 1,030 confirmed planets from Kepler, a dozen are less than twice the size of Earth and reside in the habitable zone of their host stars. In the diagram, the size of the exoplanet, they call these exoplanets. The size of the exoplanets are represented by the size of each sphere. They are arranged by size from left to right and by the type of star that they orbit, such as the M star, K star, G star, which would be the brightest. Okay, K stars, which are somewhat cooler, are smaller than the sun. The G stars that include the sun sizes of planets are enlarged by 25 times compared to the stars. Earth is shown for a reference. Okay, so there it is. There, and Earth is shown as Earth. So there's what Earth would be. And here would be the similar planet. Kepler is a little bigger than Earth. But here is Earth. But here's the other planets, which you see are almost the size of Earth. Some bigger. And they are in the habitable zone. To answer the question, in NASA, did they find planets that are habitable or even quote-unquote more habitable than Earth? They did. And this is going to lead into the answer of the evolutionary man and the beings on Mars and the other beings. Here we go, everybody. So we're going to go to Forbes. Forbes, let me shrink this down a little bit. Boom, Forbes. There's only one other planet in our galaxy that could be Earth-like, says scientist Jamie Carter, senior contributor. Okay. And we know about Kepler 442b, a rocky planet about twice the mass of Earth. Kepler 442b orbits moderately hot orange dwarf star around 1,120 light years away from the constellation of Lyra. It exists. Its existence was announced in 2015, having been discovered by the Kepler Space Telescope, transiting its parent star. So there it is right there. Okay, let's continue, everybody. These are just some of the quote-unquote comparable planets to Earth. Not comparable in the sense that we, in our adaptive evolutionary state to Earth, can go live there. Not us. Similar to Earth. That means it can produce beings like us, but we cannot go to these planets in our state because we particularly evolved for the planet Earth, even though its ESI ratio is large. So there are examples of planets that can or did go through a similar evolutionary process of Earth, some even having a longer life than Earth, thus giving them more time to evolve. So summary, did we evolve here on Earth or land? The answer is both. While life was developing, living here on Earth, other planets which predate Earth had already surpassed Earth development by millions of years. They went through the same evolutionary cycle just ahead of Earth. We developed around this universe at different times, and when we came to Earth and met the us, when we came to Earth and met the us, we became our own gods. Boom! I will use planets Proxima, because you know I'm not even done, right? Yeah, so we're going to use planet, I've already answered both questions, but let's go. Proxima B to explain to you that's some of the godlike qualities that are described. So, while Earth is evolving to create our handsome brothers, the Heidelbergensis and sisters, those evolutionary men and women, the MRCAs, this is what's happening on Earth. In the vast universe, this is happening too. On similar planets, so the beings that are going to evolve there are going to be similar to us, but much more advanced, and may even look a little different because of the evolutionary process on that planet, but similar enough to us that we can relate to them. Let's go, everybody. Let's go to Proxima B to explain to you some of the godlike qualities. What is the religions and what do the people describe as godlike qualities of these beings that come to Earth? And let's see how this is scientifically explained. Boom. What is another attribute of the gods? Let me get a little bit more water. What is another attribute of the gods that Tehuti always brings up? And humans call him crazy for him. Well, really, it's not Tehuti that made this up. It's the teachings of the word for word people of Kemet. Their age lifespan. That is one of the things, whenever, it doesn't matter what religion they are. If they're talking about Melchizedek, if you're Hebrew, he has no mother or father, no beginning of days, no end. You can find the Gabriel character mentioned in the beginning of the Bibles all the way to the end. You can find the gods. They seem to span multiple lifetimes of regular people. This is one unified, agreed teaching that goes throughout all the cultures, that the gods themselves seem to be able to outlive humans. Who made this up? Did Tehuti make this up? No. Tehuti was over 7,000 years old, and Ma'at was over 700 years old. How do we know? Who taught this? The Kemetians themselves on the Turin papyrus, where we have Ma'at as dual king. It really doesn't say king. It says Nesubiti, which doesn't translate to as king, but we have Ma'at Renpet, 700 years. There it is right there. So she was over 700 years old. She's ruling for 700 years old. Column 118, we have Tehuti, dual king, Nesubiti, prosperity and health, ruling 7,726 years. Remember, I brought this up in my Jabari debate. He was given all kinds of explanations, and I was like, where are those explanations in Kemet? Did the Kemetians ever have spiritual symbolic years in their teachings? When it came to the king list? No, they didn't. So don't make it up now. All right, let me plug this back in, everybody. Hold on a second. So we have these gods, these Natiru, living hundreds and living thousands of years, according to the culture that brought us the Natiru themselves, not according to the New Age hippies, but according to the culture. How? Well, again, let's look at another difference in these Earth-like planets, Proxima B. It's another one that was found. Let's take a look at Proxima B. Here it is, right? Boom. It's 30% bigger. 30% bigger. And guess what else, everybody? Guess what else? 1 year on Proxima B is 11 days. If you're from Proxima B, a similar Earth-like planet where you would evolve to look similar, something like a person, and there's really there's no actual evolution that looks like a person, because as I showed you, the Heidelbergensis looks nothing like the Australopithecine, which looks nothing like us. So there's all type of evolutionary stages that take place over millions of years. But 1 year on Proxima B is 11 years, everybody. Boom! You would be having a birthday every 11 days. A 75-year-old here would be 935-year-old being there. If they came from there and you were to ask them how old they were, every 11 days is a year to us. 11 days, boom, 1 year. 11 days, boom, 1 year. 11 days. So their years are different than our years here. But they're evolving similar to us because they are exoplanets, Earth-like planets, but yet they're spinning. Things are happening much more faster. So a person that would say today here, I'm 75 years old, if that being was to come here, he would say, I'm 935 years old. equivalent to the 775-year-old man, but having much more experiences, much more time, because boom, every 11 days a year. Every 11 days a year. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast, everybody. Let's break it down. So here we go. Back to this guy. Let me shrink this down. So boom, you're having a birthday every 11 days. So here we are. This is 300,000 years ago on Earth. 300 million years ago on Mars. Oh, you know what? I skipped something. Whoop, 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 whoop. I skipped something, everybody. I skipped something. Let's go back here. Here we go. Here we go. So, I skipped this. Ooh, this is very, very important. I forgot about this Proxima b. So, Earth Similar Index, which is the ESI, is proposed characterization to Earth. How similar a planet or natural satellites to the planet Earth. The index has a scale of 0.00 to 100, with 0.00 meaning that planet is completely different from Earth. So anything that would evolve there would be completely different, while 1.00 is either Earth itself or an Earth analog, which means it's almost exactly like Earth. The index does not have any meaning for habitability for us as people. And even the grade of 100% or 1.00 would not guarantee a planet is habitable for an exact human life, but a life that is very similar to human. So this Proxima b has 87% ESI. 87% ESI. What is the most popular description of a so-called alien facial features, everybody? What is the most popular description of alien facial features? How do they always describe aliens? Let me go in the chat and see if everybody can hear me. What is the most popular description when they go to describe an alien face? Everybody type in the room. You're all going to type the same thing. What are two of the main features that are used to describe so-called aliens, as if there's only one species called aliens, but the most popular of the aliens? What are the two features of the head or in the head that are described by people? Let's go. Let me look in the chat and see. There it is. Bing, 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 bing. Big eyes. IMANIFESTO says fascinating. Big eyes, big eyes. Freddie Kelly said he'd be over 1 million years old there. So big eyes, cranial heads. There it is. Their heads are large, right? And their eyes are huge, much bigger than ours. But they still seem to have the two hands, the two legs, the stomach area, still humanoid-like. They have a head. They don't look like a centipede or a worm. They look like us, but the eyes are bigger. They're usually black. Make note of that. The eyes are usually black. They usually have a slit for a mouth. The cranium is much larger. All right. So all of everything, he described it perfectly. So did everybody else. Big round head. That's right. Big round head. T-alpha. T-dog alpha. So big round head and two big eyes. Right? Rigo actually put the image of the emoji in it. That's right, right? Bug eyes and flat butts. All right. That's the unified description, right? All right, here we go. So here we go, everybody. Does that look familiar? Does that look familiar to everybody? Everybody feast your eyes on that. Are these images not the stereotypical images worldwide, from here to Mexico to Brazil, to people in China, London, England? When they go to describe aliens, is this not the big skull, the huge eyes, the big skull, huge eye sockets, usually black, right? This is the description, right, everybody? Everybody knows that. We've all seen it. Elongated flat face, almond eyes, exactly. Okay. So that's the description, right? Everybody would agree that when you look at, if you were to put posters up and run around your city and ask everybody what are these, pretty much everybody would say aliens, ETs, rays, right? Okay. Let's continue. It's a consensus. Let's continue, everybody. Well, If a being had millions of years to evolve ahead of us under similar conditions, what would be a difference in condition to evolve such large eyes? Why would something that looks like us, it has 2 hands, 2 legs, stomach, it has shoulders. It's not like a fish. Fish don't have shoulders. It has shoulders, but it has this large head and these large eyes. What would be the condition that would produce that? Hold on 1 second, Scorpion. Can you go down there a little bit? Just a little bit. What would be the condition? Well, the same that happened to our cute friend, the tarsier, the nocturnal animal who evolved its eyes to be larger to see in the darkness. Let me look in the room. Here's a little cute guy. Everybody would want this as a pet. Look at this little guy. Here you go, everybody. Look at this guy. Here's something on the planet Earth. That eye ratio is way bigger than us. Well, this beloved, by having this evolved by having to come out 12 hours of the night. So only coming out 12 hours of the night, it evolved eye sockets like this. What if you were evolving on a planet that was Earth-like, so you have the humanoid features, but never had any daytime? So this being evolved by just living millions of years, coming out 10 hours of the nighttime. What if you were on a planet that never even had a daytime? Guess what one of the major differences of Earth to Proxima b is. So remember, Proxima b has an ESI, an Earth Similarity Index, of 87%. But there's one major difference. Guess what that difference is, everybody? Uh-oh. What's that difference? It receives only 2% sunlight. Boom. Thus, if life forms from there or any of the other similar planets that are Earth-like planets would look humanoid, but of course they would evolve to have larger eyes, black nocturnal eyes for nighttime vision, because they're from planets that are evolving similar to Earth. ESI index is similar to Earth, but they're only getting 2% sunlight. That means there's no daytime. They have to evolve to constantly look like this, or on Earth like this little cute guy. He looks like an alien, doesn't he? Evolution causes this on different planets. Life just does not evolve on Earth. So Proxima b, which is extremely Earth-like, has one major difference. It only receives 2% sunlight. So thus the beings there would be nocturnal. Over millions and millions of years, they would evolve large, dark eyes to see better at the night. Welcome to the Tehuti pod class. Here we go. So the large eyes is one of the attributes, and of course we already went over the years. When you're from a different planet, your 1 year is 11 days. So thus your lifespan is much larger than that of Earth. So here is us evolving on Earth 300,000 years ago on Earth cycle. And this is 300 million years ago. Here's the weapons. The weapons of 300,000 years ago. These little stone tools. And 300 million years ago, nuclear warfare. Pyramid structures. 300 million years ago. Remember these guys? Who are these guys? You all ready? Get your mind blown again? Here we go, everybody. Here's how I'm going to end this off. Oh, by the way, those images of so-called aliens with large heads and larger eyes, the ones below, one is an archaeological find on Earth of the ancient South Africans of 126,000 years ago. And guess what the other one is? The other one is the son of the god Tutankhamun. That's King Tut's son. That if you were to walk down the street, you'd say he's an alien. That's King Tut's son. And the other one is an ancient South African, evolving at his rate to evolve a skull cranium, that if he had skin wrapped around him, you would see him and call him an alien. The other, King Tut's son. Both of which are proof that under the right condition, beings that look like, that have evolved right here, and I'll leave it right there for now. Ma'at Hotep, everybody. There it is. Here's what they call the aliens evolving on other planets. And here's what we call the aliens evolving right here, both looking the same. If you were to see them, you would not differentiate, and that's why when I first showed you them, you didn't say, hey, that one at the bottom, that's King Tut's son, and the other one was an ancient South African man. Nope, all of these walking on the street are aliens, depending on what is conducive to their evolution. That is what they're going to look like. So this is proof that Earth-like beings, actually, not even just Earth-like beings, but literally Earthlings, evolved to look like Greys. These beings were very short. They had large skulls, huge sockets. They lived from 126,000 years ago to the Younger Dryas period, and after the Younger Dryas period, 11,600 years ago. So if you were to travel on Earth 11,600 years ago, you would see beings walking around that you would say are aliens. Well, these beings either became extinct or they left. But they're not here anymore, but they were here. These are factual archaeological finds. So if they evolved in a period process of 126 years to the Younger Dryas 11,800, 11,600 years ago, that shows that the evolutionary process conducive right here on this planet produces what you call Greys and aliens. Well, what if they had another 100 million years? Would they have cell phones? Would they have nuclear weapon? Well, we do. And the European only had 5,000 years, not even 5,000. The first European readable book was about 900 BC. He went from 900 BC to creating Sophia and NASA and the internet that we're on. That's only 3,000 years. What if these beings had 100 million years? I already proved to you that beings that look like Greys can evolve right here on the planet. What about a planet like Proxima b, which only has 2% sunlight, but some of these planets are 1.5 billion years older than Earth's evolution? Boom, that is my answer, everybody. So the answer is we evolved here, and some of our ancestors that were at a higher, faster evolutionary rate landed here. And when they landed here, which was us, that had been us in an evolutionary state, those beings, which were just us in the future, became our own gods. Boom, that is my answer, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. That is how I answer questions. I am done. Thank you, Raphael Gary, for sending in that question. Hope everybody appreciated it. I'm going to go check out the chat, see what people thought. Go ask that same question to your other teachers and tell me what they say. I want to share knowledge with them. I want to hear what they have to say. Hopefully there's others spreading this word. If not, appreciate what you have here. I'm going to put the link in the room for my team to come in because right after this, I'm going to take a break and then I'll be back. So let me go check the room to see who heard the answer and what you all thought of the answer. Why am I locked? Oh no. What's going on? Am I here? Am I moving? Am I here? Scorpion King, is that you on my shoulder? Am I here? Am I here? I am here. What's up, Scorpion King? You doing good? Is that a good answer, Scorpion King? Did I do okay? Yep. Okay, good. Let me check the room and see what people thought of the answer. So we got IMANIFESTO saying fascinating. Thank you. Okay. Who else heard the answer? Okay. Anybody heard the answer? Let's see what people think of it. Cash Peden put diamond, books, bombs. Thinking, mind exploding. Nice. All right, who else heard the answer? The Bascot Man. You remember my class? You remember that? The Bascot Man. That's right. That's right. KEMETIC Energy said, I wonder if there's a Paracus relation. Let's get it. Big Vapes has been hand claps. Who else heard the answer? Darius McNear said, great answer. That hat is fire. Thank you. Scribe jumps in. Where's everybody? Where's the hot tea? Where is the team? Get ready to jump in so I can jump off. Wagwan. Wagwan Hotep, it's Knowledge Born. What's up, Knowledge Born? Knowledge Born, my great cousin. Peace. Okay, let's see. Robert Williams says, speechless. This explains the Kemetic primary source. Boom. Glad you all enjoyed it. For those who saw, well, amazing. Just sent some F. Thank you. For those who saw the answer that I just gave, please support. Cash App T.O.M. Please support. Okay, I'm going to step out right now. I'll be back. Brothers, take it over. Glad you all appreciate my answer.
Peace and love. Hotep Ma'at, can you hear me, Arcad?
Peace and love, Hotep. I can hear you, brother. Can you hear me? I made it.
Excellent, bro. How you doing?
Made it, bro. Hotep.
Hotep. The all of everything. 2 out for that. I'll check in just a minute. So 2 out for doing that, my brother. So Hotep Ma'at, everyone. I hope everyone is doing well this fine night. I hope that everyone had a beautiful and fruitful, positive, constructive week going into the weekend. I can't imagine a better way to spend my Friday night and the greatest class on the planet at this time. So just peace and love, everyone. I just want to say 2 out to all the supporters who are supporting us, supporting the organization, you know, and helping us to move forward and build on, you know, something physical. So 2 out to everyone who's helping us and who's supporting us, you know. So make sure you go to the website. I'll be posting the website, teachingsofma'at.org, and you can go there and you can, the backlog of the Tehuti pod classes are on there. Our Study Guide Sunday classes are on there, which, you know, we're doing, we're having a lot of fun with that, you know, breaking down SABA Tehuti's Stepping Out of the Matrix ebook, and we are coming to a close on that. So, you know, come join us and you know, have some fun with us, learn with us, and teach with us. So, you know, that's all I'll say for the moment right now. Arcad, you can jump in if you would like to, my brother.
Hotep Ma'at. Peace and love, everybody. Peace and love to the chat. Had a busy week, man. Matrix is so crazy. Even if you try not to participate in it, it still sucks you in. It sucks your energy. You know what I mean? I sent the text to the brother and told him I was running late. I didn't think I was going to be able to catch the first break, but I made them sacrifices and I'm here. Hotep Ma'at. Peace and love, everybody. Sometimes you gotta, you know what I mean, take them extra steps, because I definitely don't want to miss this breakdown. I missed the last one, but I'm definitely not gonna miss this one coming up, because this stuff is monumental. We are in a fantastic time, and like no other, like SABA Tehuti said, because this is the only teacher that's answering the questions live. This isn't going on anywhere on the planet at this moment at all, nowhere. So that's why we have the best teacher, and it's undisputable. It's not even up for debate, and I'm not going to debate anybody about it because it's not even a question. And no one's breaking down and giving us the type of information and the type of breakdowns that he's given. I was watching as I was coming home, as I was driving home, and the answer, the question, it took an hour, right? It was like an hour breakdown. It's like an hour, right? Gave me enough time to run home, shower, make it home, shower, even though I was late, and I'm here, and I showed up for you, brother. Just like SABA shows up week after week, that consistency. And that's one of the things he was talking about last week, about creating that energy, that consistency, about that positive energy, peace and love, Ahati, you know, being consistent and being firm and, you know, standing for something. You don't stand for something, you fall for anything. And that standard that we should be standing on is Ma'at. And he made that very clear and broke it down very eloquently. Actually brought me to tears, and I'm not even ashamed to say it. That breakdown was marvelous. You know, it touched me in a way. Saba don't speak no slang, but I do, and that hit different. For all of y'all out there that understand that breakdown hit me differently. The Matrix breakdown is, I'm still processing that. I really am. If you guys were here for the Matrix 2 breakdown at the end, you know, it kind of got overwhelmed because this information is so beautiful, right? That I'm still trying to process it. I'm still trying to digest it. And his breakdowns do that. So it wasn't necessarily the one breakdown. It's just an accumulation of, you know, truth after the truth after the truth after the truth, and you experiencing it. Because I'm not just seeing it visually. I'm actually experiencing. You know, I'm experiencing the truth because my frequency is changing, just like all of you in the chat. If you're here consistent, because I see a lot of you here consistently every week, your frequency is changing. Your vibration is raising higher. And if you take the time to look and see and acknowledge the truth, you know, it'll help break you out the matrix. Peace and love, Ahati. I'm not gonna be long-winded. I text y'all brothers because I thought I wasn't gonna make it to the first break, but I made it. So, you know, but I just wanna, you know, I just wanna tell everybody, you know, them breakdowns, man, is like, because we so engulfed in the lie. Like the lie is just everywhere. It's just it's overbearing for me, man. I'm just being honest. I can't take the lie no more. Like everything is a lie. Every holiday, everything. And I'm just, you know, I'm tired of it. And Saba Tehuti is the breaker of the matrix. And I'm proud to say that I am stepping out of the matrix. And I invite all of you to join us and step out of the matrix with me and us. And with that being said, I'm going to let the good brother Hati talk. I'm not going to be long-winded. Peace and love, good brother. Love the background.
Peace and love, brother. That was excellent. You always seem excited now when you come on. That's great energy. I love it. And peace to Scribe. Hotep Ma'at.
Hotep Ma'at, my brother. Peace.
The good, loyal architect, the driver behind the system that we're building here. So peace to you. And I want to say hail to Saba, Amenhotep Ra, hail to Kemet, Makaru, Makaru, Makaru. That is our victory voice. I want to say peace to the chat. I saw IMANIFESTO in there. Peace to the great supporter, IMANIFESTO. I saw Truth Seeker 22 earlier. Peace to you. Peace to Iskari, the warrior brother. Peace to you. Yes, I remember when Saba taught about the Boskop man, and he didn't mention the Atacoma man either, Beans, but that was a great lesson also. And there's so much information out there, as Arcat said, that we don't realize how much the enemy has, which is the Tomahawks, and they use it against us daily because they know we're more into their technical gadgets like our cell phones and Instagram and so on and so forth. But this is a great lesson for us because it gives us hope that we can utilize the intelligence that our ancestors had and actually left for us within Kemet. All we need to do is just decipher the teachings that were left behind for us, and we have the great master teachers to guide us in doing that. So it's a beautiful thing, especially during what they call this weekend, the holiday weekend. And there's a lot of Isfet chaos going on and a lot of lies being perpetuated year after year. It's almost, well, I'm going to say for us that have our eyes open, it does seem ridiculous. And it seems like, it's 2022 and you're still following this false holiday, Thanksgiving. But again, it's the magic that's being spell casted over everybody out there that's not listening to the master teacher. And we have to be the eyes. We have to be like mighty Heru, as SABA taught last week, and be that vision into the future. Be their guide, whether it's your mates, your family members, your mothers, your sisters, your brothers, your fathers. In my opinion, it's my obligation, no matter if I get my feelings hurt, to perpetuate my art, to perpetuate the truth in every situation that I'm in. And I'll just give you a personal story right now, and I will pass the mic. So I had an interesting experience a couple days ago. I was getting ready to go out to work, and there's a young brother that I met unintentionally, but he walked past me and he said I was looking like a tough guy, a hard rock. I was staring at him. We were at the bus stop. And so I let it go, and then he stood there at the bus stop and he kept looking at me. And I was looking at him, and he said, "Man, what are you staring at, man? What are you staring at?" And I want to shout out this brother if he's out there, too. I apologize if I forgot your name, but he was like, "What are you looking at, man? What are you looking at?" So I knew he was already caught up in his emotions. So I just started talking to him in Tehuti's frequency, which is 7 hertz, SABA's frequency, and I just started talking to him. Very calm, very peaceful. I didn't tell him I understood where he's coming from. I didn't do any of that. I just started saying, "Man, that is great anger within you. That energy that you're directing towards me is great. Only if we could direct that collectively towards the enemy, you could move mountains with that anger that's within you." And he looked at me because I guess he thought I was going to get into my feelings when he was challenging my manhood. And I didn't, and I was able to make a friend out of a potential foe. And this is the message. If you ever go to our Sunday study guide classes, you'll see the picture of the great Tehuti Mos, who I saw his comrade here, Shembo Shane. So I know Tehuti's okay if Shembo Shane is still showing up to these pod classes. Shout out to Shembo Shane. Tehuti Mos is good. When I don't see you, Shembo Shane, then I'll get worried. But I see you, so I know he's good. So if you look at the video that's played at the end of the Sunday study guide classes, it shows Tehuti Mos. And he says that we turn our enemies into potential allies. It says something like that with the Makaru. So when I look at sisters, brothers, no matter who they are, I don't see an enemy anymore. I don't see anybody that I have to challenge or have to prove anything to. I look at them as potential comrades, potential people that can help us perpetuate what Tehuti's vision is with these pod classes. And it's interesting because we both took the bus, and when he left, he said, "Peace." He said, "Thank you for the knowledge, good brother." And I'm only sharing that for the people out there that might have contention going on, have encountered situations where they reacted emotionally. And the brother was only 19 too, which is beautiful. He's very young. Never heard anything I ever talked about before. And yeah, it was beautiful. It's beautiful for me because I remember a time when I didn't have the teachings of my aunt, and that would have been what we used to call on and popping. It would have been go time. But I love it because there's so much more potential when you act into Tehuti's frequency. And you can, in my experience, I'm only speaking for myself, this can only be acquired by implementing the teachings within your life and being challenged. So if I just took Tehuti's teachings in his books and sat here in my comfortable, secure home and never went outside or only drove in my car or whatever you do, and never rode a public bus or transportation or walked down the street, to me, that's not living my art. That's just me, though. That's just me. I don't want anybody to take this personal. That's just me. I have to be challenged. And I was definitely challenged because I didn't know what the brother had on him. He could have pulled out a knife, a gun, whatever. Then what are you going to do? Then the teachings are really on the line, right? But I I'm just going to say a friend for these purposes, and it's a great teaching lesson as well. And that's what it means to me. That's what I get out of these classes. I get more than what Saba brings with his time. I show Saba that his time is spent wisely, that he's not just doing this. He's not wasting his time, basically. And I know he gets donations. I know there's a lot of supporters in the chat. I know that's happening, but I know also from knowing him personally that he loves to hear stories like this, because it shows that his teachings are literally working in real time. So I'll pass the mic to one of you good brothers, and to everyone in the chat, have a great night.
You want to go, Scribe, or you want me to go?
You can go ahead, my brother.
Well, I was just gonna say I had a similar experience at my job with another brother. It's actually someone that I work with, one of my coworkers. You know, he an older brother, a little older than me. And you know, at my job, I'm always dropping little jewels on him. And I don't think that he didn't take my direction, because I'm a supervisor, I'm a leader. And I don't think he liked what I said, although I was polite and it was something he signed up for. It wasn't something out of the ordinary. But in acknowledging what Ahati said, the good brother, I was able to diffuse the situation because, again, his anger was directed at me, but I didn't direct my anger at him. And I also implored him to redirect that anger in the right direction, because I was quickly able to recognize myself in him, because I was an angry brother just running around and with misdirected anger and just mad at the world, mad at everybody, you know. And well, you know what, I'm gonna just be real. I wasn't mad at everybody. I was mad at more of the people that looked like me. You know, I was so caught up in the matrix that anger was misdirected, as the good brother Monty said. And that's the unfortunate thing about us, is that, you know, we're so lost that we direct the anger at ourselves. You know, and again, that's one of the things that Saba spoke about in the class, is about, you know, just working on yourself first. You know, being able to develop that discipline. And that's one of the things that I'm working on now, very, 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 very seriously, is working on the discipline with myself and being able to just move different, be more consistent with my life. And that's the thing too, like the teachers hit so hard that it wasn't just one thing. It's an accumulation of things, because as I add the pieces up and start to see the truth, I begin to understand how real Ma'at is, how real the Natiru are. Because as I continuously say, I was not heading in this direction, I wasn't looking, at least I didn't think I was, but obviously I was, because I'm here. And I'm grateful, because I understand how much Saba loves us and he loves his people, that he is the only one out there actually just telling the truth without his opinion. He's just telling the truth. If you guys out in the chat are able to really recognize that, and I'm not asking you to compare him to anybody, but you can do what you want to do, but he's the only one on the planet, on the actual planet, that is teaching his people this knowledge the way it is supposed to be taught. Period. If there's another brother out there, or if there's another movement or something that is teaching, you know, breaking down the ancestors' knowledge, the stuff that they actually wrote in the stones and on the papyrus, if they out there, like Saba said, put it in the chat. Show us, right? Join us. You understand? So that, acknowledging that, of how much he loves his people, that hit hard. I was emotional for that, because I never met this brother before in my life. And to have a brother, someone that looks like me, come and tell me the truth the whole truth and nothing but my art in the way that it's supposed to be broken down, it hit different. It definitely hit different, and it touched me in a way that I've never experienced that type of truth before. And it was a little scary, but at the same time, it's so beautiful because, like Ahati said, for the first time I was able to see that there is hope. There is hope. You understand? We just have to acknowledge the truth, and then we have to take responsibility and take accountability for ourselves and start to develop the discipline necessary to actually get out of the matrix, right? Because no matter what you do, it is all over. It is physical, it is invisible, it is everywhere. Once you begin to realize that, then hopefully you'll be able to step out of the matrix with us. I'm not going to be long-winded. Go to the website, teachingsofmaat.org. Shout out to that good brother Tehuti Most. Shout out to AJ. Shout out to everyone in the chat. Shannon. I'm not looking at my phone. I can't see the chat. Y'all know I don't read the chat most. But shout out to all you good brothers and sisters in the chat. And I was able to share the link with a couple of sisters today. Actually, this week, some sisters were interested in something I said. I don't know what it was that I said to them, but they actually came and sought me out, and I was able to share the link with them. So, hopefully we'll see them. Actually, it was actually a couple of sisters that I shared the link with. So Ahati, good brother, them sisters are coming. Hopefully, because we need the sisters for sure. We need our mothers and aunties and grandmothers. We need them to get this knowledge and be able to help the children, because it is about the children and it is about the truth. And how many lies are you going to tell your children? You're going to continue to tell your children lies, the Easter Bunny, the Tooth Fairy, and then you're going to tell them not to lie to you, but yet year after year, day after day, pagan holiday after pagan holiday, you lie to your children and tell them lies and teach them lies instead of teaching them the truth. It's just, we're in a special time, and I just hope that everyone out there actually recognizes what a beautiful time we're in, that we're able to download this, go back and study this lesson, because this is invaluable information. And with that, I'm gonna allow my good brother Scribe to come on before Saba comes back. Peace and love to the chat. Hotep Ma'at.
Yeah, always great words, my brother Arcad. Peace and love, Ahati. Thank you for sharing that. We always need to hear these occurrences that happen where my eye is working in real time. And how, because I see a lot of people always ask, how can these teachings be used today? And it's very simple, and once you implement them and learn about these things on a root level, and because a lot of times we take for granted knowing or where we're at and just our basic ability to be able to speak. So, one of the things that, I do is I always try to just remain humble and understand that these things aren't just, we're not obligated to these things. These are very important frequencies that we're receiving to where it can affect us in our real lives, so it's always amazing to be able to reciprocate that and share that kind of energy. And by being able to implement these teachings, such as being able to just stay calm in certain situations, and these days, small altercations end up in a result of a life ending, over nothing. A lot of times it's over nothing. And all it takes is just a conversation, and 9 times out of 10, you'll come to a realization that it's really a misunderstanding, or not even just a misunderstanding. It's just perception, in the way the matrix is so hypnotizing and so distracting from what it is that the truth is. We as a people take our anger and we utilize it towards each other just because we're confused. And this is why this classroom here, this pod class here, is so important, just for the history of our people and consciousness. You know, this is something that's never been done before, and it gives us the ability to go to the source, to not be distracted by all these false teachings that have just been copied and warped and twisted and given back to us through a language that is literally built to do that. So going back to the source with these type of teachings really allows you to remove that veil and start making wiser decisions based on ma'at, because you see the results in your life. So, you know, for me personally, I know one level of growth that I personally received from applying the teachings of ma'at is my child's mother. You know, we always kind of had a rocky relationship, and I started to do something different, you know, start implementing some of these things that I'm reading and learning from the ancient ones. And I immediately start seeing results, and we've been able to connect and grow in a way that we never have. And that benefits my daughter, it benefits my child, you know, and she gets to see a different side. And it started with self being able to look in the mirror and not point the finger, look at self and implement what the ancestors wrote down for us. So it's very powerful, you know, when you see these results or things that you didn't even recognize or realize was possible. And that's one thing that SABA Tehuti does excellent, consistently, time and time again, is the impossible is not really real. This matrix is not real. We have more control of this physical reality than we think that we do, you know. And the beautiful thing about it is our ancestors were so genius that they wrote it and left it in a way to where we will have it for thousands and thousands and thousands of years to come. That's mind-blowing stuff, you know. And to understand how we've de-evolved over time, this matrix is definitely very, very, very deep, you know. So this is a reason why we have a hard time gathering together and understanding why it's so important for us to consistently, on a daily basis, check yourself and keep yourself engulfed in this type of frequency, because there's so many distractions. And you know, this is what's going to allow us to be able to grow on a foundation of ma'at, which is truth. And it changes everything in your life, which changes everything around you. So with that being said, peace and love to everyone in the chat, and peace and love to the great SABA Tehuti, who has made his appearance back looking amazing. Tua.
Looking young. You look like your age regression. Your age regressing hecka is working beautifully. This guy looks younger than me. What's going on?
Thank you. Thank you. A young lady that I spoke to recently, named Bella, told me the same thing. That I looked when she went back to my earlier classes, that I look younger now than when I first started the classes. Thank you. Yes, I'm doing a lot of different things. A lot of different things. I gotta get it all in before I go back to Proxima B. Oh man. Okay, wonderful, gentlemen. Arcade, you're the most vocal. I don't know. When you came on first, you were the shyest, non-talking. Oh my God, you were laying on the bed. Wow. You're the most.
Saba, you know what it was, right? The thing is I understand my responsibility, and it's like this is here forever, and I can't be up here. My children are gonna watch this one day. And when you look at the internet, it's so much porn and foolishness and speaking so ignorantly that I wasn't confident in being able to, speak and say something that I would be proud of in 5 years or in 2 years, or that my children would be proud of. So that was my reluctancy. So that shows the power of your teachings as well. If I just want to point that out. So peace and love, and thank you for that. Peace and love, Saba.
And say that very last part again. It chopped up. Say the very last two sentences again.
I said, peace and love to you.
No. Your explanation of your change. The last two.
Oh, because I understand my responsibility, and I know that this information is gonna be here, and I didn't want to get up here and say something that my children would see, and that I wouldn't be able to stand on, in a year or two. I was so caught up in the ISFET that I understood that. Like I'm not gonna get on and say something that in 5 years I still don't stand on. I mean, yes, we're evolving, but I understand that I have a responsibility in what I say and how I'm perceived, and I don't want to be one of them people that you hear just up on the mic, just that ain't me, just up there just blabbering, and that's not me, man. I just want to, I want the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but my art, and I want to teach that to my children, and that's what I stand on, and that's it. And I wasn't confident in that because I'm so surrounded with ignorance. Is that you absorb it a little bit, the rap music, the TV, all of that. So I understand my responsibility in the things that I say, and I just want that to be respected. So I'm conscious of that. So that's my reluctance. But as I grow from your teachings, I will be able to stand on it.
Wow, awesome, my brother. I like that. I noticed that you and someone in the room said this is about the children. Actually, I'm going to answer this. There's one question just came in from IMANIFESTO. The next one is going to be me talking about the laws of Ma'at. And I'm going to break down that the first law of Ma'at, the very first writing of Ma'at, was about being an example for the children. Nobody knows that one. We're going to break it down, though. Let me fix this camera. All right, Scorpion King. It's like shiny black armor. All right, everybody, we're going to get into the next question. Peace and love, brothers. We're going to come right back on after this. I love you. Oh, there's somebody missing. AJ Magul and Tehuti most. I don't know what happened. But AJ Magul, I don't see him here. Shout out to AJ Magul, wherever he may be. Shout out to the good brother Scribe. There he is with is that a fuchsia? I don't even know what color that is. Purple? Fuchsia?
It's like a maroon, dark purple. It's a unique color.
I like that. I like it. Okay. Yeah, Arcad, shout out to you, my good brother. Dedicated. You're gonna love a question came in about the laws of Ma'at. You're gonna love this. You're gonna screenshot. You're gonna screenshot the screen to grab the laws. I'm gonna show the laws of Ma'at in English and the meta-native. All right, this is gonna be awesome. And Ahati Ma'at. You know what it is? Sorry, you know what it is? It's the sweet potato. Without me working out so close to each other, it's causing me to have a cough. Once it digests, it goes away. Because usually I wouldn't eat till 7. Okay. All right. Shout out to Ahati Ma'at. Where is it? There he is. Ahati Ma'at right there with an interesting background. Got the red. I don't know what. What does that say there in the red Ahati? What does that say?
It says Nechi M Ma'at.
Nechi. Nech? What you taught about now?
Netchti, Nechi M Ma'at. And it means protectors of Ma'at or protectors of truth.
Yeah, my goddess just did a class on that.
Yeah, yes,
Wednesday.
because it deals with the goddesses too. That's why I put it out there.
Yeah.
And I got the community symbol dealing with Nun.
Yeah, the Nechi to protect, to grasp, to hold fast. Ah, very good. Very good. We just did a class on that.
Yeah, so those will be your defenders. So everybody.
Say that again, Hati. Those are what?
Those will be your protectors. Everybody is witnessing this for the first time because the first time I brought it out. This will be your protective force. So those of you that don't have fear, get in contact with us. You can contact the scribe through teachingsofmahat.org.
Beautiful. And speaking of that, the next question in that I see here from IMANIFESTO is about a protection weapon. And I'm going to emphasize that Kemet was about weaponry and protection, and we're going to get into it, everybody. Here we go. All right, gentlemen, you all can exit. Hotep, come on back after the next 2 questions, and let's go. Love you all. You all are awesome. All right, everybody. Ready, everybody? Here we go. Next question in. For those who saw that answer, support. If you think that what I'm doing is worth anything to you, if you think that what I'm doing and what I'm manifesting in front of you has any type of value, please support with Cash App TT A lot of people did it last week, actually, after the class was done. Thank you all for doing that. We're going to read some more of those coming up. Shout out to you all. That's the PayPal. Please support. I'm going to do a couple more. I'm going to do 3 more donations. I'm going to get into the next question. Okay, shout out to this is Eric Guado. I think this is Eric. That's it. Yep. Eric Guado. Eric. That's it. We'll go ahead and show him on the screen. We're going to get into the next question in a minute. Let me just give everybody the respect for those who are supporting, because the support is what keeps me here. Right, Scorpion King? Is that right? Shout out to Eric. That's it. $20. Appreciate that. Thank you very much, my good brother. Thank you all. The donations are what keeps me going, because this is literally what I do for a living. That's Eric. That's it. And then shout out to, this is a constant donator. This man sometimes donates twice. He'll donate in the week, and then he'll donate in the class. This is none other than the good brother Amun Ma'at Ra. $1333, the sacred numbers. Shout out to Amun Ma'at Ra. Appreciate that, my brother. Thank you for the support. He just sent for support. Thank you. I appreciate that. You are awesome. And we'll do. Well, here's oh. I look forward to getting to this question. Hold on, Scorpion King. Shout out to ATUMM. I love this question. I'm going to put this in the file. Hold on. Shout out to ATUMM, who sends this question here. And I will get this question as soon as I can. I'd love to get to it right now, but 1072 for can you explain the origin of the Septuagint, Hotep? let me mark your question in case we don't get it tonight. I will definitely get it at the beginning of next class. Let me go and mark this. Where are you? There it is. I'm going to go ahead and make a mark here. Note. Boom. Shout out to you, my good brother. And one last one, Do Dilly. I think this is Metter G. Do Dilly. Yes, kinetic energy. Kinetic Metter G. Netter G. Has a bunch of different similar sounding names. Let me give him a shout out. Do Dilly. Shout out to Kinetic Energy for due diligence, support, due diligence. He is showing his support. Thank you, my brother. He put front and center, so he is here. Shout out to you. Now, we're going to get into the next question. A young sister asked, she asked, can we, look at this, now it's blurry. Fix this. There we go. I'm back. Carolina says SABA. Can we see the scorpion closer? Absolutely. Watch out for that tail. It's like a black weapon. That is the Scorpion King. And you'll see it turns blue in the dark. In the dark, when you shine a light on it, he turns blue. There he is. His name is Scorpion King. Okay. There we go. Boom. Okay, Scorpion King, you're going to go over here for just a moment. And hold on just a moment over here. And then we're going to get into the next question. You go to sleep for just a minute. Awesome. Get a good rest. All right, here we go, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. We are back. In effect, let me get these off the screen. Boom. Get into the next question. Please support. Take this off the screen here. And we're going to get into the next question. Because we deal with what, everybody? Ancestor artifacts over religious opinions. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. We're going to look at the next question that was sent in. Let me see if I can look for it here. What's the next question here? This is from IMANIFESTO. IMANIFESTO. Boom. Oh, hold on. Trying to get it on the screen. It won't move. Hold on. What's going on? There we go. Okay, shout out to IMANIFESTO, a consistent donator who sends a question in. We're going to put this on the screen. Ingenuity, and he said he actually sent in $35. He broke it up into parts. So those new people that are watching, he actually sent in $15 for this one because he sent in one that said question and email, and $5 for the ingenuity of the Khopesh weapon. Very interesting, right? What is that? Okay. And here is the other 10. He said question sent to email. Shout out to IMANIFESTO. Appreciate that, my good brother. He actually gave a lot of separate donations. Shout out to you, my good brother. Okay. Here we go, everybody. What is the Khopesh? What is that? Now, he never asked for a big, thorough breakdown of the Khopesh. He just wants to know a little bit about the ingenuity. So let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. We're here. You can answer every question from the evolution of man to life on other planets, Earth-like planets, to the laws of Ma'at. So now, a brother randomly asking about something called the Khopesh. Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. Is the brother here? Is the brother here? Brother IMANIFESTO, are you here, my brother? Yep, water for SABA. He is here. Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. What is the Khopesh? What's the ingenuity of the Khopesh? Let's just explain what the Khopesh is in general anyways, because I'm sure most people in this room don't even know what the Khopesh is. Here we go. Yes. Here we go. Everybody see this? What is this? Very interesting and unique looking tool. Why is it shaped like this? The question is asked. Is there any ingenuity to it? Take a look at it. Very interesting tool, right? Is there any ingenuity to it? Being uniquely shaped like this? Why is it shaped like this? It looks like a weapon, right? It looks like a sword, but much different from a sword. It's shaped. Very interesting. We're just frozen up. It's shaped very interesting. Press a 1 if you can hear me. My computer just did something it froze for a second. Press a 1 if you can hear me. Press a 1 if you can hear me. All right. Shout out to this good brother here who always donates using cryptocurrency. Thank you. All right. So what is this thing? Why is it shaped like this? IMANIFESTO says he says short. He says curved short sword. It's very interesting. Scythe, our cultivating tool. That's actually how it started before it was a weapon. Let's get into it, everybody. Shout out to Boots. Shout out to Rigo. Robert Williams. Shout out to everybody. Big babes. Let's get into this tool. Why is it shaped like this? Why is it shaped like this? Here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Pod class. It is the Khopesh, which became very popular during the New Kingdom, 1570 to 1070 BC, when it was used as a symbol of royal power. Although the Khopesh dates back to about 2500 BC. Here is Ramesses subduing his enemies, brandishing a Khopesh in his right hand from the Astrakhan Museum of Fine Arts in Boston. Let's blow it up. Very interesting looking tool. It has a curve to it, has a little hook right here, different variations of it. What does it do? Why is it shaped like this? That you will find out right here at the Tehuti pod class. Here we go. It's the first time that a carved blade was used in a war as a war sword. As far as ingenuity, its size was 50 to 60 centimeters in length, and it's made up of three main parts: a hilt of about 18 centimeters, straight section within the edge of about 1.5 and 15 and 30 centimeters, and a crescent-shaped end with a sharp outer edge measuring between 30 and 40 centimeters. Unlike other carved tools of this time, such as scythes, that's what IMANIFESTO put. It actually came from the scythe, but right now it's not a scythe. The difference between this and a scythe is that they're sharp on the inside edge of the curve, or normal straight edge swords are sharp on both edges. The Khopesh sword is sharpened on the outside edge of the curved blade. But why? This is the ingenuity. The benefit of this ingenuitive exact shape was the inside curve of the weapon could be used to trap an opponent's arm. It actually can hold people, or to pull an opponent's shield. As you can see, if you look close at Ramesses II's Khopesh in the Louvre Museum, it will make more sense to you. Look at that. See that? So look how it's shaped. It's shaped perfectly to grab something in here and out here, and it traps things. It's only sharp on one side. One side is for holding. Bronze Khopesh with the name of Pharaoh Ramesses II in the Louvre Museum. This is the ingenuity of this weapon. Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti pod class. I think it was about 8:50 when I started. Let's go. Here it is right here. Now we're in the Louvre Museum in Paris, and you can get a good look. It has a very unique shape. There's different versions of it. Some have hooks on this end too, which I'm going to show you. I'm going to move around for you live. I'm going to show you moving in the animation. A little bonus. So there it is right there. Louvre Museum. And there's a Khopesh. So it's not a regular sword. It's actually made as a holding device as well. Okay. This is not for the faint-hearted. Let me break this down right here. This is not for the faint-hearted. Now, is this information for the hippie, esoteric breatharians who believe Kemet was a religion of rubbing crystals together and reading horoscopes and loving the world like We Are the World concerts? This is for those that understand Kemet was a country. And in order to have a country, you need a defending military presence to protect it, which entails violent weaponry and efficient killing tools. Now let me continue with the Khopesh. So when people teach about Kemet, they teach about Kemet like Kemet is a religion. Kemet was a country. In order to have a country, you have to have a defending military that is very precise and skilled in killing weaponry. This is the part of Kemet that nobody wants, I know. Everybody wants crystals and rubbing sage together, and nobody wants the fact that everybody's just comfortable living in America, not thinking that if you really want to be Kemetic, you want to start working on building your environment, a protective force, like Ahati just said. There's a protection. Every country has a military. Only when you're stagnant and you feel completely secure in the country you're in, do you only focus on the religious side of things and not focus on the fact that you have to build a protection. If what you're teaching is the truth, there's going to be those that come for you, just like those that came for Kemet. So this is not for the faint-hearted. We're going to get into some graphic details. Here we go. So when studied by Brian Alm at the University of Chicago to demonstrate real-life use, he says, I can still thrust with it because the curve is so created that the thrust point is in a direct line with my shoulder. So it's designed to thrust perfectly like a sword because the curve curves back to where the shoulder would align. And it also has this little hook. I can hook an enemy's shield and bring it down and jab him in the face. Most important, the crescent axe blade presents a long cutting edge for accurate slashing. And the short handle permits faster cycling of the weapon than a long-handled axe could manage. That means you could hit and bring it back, hit, bring it back, hit, bring it back. Different from an axe that you're swinging. It's much different. Due to the increased radius of the swing arc, the T.O.M axe is its short handle, only about 2 feet, 64 centimeters long, half of which is a blade. From the length of the handle of the curve of the blade, it is clear that the essential application of this weapon was to slash down on the neck and shoulder of the enemy. So it's designed to grab the neck and shoulder and rip down. As it rips down, it brings the enemy to the ground, and then you can stab him after that. Or you can grab the shield. Okay? I know they don't teach this in church because Jesus never fought anybody. Okay, so let's continue going. Another ingenious aspect of the ingenuity of the Khopesh is that it had the cutting ability of the slashing netter axe while simultaneously the point that aligns with the wrist and allows for a penetrative thrust. This combined with the shield disarming ability made it a 3-in-1 utility weapon. This was completely advanced. I will show you our Kemetic ancestors using, experimenting, and defending us with these different forms, which evolved into the great utility weapon. Okay, so here are the different weapons, and then the Khopesh was the peak of it, but they used them all. So here we are in the painted relief of the temple of Queen Hatshepsut, light infantry on parade carrying standard battle axes and palm fronds. So here, blow it up, and we see them there. These are the defenders of Hatshepsut, and there's the netter symbol, the battle axe. A great weapon evolved, but it doesn't have the cycling response and the alignment of the shoulder and the wrist that the Khopesh has. So you have to swing it and then bring it back. Whereas a Khopesh, you could do jabs, stabs, hooks, pull downs. It was very, very advanced. But this was a beautiful tool because it also represented the netter. So there is Hatshepsut's army that defends her to the death. And there they are with the netter symbols of death and killing. And right beside it is the ostrich of Ma'at. Okay? We have to be ready and prepared for both. I know everybody just wants the astrology and rubbing fingers and smudging, but no. When you're building a country like the Kemetians did, if they didn't have this army, there would be no Kemet for us to study. So here we go. So now we're going to move into the area of the mortuary temple, again of Hatshepsut and Djeseru, which is the Holy of Holies, 1480 BC with the Khopesh. And we'll blow it up. This is black and white, but you can see it right in his hand right here. There's a version of it. There's smaller ones, larger ones. And this is the infantry over here with the netter axe, blade. And over here with the Khopesh and the spears used for defense. And there's a little Khopesh right there. There's little ones and there's bigger ones. So there's a Khopesh right there, all there to defend Hatshepsut to the death. Okay. Here is Ramesses. He has a version of it. This one was in its evolutionary stage of what like IMANIFESTO called the scythe. So this is in its intermediate stage where it wasn't used for farming, but it wasn't quite the Khopesh. It was forming into it. It doesn't have quite the hook. It's still in between the scythe and the Khopesh weapon. And there's Ramesses holding that in war, defending you. Okay, there it is right there. So there's different evolutions of it. And here's a statue of Ramesses again. This is Ramesses That's Ramesses II, but here we're going to go to Ramesses Ramesses VI, smiting the Libyan captive. Granite statue depicts King Ramesses VI standing, grabbing the hair of a Libyan captive in his left hand, and the axe, the Neter symbol, in the right. This is New Kingdom, 20th century Ramesses period, 1189, 1077 BC, from the Temple of Amun, Karnak, now in the Luxor Museum, CG 42152. And there's a Neter symbol on Ramesses' chest. Okay? So the Ramesses had scythes, they had Khopeshes, they had the Neter axe, utilizing them all, but the Khopesh was the most efficient. Now, here's the Neter Amun, because you have the Netiru offering the Khopesh, a version of the Khopesh, as a sickle scythe to Ramesses III, as he strikes and captures the enemy. There's a Khopesh scythe right there, with that crescent-type shape, and there is he offering to Ramesses. All right, so we see them using different weaponry. All right, so we're going to blow this up. We're going to go to the British Museum, and this is the sword. This is the common sword that you would see King Tut Amun with, Ramesses, Tehutimos. This is the common sword. This is EA 36780 from the New Kingdom period. So here it is. This is the sword, the Kemetic sword. This is a blade for slashing and stabbing. So this is very efficient for slashing, stabbing when you're defending yourself or fighting in the war. Then we have the beautiful Neter axe, do different versions of them. One with a larger blade for bigger hitting and cutting range, and one with a shorter blade that looks like the more common Neter symbol. So one is for slashing and stabbing, the Kemetic sword for slashing, stabbing, and the Neter axe, this one is for its hacking abilities. So you're not slashing and stabbing, this is hacking like that you wouldn't be able to do with a sword. So one is good for slashing, stabbing the enemy, one is good for the hacking ability. And then you have the Khopesh, advanced Khopesh, has hacking, slashing, disarming, 3-in-1 ingenuity weapon. And there it is, IMANIFESTO. There is my answer of the ingenuity of the Khopesh and how it is much different than all the other weapons in Kemet. It's actually 3 to 4 weapons in one. It has the slashing, stabbing of the sword blade. It has the hacking ability of the Neter axe, and it also has the disarming ability to grab, and you can actually hook and pull down. I'm going to show you a short animation video that I'm going to show to you where I'm going to show it in different angles moving around, and as it moves around you'll actually be able to see where parts of it can grab and pull down, even though you can see it right here. So that is my answer, my brother IMANIFESTO, for the simple question of what is the ingenuity of the Khopesh. Boom. There is my answer. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. I'm going to take it off the screen share, and I'm going to show the example of it moving in a 3-dimensional form, so you'll be able to see from different angles what it can do in different angles. You'll be able to see. Let's see if we can put this here. Actually, I'll go like this. Boom. Go like this. And here it is for you. Boom, there it is. I have it shown in different angles, moving it around, so you can see how beautiful it is and how advanced it is. This is like a perfect one. This one is this one here you can see. I'll play it again, show it again. You can see where it can stab at the shoulder length and stab also at the wrist point, which is your strongest stab because it has your longest strength. It is pushing directly. That's why when they tell you in martial arts to punch, they don't tell you to punch like this. They tell you to punch like this, straight, straight. You can hit the hardest punching straight because of your bones. The Khopesh can hit and stab with its range matching the shoulder and also matching the wrist. And at the same time, if you look at it from the angles, it can grab right here. It can grab on the other end and grab and pull you down while tearing your shoulder off, or you can grab the shield and pull it away from the person. You can also, if you also look at it, it's shaped also like a can opener. You know, a can opener you can hook. Well, imagine the top of the can, the top of the bottle is a shield from the top, and you can hook it and also pull it away from the top. You can pull it away from somebody from the top. You can hook their shield from the back of it, pull down while pulling down on their shoulder, while pulling them down to the ground. This is an ingenious combination utility tool that has the hacking ability of the axe. It hits like this. It has the slashing ability, stabbing ability of the sword, and then it has a disarmament angles. 3-in-1. That is my answer. Thank you, my good brother IMANIFESTO, for asking the question. That is the Khopesh weapon, hardly and rarely spoken about in the conscious community, because, of course, in the conscious community, brothers and sisters don't speak about weaponry and killing people because we just want to rub hands and smudge our eyes and pick daisies. But in the real Kemet, you had to defend the country, or you wouldn't have any daisies to pick. All right, boom. That is my answer. Thank you, IMANIFESTO. I'm going to check the chat room. I wanted to give you this little treat here of looking at it in all different directions so you could really appreciate how ingenious this is. Look at it. It has all 3-in-1. It's amazing. And then it has the protective handle. Look at it. Look at it. The metonator there is on the side. Beautiful weaponry. Boom. That is my answer, IMANIFESTO. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. For those who heard that answer, I'm going to go check the chat to see if anybody heard it, appreciate it. And let's check it out, everybody. And then we're going to go on to the next question. Let's check it out. Woo! Here we go, everybody. You ready? Let me check it out. Boom. Scribe said, you can put some major work in with Khopesh. Yeah. Yeah, you can literally use it to fight. And if you choose to, not even hurt the opponents, like they do in the martial arts movie. Like when Jet Li was in that movie, I forgot what it's called, Lethal Weapon, one of the movies where he showed the guy pointed the gun and he literally just mantled the gun, the cartridge dropped, and he just stood there just to show that I can kill you at any time, but also I can just disarm you and leave you helpless. The Khopesh could do the same thing. You could literally just disarm the person and their sword is over there and you're just standing over them with the Khopesh. Like, would you like to die now or flee? This is an advanced weapon and disarming tool. Let me go and check the Rigo says sick. You can put in work. Yep. IMANIFESTO said that one looks like vibranium. Interesting. Booth says praise to SABA for writing the ancestors like Heru Behutet, which we're going to talk about. Wrote out for Ra. Thank you, Boots. Appreciate that. Robert says, I need one of them. Imagine somebody come into the door. And of course, we have guns now, right? When you get into a fight, somebody pulls out a knife or a bat, and you pull out the scimitar sword. You pull out the Khopesh. They're like, what is this? Is this the Thor movie? What the hell is this? They'd run if anybody ever seen this thing pulled out. Okay, yes, you need one of those. You can actually get them. You can purchase them. They're actually available as a weapon. You can buy them today. Big Vapes gives hand claps. Nanny Aset Mer says ancestral artifacts over religious opinions. Tua Tehuti for your mind-blowing answers again and again. Cash Pete put up fire. Ahati put very interesting breakdown. Very interesting breakdown. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And IMANIFESTO said, one of my favorite teachers of all times. Boom, there we go. Glad you appreciate IMANIFESTO. let's get into the next question of the Tehuti pod class. Go to the website. Is it showing? Back it up. Go to the website, everybody, for your updates, which is magic, right? The teachings of Ma'at.org. Check it out, everybody. All right. All right. Boom, boom, boom. True Secret says, wash hands, wash hands, wash hands. Give me the link to the store. I'll get it for you. Send me email. There's actually a couple places, and they're real weapons too. There's different versions of them, and they're real. You can get them. Okay, everybody. Let me give a couple more shout outs to the donators, and then we're going to get into the next question, which you're going to love. The next question, everybody, because we're going to talk about our way of life. What is the way of life? So first of all, we're going to give some shout outs to, who is this? Daryl. He doesn't send in a question, just support. Thank you, my good brother. Appreciate you. Everybody, please send your support. This is what I do, everybody. This is what I do. I hope I'm worth more to you than the waiter that brought you a grilled cheese sandwich or wherever. I don't know. I don't know what waiters do, but whatever they do, they're getting more. They're getting donations. Okay, here we go. Boom. Shout out to Daryl, who sends $5.08 for pod class. Shout out to you, Daryl. I appreciate anything that everybody gives. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Appreciate that. Good brother. Daryl. Okay, let's get to the next one. I just got to show this again. This is so awesome, right? That is an awesome weapon. Ahati, you need that in your belt. All right, so shout out to... yeah, I know Kemet was going to chime in. Metallurgy. Yep, we did that on Kemet. That's right. Woo! Teachings of Ma'at.org. Boom. Okay, shout out to that. Next donation, of course, is coming from the one and only Mystery Man. The Mystery Man. Who is this man? Who is this awesome? Wait, let me cancel this out. Who is this awesome man from the very beginning, always sending in a donation in 9 to either sends in 18, 27, 36? He always sends in donations in multiples of 9. The Mystery Man, watching from I don't know where. He could be in the chat. I don't know where he is, but this man right here donates in sets of 9s, always right before the class begins. I just got to show that again. I'm gonna get one of these. Always before the class begins. The one and only. Who is he? I only know him by Nito Campbell, who says, what? Exposing lies told on Kemet. Nito Campbell, exposing lies told on Kemet. Thank you, my good brother. We're exposing them. We're exposing them. We are exposing them. Nito Campbell, the Mystery Man. Who is this man? Whoever you are, brother, you are always donating. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you very, very much. Appreciate it. Let's go. Thank you, Nito Campbell. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, all right, all right. Is it off the screen? Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. All right. Boom. Next one, next one, next one. Oh, I wanted to say something. A brother sent in a question, and I sent in a message on it. His name is Brent. And I'm going to put it in the room just to let everybody know that I acknowledge it. He sent in 9:59. I'm going to put it in the room. And he sent in a question. I had to send him a message on this. I'm sure he got it. Let me go ahead and put this in the room here. This is from last week. And he asked about, can I elaborate on the stone circles in South Africa and the Adam's calendar that is related to ancient Kemet and the Anunnaki? Shout out to Brent, for that support and that question. I had to send him a message to say that the information on that particular topic right now as it stands is insufficient for me to comment or teach on it. I actually have high respect for the gentleman Michael Tillinger, who actually bought his book, Slave Species of God, and gave it to my daughter some 17 years ago. Beautiful book. I like the direction that he's going in with linking the Anunnaki to South Africa, and I like it. But when it comes to Adam's calendar, that is something that directly comes from him. And at this point, I don't want to comment because I may contact him directly and get what I need from him directly and then talk about it, as opposed to, if I just break him down and then I'm on bad terms and then he actually had the information, I'd rather contact him directly. So shout out to Brent. He changed his question and he sent me a message with a change. I'm going to go look at it and then get to that when I can. Shout out. That looks interesting. 1 second, everybody. I got half commit. 1 second. Hold on. Yeah. Let me fix this a moment. I'll be right back with a half and half screen. 1 second. Okay, we're coming right back, everybody. We're just fixing the half and half screen. We want a full screen, not half and half. So let me fix that, and we'll get to the next donation, and we'll get to the next question. Yeah, that is another possibility there. So I don't want to go ahead and break him down. And his research and information is very thorough. So I have a little bit of faith that he has the piece of information that I need to teach on it. I don't feel comfortable teaching. You know me, I'm ancestor artifacts of religious opinion. I don't want to teach some fringe theory that doesn't have a particular piece of information that can verify the way Tehuti teaches. All right, everybody, let's go. Let's go. Okay, next donation, and then we're getting to the next question. So that is Nito Campbell. We got Anthony Drain, who is Zep Tepi Slim. We owe him and Nito Campbell send money at the same time. They always send it right before the class begins, and I can depend on them to always send in. This brother here always sends in this amount every time. Shout out to you, my good brother. Shout out to you. He always sends this in. I'm going to give him hand clap because he's consistent. He's very consistent with this. So shout out to you, my good brother. Appreciate you. This is Anthony Drain, also known as Zep Tepi Slim. Shout out to you, my brother. Okay. B. Get Leisure, gotta shout him out. He just sent one. Oh, B. Get Leisure has these questions, man. Here we go. With the B. Get Leisure unique, the most unique questions on the earth. Let's go, B. Get Leisure. Let me go ahead and read this out. And I'll get to it. I'll get to it when I can. Oh, 1 second, everybody, hold on. B. Get Leisure sends. B. Get Leisure. Where is he? Oh, I'm showing on the screen. Hold on. There we go. Shout out to Be Get Leisure, who sends in, what is it? PayPal of $25. Shout out Be Get Leisure. And what does it say? What does it say? What does it say? It says, Peace, Saba. I want our ancestors explain. Wait. Hold on, let me take the top off. Okay, so my great brother, my awesome brother, Be Get Leisure, I have to always kind of translate. So let me go and read this slowly because Peace, Saba. I want our ancestors explain about straw man, or is it golem, scarecrow, or straw man concept. I met fake reality when I was younger. Sounds crazy, but saw it in our matrix. If audience is curious to know, end story, I will finish tale. We Get Leisure with the interesting question. I'm gonna have to contact him, and I guess he wants to answer. What is this? What is a scarecrow? Or is it a golem? A golem. Wow. Oh boy. We're gonna get to that. Be Get Leisure. He is awesome. Thank you for the $25 donation from the one and only Be Get Leisure with the unique questions never seen before, ever before. Okay, everybody, let's get into the next set of questions. Next set of questions, everybody. Please, everybody. I'm not really seeing that much support today. Wait. Please, everybody, for those who see the way that I break down answers and see what I do, the quality of what I do, please send in your support. This is what I do. I am worth more than the sugar you buy. I promise you that I'm worth more than the Cheerios and the cotton candy apples that you buy for your children, and the Netflix, and anything else that people waste money on. This is about providing you with something that's never been done before, which is setting up a class strictly based on what you ask. I'm going to be right back in a moment. I'll be back in about 2 minutes, and then I'm going to answer the next question. And I'm going to put the next question on the screen because this is the great one. This is a great one. Coming in from ATUMM again, sorry. Look at this question, everybody. You all are going to love this. And we're going to do interaction with this, and you all are going to learn about our way of life and the thinking of our ancestors from this. I'll put this up in the room, and then I'll be right back. Here it is. Shout out to this question. Everybody get a good look. What are the laws within Ma'at? Do you all see that? You all are going to love it. Scribe, everybody. Arcad Infinite. You're going to love this because you always want guidance on how to, what to do in the family home, what to do as a man, step by step. So what is Hika Kapara? Where's Hika Kapara today? Okay, I'm going to be right back in just a second, and I'm going to answer this question. I'll be right back. Okay, we are back. In position myself. Let's get to it. Let's get to it. Okay, here we go, everybody. This is going to be beautiful. Let me get a mic check. Make sure everybody can hear me. Mic check. Let me make sure everybody can hear me. Mic check. Mic check. Press 1. Front row and center. Kinetic energy. Shannon South R. I'm stuffed. Oh, they're recovering from Turkey Day. Well, that's right. That's right. Oh, I forgot they do the serial killer thing. Okay, let me get this off the screen. And all right, so the question is the laws of Ma'at. I covered this once before, but I have to cover it consistently because there's always new people. But this has much more information than what I covered before. So here we go, everybody. We'll put it on the screen again, and then we'll get into this question, the laws of Ma'at. Let me expand this, move this up, move this to the side. Here we go. Move this down, do a screen share for everybody so we can get into the question and the answer that everyone is going to love. And here it is. Here's the question once again, which is, appreciate you from ATUMM. What are the laws within Ma'at? Let's analyze it, everybody. Let's get into it. I'm going to show sources where you can get it, show you the wisdom, and show you the things that I apply to my personal life. My screen got frozen. Press a 1 again if you can hear me. 1 again if you can hear me. My screen did the freeze up, the good old freeze up. 1 again if you can hear me. Just press a 1 and we will continue. Stephen E., what's up? It's a good brother right there. Okay, here we go, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti pod class. Now here we go. 9:34. Most people getting into Kemet ask, what are the laws of Ma'at? Then immediately they are taken down a hypnotic narrative of lies. So first I will dispel those lies and openly state what the laws of Ma'at are not. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to the pod class. So as soon as you look up the laws of Ma'at, here's what you will see. 42 laws of Ma'at. People quote this on every single conscious channel. 42 laws of Ma'at. Let's see what they say. I honor virtue. I benefit gratitude. I am peaceful. I respect property of others. I affirm all the life that is sacred. I live in truth. I consume only my fair share. Now this is interesting. All these are good things. But where does this come from? Where does this say this anywhere? Where are they quoting this from? And this is on, I'm going to show you this on millions of websites. So here it is. 42 laws of Ma'at. Okay? Boom. Here's another version of it. Here's Ma'at. Now this one is different. I will not do wrong. I will not steal. I will not act with violence. I will not kill as you hold your Khopesh sword. But where is this coming from? Because these two are different. These are written different. The wording is different. Who is making this up, everybody? Someone is making this up and everybody is following it. Because literally everybody on the planet is saying there's 42 laws of Ma'at. Here we go. All right. So the mentality of the quote-unquote conscious community is unfortunately created based on internet memes and non-primary sources. So, internet memes and non-primary source claims. The lazy refusal to source information has even led to the changing of words as we see to the left. I will not, or 42 covenants of Ma'at, so calling them confessions of negativity, anything but going to what people of Kemet said themselves. So here, 42 negative confessions of Ma'at. What does that even mean? Where is that? These don't sound like confessions. I will not do wrong. So you're not confessing to something. You're saying you will not do it. Over here it says, I'll do the best I can. So you're not confessing. You can only confess if you committed a crime. And over here, look at these inventions here. 42 new ethical covenants. You see? 42 covenants. They're just making up stuff. Lazy because they refuse to adhere to any discipline of the teachings of the Kemetians themselves. So, do you know that over 1.6 billion searches are on this lie? 42 negative confessions of Ma'at. Look at the number, everybody. Look at the results. What number is this? This is not even... What number is this? This is 1 billion, isn't it? Is this 1,690,000,000? Is that what that is? 1 billion. 1 billion, everybody. 1 billion on some of the Kemetians never said. 42 negative confessions. 1 billion searches. 1.6 billion searches on something that Ramesses never heard about. Tehuti never heard about it. Thutmose never heard about it. Tutankhamun never heard about it. Akhmos never heard about it. Akhenaten never heard about it. But in 2022, 1.6 billion people heard about it. That is sick. That is sick, isn't it? That is disgusting. Here we go. I have not committed sin. Here they're changing again. Why is it changing? 42 divine principles of Ma'at. Nope. Here we go, everybody. Let's dispel the lies. Let's dispel the nonsense. We're not going to teach none of this foolishness here at the Tehuti podcast. This is all over every website. Let's go to the truth, and I will source where this misconception and nonsense came from. It came from, this is plate 30 of the Per M Haru called Pekka M Ku, which is to separate yourself from negative light consciousness that was purposely distorted into being called the quote-unquote laws of Ma'at. Here it is, everybody. You can go to page 193 and 194 of your Per M Haru. And what does it say? To be said, when one cometh to the hall, this of the double Ma'ati. And what does it say? Pekka, separating from negative consciousness, the negative ku. So this is separating yourself from negative consciousness. All which he has done and of seeing of every netter in their faces. Hail. So this is about separating yourself from whatever consciousness you've done. Let's continue. Here we are. Page 195. And here's where they get it from. En ari'i autud m aset mat m rek'i netet. This is, not have I done wickedness in the place of ma'at. Not have I known evil. Not have I acted wickedly. Not have I done each day and every works about what I should do. Not hath come forth my name to the boat of the prince. Notice they don't have that one, right? They don't have that one in the 42. They throw that one out. What about this boat of the prince, everybody? Not have I despised the netter, not have I caused misery. You see how they conveniently throw this one out? Not has come forth my name to the boat of the Kerp, the prince. They can't explain that because they don't read the papyrus, they don't read any Kemetic teachings, so they literally just scratch that part out. Not have I despised the netter, not have I caused misery. Not have I caused affliction. Not have I done what's abominable to the netter. Not have I caused harm to be done to the servant by the chiefs. Right? Not have I caused harm to be done to the servant by the chiefs. Where is this one, everybody? Where's that one? Who's the servant? Who's the chiefs in the 42? They leave that out. They just say, not have I caused harm. Nope. It says, not have I caused harm to be done to the servant by his chief. They have to leave that part out. You want to know why, everybody? Because in Kemet, there's a ranking system, everybody. But in New Age, modern day, esoteric, hippie, New Age Kemet, we're all equals. Ain't nobody my leader. Nobody my leader. We ain't got no chiefs. Everybody equal. We all on the same path. Then you're not Kemetic. And that's why you left this part out. You just, they maliciously just put in the 42, not have I caused harm. Nope. It says, not have I caused harm to be done to the servant by his chief. Who's the servant, Kemetic people? And who's the chief in your organization, in your teachings? Which one of you is the servant? Because it doesn't say don't just cause harm. It specifically talks about a servant and there's a chief. That means there's a ranking system, which you leave that out. Let me show you the evils of the people that study Kemet. All right, so let's just leave out the servant. Let's leave out the chief. Let's leave out the boat. Forget about that. You know, who cares about that? Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what the Kemetans say. It's what we say while we rub our dandelions together. So not have I caused pain. Not have I made to weep. Not have I killed. Not have I made for the order of killings for me. Not have I done harm to mankind. Not have I taken aught to the oblations in the temples. Oh, where's this part, everybody? Hey, Kemetic people. Hey, conscious people. You have your 42 laws of Ma'at. How come this part isn't in it? Not have I taken aught to the oblations in the temples. What temples, everybody? We don't want to build temples. We don't want to have oblations. We don't want to have any particular rituals where there's chief and there's priests and there's servants and there's a ranking system. So they just etch this one out. Let's erase this one or forget that one. That's not in our hippie life. Okay, so no oblations in the temples. I have purloined the cakes of the gods. What about that, everybody? Where's that in the 42? Where's the cakes of the gods? They didn't read that one to you, did they, in the 42? Where's that one? The cakes of the gods. Who are the gods and what are their cakes? Oh boy. Not have I carried off. Not have I carried off the balance. Not have I diminished from the weight of the balance. Not have I carried off. Oh, what about this? Not have I carried off the milk from the mouth of the babe. Not have I driven away the cattle from whereupon the pastures. Not have I captured birds in the preserves of the gods. Not have I taken fishes in their bait of their own bodies. Not have I turned back water into the seasons. Not have I, none of this is, not have I cutting water into running. Anyways, you see what the point is. And none of these are called the laws of Ma'at and Kemet. These are Pekah M Ku, separating your consciousness from things that you have done. They have done all these things, but they leave that consciousness in the past, which I've broken down in my afterlife classes. No time to break it down now, but let's go back to my afterlife classes. All right, let's go. Plate 30, Pekah M Ku. This is the plate that it comes from. Okay, here's the plate that it comes from. Not called the laws of Ma'at whatsoever. As we can see from the people of the Nile themselves, there's nothing in this writing about laws. The word for law is tepret. Tepret, we see nowhere in the mentioning of plate 30 in the Per Emharu of tepret, which is laws. Okay, here we go. These were never called the laws of Ma'at. Ever. Here it is. Tepret. See, the decree, the rule, the law, the ordinance. Right, tepret, the course of law. That would be tepret Ma'at, the laws of Ma'at. These are not the tepret Ma'at. These are not the instructions of Ma'at. These are Pekah M Ku. These are not instructions to do anything. It says, I have not. This is what's happening in the afterlife. Let's go. Here we go. Welcome to the Tehuti class. Let's get into what the real laws of Ma'at are now. First laws of Ma'at in history that we know of are the maxims of Ptah Hotep. Ptah Hotep, or instruction of Ptah Hotep. ancient Egyptian literature composed based on the vizier Ptahhotep's wisdom and experience. The instructions were comprised by Ptahhotep around 2375 to 2350 during the rule of Dejakare Izizi. Okay, and it goes on, but here it is right here. This is the actual first laws of Ma'at. These are the laws of Ma'at, the instructions of Ma'at. Where to get them? You can get them in the literature of ancient Egypt. Let me shrink this down a little bit. You can order that online. You can also get them in ancient Egyptian literature, Old Middle Kingdom, Miriam Lithium, Volume 1. You can order that online. So as far as where to get the laws of Ma'at, where to get the translation, and what is within it, you can purchase them yourself, and then you can start to read the laws of Ma'at, of which there's over 500. I haven't counted the amount, but it's definitely not 42. It's over 500 of them, over 600 of them, but let's go. Here we go. So here is the beautiful, handsome brother, Ptahhotep, from 2375 BCE. There he is. There is the depiction of him by the Kemetians, Ptahhotep. This is the first writer in human history of the laws of Ma'at. Now, remember what I said about the children? Somebody typed in the room, and Arcad Infinite was talking about this is for the children. Let's get into that. The foundation of the first instruction of Ma'at were biological imperative for the elder man and woman to be an example to raise the children, thus the nation. That was the very first example in the laws of Ma'at, was for the older person to be an example for the children to raise them up. Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. You notice there's nothing in the 42 so-called laws of Ma'at about raising a family, about your children, because that's not the laws of Ma'at. Laws of Ma'at starts off with raising the family and the children. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. I'm going to take you to the first laws of Ma'at with the Metanetter and the English. Let's get to it. Here it is. What's the first words here? SABA, right? SABA Urk, right? Su or medu, heard. There's a word medu, heard. And Khat. Instruct him then concerning the words from the past. Ding, 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 right there. Is how the laws of Ma'at start. That no matter what day and time you are in, you're supposed to instruct from the teachings of what's called the past. And that's what keeps the past the present. Because once you take something from the past and do it in front of you, then it's the present. The very second you do it, it's now the past. So people always ask me, say, hey, Tehuti, man, you living in the past? You're all about the past. I look at them and I say that sentence you just said was in the past. All right, here we go, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. Here we go. Until he is trained. It says, Ikari, Ibia, and Mesu, Suru, which is, and so make him a model for the children of the nobles. You see? That's how the laws of Ma'at begin. Following diligently the words of the past and being a living model for the children. The children of who? The nobles. Who are the nobles? The nobles are those who follow Ma'at. The nobles are the magistrates. They follow Ma'at. The children and your children are going to be the nobles of the future. So the first laws of Ma'at is be a model for the children. So it starts off. Here we go, everybody. Let's get to another one here. This is Ptahhotep. May attentiveness and all honesty enter into him. Let's analyze, everybody. Attentiveness. That means you're always on guard looking for what you can do better. You're always looking for what you can do. You're always looking for the best thing to do. And all honesty, enter into them. Let me tell you how this language that we speak in this culture removes this principle. Let's have a screen for just a moment. This consciousness that we have today is extremely evil in the way that we speak. Has anybody ever heard the term, before people say a sentence, you either say, well, if I'm going to be honest, let me tell you, well, honestly speaking, you've heard that, right, before? I ain't going to lie. Yeah, she's beautiful. I'm not going to lie. I ain't going to lie. You're very good at dominoes. I'm not going to lie. You're good at soccer. I'm not going to lie. Well, if I'm going to be honest, why are those the beginnings of sentences? Those can only exist as a beginning of a sentence for a liar. You have to be a liar to state that you're not going to lie. Why are you saying, I ain't going to lie, man? That food was good. I ain't going to lie. Who thought you were ever going to lie? Why is that a thought? This is the sick matrix that we're in. Well, if I'm being honest, man, let me tell you something. What do you mean if you're being honest? What's the if? Aren't you always supposed to be honest? What do you mean if I'm being honest? Let me tell you. There's an evil, sick, conscious matrix realm that we live in. And literally almost everybody you know has said those sentences. I ain't going to lie. I ain't going to lie. I ain't going to lie. Well, being honest, if I'm going to be honest, you're always supposed to be honest. So you would never have to announce it. Unless you're living in a lie, then being honest is an anomaly. So you have to announce it. Anyway, let's get back to it, everybody. Boom. Here we go. Welcome to Tehuti Podcast. We're going to break down the laws of Ma'at step by step, some of them, and we're going to analyze them. So, may all honesty enter into him. If you speak to him, what does it say here, everybody? Let's go back to it. Go back to the youth. If you speak to him, the young one will not come up short. So if you're an example, a role model, and you have all honesty within you, the young ones will not come up short. They will renounet. That means they will rise up. They will be raised properly. That's why the symbol of the woman is the serpent, that which raises up the children. So the laws of Ma'at begin off with child raising. Here we go, everybody. Biological imperative. Then it goes, so it starts off with the SABA, which is instruction. There's the word right there, SABA. And then it goes right into the dropping of arrogant ego and the SABA principle. Let's walk through some of these together and analyze and examine them. Let's walk through some of the laws of Ma'at. These are beautiful. Look at this. Inquire of the learned as well as the unlearned. Why? Because the pinnacle of an art has never been attained. And here is no craftsman whose skill is flawless. So, your ego and arrogance of your knowledge should not be so high that you can't learn from someone that may not seem as educated as you. For example, I'm walking down the street with my family, my goddesses, my children, and there's a homeless, smelly man that comes up to me, and he's like, hey, brother, let me talk to you just a minute. Let me talk to you. Now, I could shun him away and say, I'm Tehuti. What am I doing being seen talking to you, lowlife? Lowlife man, look at you. I'm not going to talk to you. You're homeless. You smell. And he's like, I need to tell you something. I mean, you can't tell me nothing. I do the pod class. I know the Menunet. And then I walk by him I walk by him, and I have a friend with me, and I turn the corner, and I get shot and robbed. My friend stays back with him and says, what were you going to tell Tehuti? And he said, I was going to tell Tehuti that around the corner was some people that had guns, and I overheard them talking about robbing people. And I'm dead. I'm dead because I'm arrogant Tehuti. Nobody can tell me, the homeless can't tell me anything. And then I'm dead. My wife is shot and killed. My child is kidnapped. Because the homeless man had a jewel for me. He had a jewel that could save my life. Around that corner, he overheard. They felt open talking because they didn't care about the homeless guy listening. They don't care about the homeless, but they're plotting on robbing the next few people they see walking around the corner. The homeless man wanted to deliver that to me, but I didn't listen. So, acquire from the unlearned as well as the learned. The pinnacle of art has never been attained. There's no craftsman who's reached the skill. So even though somebody may be very learned in something, even that person is unlearned in something. So everybody on the planet is learned and unlearned. Like I always say, I am master teacher SABA Tehuti until I get back with Hernandez, who's going to fix my car. When I get with Hernandez, I go like this, and I go like this, and I listen to everything Hernandez tells me. Everything he tells me, I'm listening. Why? Because now I'm not Master Tehuti anymore. Hernandez, up there down the street, right? Is that his name? I don't remember his name. The car mechanic. Yeah. Hernandez is going to fix the car. He knows way more than me. He knows nothing about the ka, the ba, the ak, the ku, the having out of body experience. But he can take my car and make it drivable so I can get home safe. So he's the master at that particular moment, even though he's unlearned in everything I teach in the pod class. These are the laws. These are the instructions of Ma'at. Okay? It says, rarer is fine speech than malachite. Malachite, that beautiful green stone. Rarer is fine speech, yet, iu gemem tu es ma hamut hur benut, yet it may be found amongst women at the grindstone. Those are called the servant women at the grindstone. You don't look at them as high priestesses. You don't look at them as writing a perm haru for you, but they have some wisdom that you don't have. They have some wisdom that you don't have. Wisdom can be found anywhere. Those are the instructions of Ma'at. Some example, let's move on. If you encounter an adversary in his moment, that means in the heat of the moment, you're equal, a man of your ranks. It means in Kemet, there are people who are equal and unequal. Establish your excellence over him with silence, the succor, the silence. You see that? You establish over him with silence. So you're equal in ranks, you're the same. He's in his moment of heat. He's in his moment of anger. Now, you step over him by not matching him with that. You establish your excellence over him with silence. And what happens? While he's complaining, so while the person is complaining and negative and man, I don't like this, man, I don't like that, man, I don't like this, man, I don't like that. He's complaining, people are watching as he's complaining, not problem solving, but complaining. He's in a big huff before the witnesses, people are watching. Your name remains good in the estimation of the officials. So, even if people don't know what's going on, and they see one person complaining, huffing and puffing, you take control within yourself and you stay silent and you examine and you think. That's why in a lot of my debates, I'm actually silent. In my Zion Lex debate, people thought in the beginning I was retarded. They thought that I didn't know what was going on because I was just there like this, looking around, and then I hit them with a flurry. but I stayed silent. These are the principles and laws, specific, not even just principles, but specific wordings of Ma'at. So people view you as you're calm, and the other person is huffing and puffing and complaining, and you're silent. You're very quiet because you're observing, you're analyzing. Now, should you encounter an adversary in his moment, he's a poor man. He's not your equal. So he's poor. And this could be poor in financially poor or mentally poor. That's what it is in Kemet. Poor doesn't just mean you're homeless. As a matter of fact, we don't even have any depictions in Kemet of any homeless people walking around, stories of homeless men and women in Kemet. So as a poor man, he's not of your equal. Do not pounce on him on account of his wretchedness. So, you know he's mentally weaker than you, or he may be poorer than you in some way. You don't use that as an opportunity to pounce on him, to jump on him. Why? You draw him to the ground where he will confuse himself. Okay? So what's going on here? This person, this is the same as the last one here. So this person is trying to attack, trying to yell. They're in the wrong. You take them down to the ground level. You don't have to say much. And they will end up speaking and confound their own self. I call this the snake style. I do it all the time in my debates. I just take them right down to the ground level, and they just keep talking and talking and talking and going off and going crazy. And then I just may ask the one question, snake style, and then they're done. I just showed somebody recently the mirror style that person can use. So don't answer him to unburden your mind. Here it is, everybody. When you see the other channels, the so-called conscious channels, everybody comes on the panel to refute what the other person says. When I did my presentation, only a couple people said good presentation. The rest of the people came on to try to debate and battle what I said because they just want to unburden their own mind. That's an egotistical thing. You see somebody and you pounce on them just to unburden your own negativity. It's a part of an ego that you have to get rid of. You're not doing it to really help a situation. You have a burden within yourself, and you're unburdening that by attacking someone else when the laws of Ma'at say, examine yourself first. I call it the mirror style. So somebody attacks me and somebody says, man, look, in ancient Kemet, we used to do this. Yeah, I'm doing this, I'm doing that, I'm doing this. And I say, are you doing that for real? Are you really doing that? Or they say, when you came in the house, you did such and such, and you did this and you did that. And I say, hey, what did you do when you came in the house? And I just stare at them. Because people are doing it to unburden their own guilt and consciousness, taking out, it's called projection. You're projecting your own negativity on someone that you think is weaker than you. These are the laws of Ma'at. Let's go through them, everybody. If you are to be, this is one of my favorite ones. If you are to be among leaders in charge of guiding many, that means you're not yet. If you are to be, you're not yet. If you're to be, then what? Kaki, enek, zep, en, min, which is search yourself for every flaw thoroughly. Imagine that, everybody. Imagine nobody can be a leader in the community until they search themselves for every flaw thoroughly. Until there exists in your compartment no flaw. So until you can find no flaw in that particular scenario and you correct yourself, until you do that, you're in no position to become any kind of leader over others. Any? I suppose I'm burning. I don't know if anybody truly understands this, but it's very important to understand. That means you're not a leader yet. You can't be, because if you're a leader, Oh, it's the neighbors. Okay. Oh my gosh, I hate the smell of. I don't know if it's marijuana. I don't get it, but if the neighbors are smoking, I hate that. Whatever. I don't understand it. But okay, so if you're going to be a leader, people are going to look at you for guidance. If they're going to look at you for guidance, that means that you spend time alone, thoroughly correcting your flaws. You're in no position to lead anybody, especially if you're leading them in that which you're doing wrong behind closed doors. So that means when this computer shuts down, when the Tehuti pod class closes down, I do what I do regardless if the class is up or not. That means I'm still Tehuti when the computer shuts down. Many brothers and sisters in this room who are named Amun, Ra, Ramesses, when the computer shuts down, their wife calls them Greg. Okay, so it's just a show. In actuality, you're supposed to do things at home first, clear what's going on with yourself, be an example at home, and then you have a permission to start critiquing others. But most of the people that critique others have not spent any time with yourself first, because that takes patience and accountability. Let's continue, everybody. Hope everybody's learning about the real laws of Ma'at. It says, Or Ma'at, Wak Septet. Great is Ma'at, and ever at the ready. Great is Ma'at, and ever at the ready. There's the Septet, which is the 36, 36, 72 angle, golden mean triangle. It means to be ever ready. It means at all times you're supposed to be ready in Ma'at. Anki and Ma'at, un MS, you live it, therefore you're ever ready. You don't have to get ready. You don't have to prepare for Ma'at because you're already in it. Whereas if you go to church, you have to get ready for Sunday. Because Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, you're smoking weed at the club, eating any kind of food, doing whatever you want, staying out late at night, whatever you want. And then Sunday, you got to get ready. You got to wash up, put the suit on, get the Bible out. No, the people in Kemet never had to get ready because great is Ma'at, order Ma'at, Wak Septet, great is Ma'at, you're ever ready. You're always ready. Ma'at is always ready within you if you're actually living it. Now, this is a beautiful one of my favorites. The man who says, such is life, he will be short of provisions owing to this. That means those guys are, it is what it is. It is what it is. Such is life. So be it. It is what it is. And all that foolishness, no. Not such is life. No, 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 no. That means if you're living life not preparing, not putting your stronghold to change the future, not doing everything you can to be attentive, diligent, a role model to the children, you're just saying, such is life. It is what it is. It's going to rain today. It's going to snow. It's such is life. While the other person that's studying Ma'at is building his roof to be waterproof so that when it doesn't rain on his newborn baby. He doesn't say such is life. He prepares, because if you don't prepare, you'll be short of provisions. Provisions is from the word providing. You cannot be a provider. And that is owing to this. That is owing to you saying, such is life. Yeah. It is what it is, Yeah, it's going to happen. It's not going to happen. Nope. Imagine we did that. Imagine I did that. Pod class Friday, I'll do it Saturday. Such is life. Who knows? No. You set your goals before you. You write them down. And at the end of the day, this is what I do. A little jewel for what I do following this principle. Every morning between 9:30 and 10 o'clock in the morning, usually around 10 o'clock in the morning, every single morning, except for maybe Sunday, because that's my cheat meal layback day. Every morning, I write down everything that I'm going to do in red. Everything. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I write it down. And at the end of the day or the next morning, I write check, 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 check. And then I put the percentage of what I've done. Usually it's 100%. Because if you just go through life, such as life, who knows? You never know if you accomplish anything. And you're not accountable for not accomplishing things. So I write down everything that I'm going to do at 10 o'clock in the morning. And as the day goes on and I do it, I put a check and then I put the time. If I accomplish something at 11:42, I put check in blue and I put finish at 11:42. I may even put the time I started. Started at 10 o'clock, finished at 11:42. Check, and then at the end of the day, I calculate the percentage of all that I've done. Or I just go ahead and finish it. If I say, oh, yeah, I missed one, boom, I'm accountable. Because no, such is not life. Life is exactly what you created to be. So if you're one who says, such is life, you'll be short of provisions and you'll owe to that statement right there. Let's continue, everybody. These are the laws of Ma'at. Thank you for asking the question. I love going through these. So it says, if you happen to be a man, a person of public trust, sent by an official to an official, be precise in the mission that he sends you in. If somebody sends you on a mission, only do what the mission is, precisely. Carry out the assignment as the person says. Guard against causing trouble with words. Why? Because you're told to go do something, and then you put your personal feelings and opinions in it. Okay? For example, somebody sends you on a mission. They send you, they say, hey, go tell Mary that it's not good for her to bring her son over tonight. Please just tell her that. And you go over there and you like Mary's son. So when you go over there, you say, hey, John told me, Mary, not to bring your son over tonight. They're going to be playing dominoes, man. I really wanted to play with them. I think they want to play by themselves. You start adding in your own emotion. That is not the mission that you were sent on. It says, guard against trouble with words. So many people are told something to tell somebody else. When they get there, they add their own gossip and opinion. Your gossip and opinion has absolutely nothing to do on the mission, the precise mission that you were sent on. And that's how you become distracted, and that's how you cause chaos. And you leave that person with a thought that they never had, and then they go confront the other person. The other person says, I never said that. I never said anything about dominoes. I actually had to take my daughter to the hospital tonight. Okay? Let's continue, everybody. These are the laws of Ma'at. Hold scrupulous to what is authentic. Scrupulous means religiously. That means vehemently. You're holding on to what is authentic. If everybody just lived this sentence, do you know there'd be no Christianity? You know there'd be no Islam? You know there'd be no religion? If everybody just held on to this one sentence of Ma'at and said, hey, is this religion authentic? Is it really a Moses? Is this true? Is this authentic? Is this something I can find in archaeology, anthropology? Is this real? Just this one sentence would change the entire world. Just that one sentence. The next one here. Yeah, a confidence should not be repeated, where it might become common talk. What does that mean? Let's blow it up, everybody. What does this mean? That means that if you're confident about something, that if you know you can do something, you don't have to keep saying it over and over again where it becomes common talk. You don't have to. If you're it man, you don't have to keep saying, I beat up 10 people. I can do this. I can do that. You don't have to keep saying it. Why? For the next line. Be one greater, otherwise, this is repulsive to the ka. So, instead of you saying it, you just be great. Be the change that you want to be in the world. You be the change. You don't have to keep talking about it. You don't have to keep saying, I can do this. I can do this. Sometimes I have conversations where I'm teaching the laws of Ma'at, or I'm teaching one of these pod classes, and people come in and they say, yeah, but what are you doing for the crackheads? What are you doing for the homeless baby mamas? What are you doing for this? What are you doing for that? And I say, I'm doing what you're doing. Because if you're great, I would just follow your lead. You know what? Since you're interested in the crackheads on the street and the baby mamas and the people that have no fathers in their life and all that, you be over that. I'll teach the pod class. You be over that. And let's see how good that you can do. You gather up and organize. And you'll begin to find out that they never really wanted to do it. They just wanted it to become common talk. They just wanted to repeat what they felt they were confident in. They never actually really wanted to live it or do it. But when you're great, you don't have to continuously talk about it. Okay? So if you have a good body, if you're in shape, you don't have to knock at the women. You don't have to knock at doors of women in their car. Hey, look at my body. Hey, what do you think? Nice six-pack, huh? You don't have to do that. Drake never has to tell anybody he's Drake. Elijah Muhammad, any of the great men, doesn't have to come and say it. You already know who they are because they're great. So they themselves don't have to say, hey, girl, I'm Drake. Want to go on a date with me? No. You just see the person and know the greatness they've done. I'm KRS-One. Oh, that's KRS-One? Yeah. Oh, I know everything about KRS-One. Wow. I'd like to spend some time with you and learn from you. Thank you, Chris. You just be the change you want to be and people will listen. You don't have to keep saying, I'm following Ma'at. I'm following Ma'at. What are you doing? You're a Christian? I'm following Ma'at. I'm following Ma'at. I promise you that if you be quiet, change your discipline, be calm, change your diet, let your body transform in front of people, let your words and talk transform in front of people, you will never even have to say you follow Ma'at. They will ask you, hey, what are you doing? You found something? How come your body is changing? Why do you look younger? How come you why do you talk in such a tone? Why are you so organized and disciplined? They're gonna ask you. You never have to say anything about it. You have the confidence, and the confidence shows forth in what people see in you. You don't have to make it common talk. These are beautiful. This is the life we live. And all your conduct may be before the netter. Now here's what's important. When you know a man to have been lowly first. Oh, let me go back to the top. If you are of a lowly station, follow a man of excellence. This is what Ahati did to me when Ahati saw me. This is what I did. You drop your negative ego and you realize this person is actually superior to me in this. They're of excellence in this particular topic. I'm low level in this topic. I'm going to follow that man. But today, I ain't following no man. I'm not a follower. I ain't following no man. Ain't no man leading me. How wrong with y'all? Wrong way. Then you don't follow this. Then just throw Kemet in the garbage and just follow Rome or something. Don't say you follow the laws of Ma because those 42 are easy. Don't say that. How about this one here? It tells you to follow a man of excellence. If you're lowly, so you consider yourself at a lower level, somebody at a higher level, and then watch how the tables turn. It says, and all your conduct may be good before the netter. If you realize that you're lowly or low in something, and you follow somebody of excellence, watch what happens. When you know a man to have been lowly at first, do not pride yourself over him. Guess who the man is, everybody? Who's the man that you knew that were lowly at first? It's you. You're the person that this law of Ma'at is talking about. So you started off lowly. It was you. You're of a lowly station. You find somebody of excellence. You follow them. That's how Kemet worked. Kemet had followers. That's how it worked. Anybody that says anything otherwise is studying Julius Caesar, who also had followers. So You're lowly, you follow somebody. That's what a hati did to me. And then, when you know a man who has been lowly at first, which is you, don't pride yourself over him. That means now when the next man walks up to you, like when a hati came up to me, he was at a low level, a very low level. And I once was at a low level financially. Okay? So I once was at a low level, following the laws of Ma'at. I looked at the brother and other people too. Said, you're homeless? Let me see what you have. Let me teach you. Why? Because guess what Tehuti was doing in 2001? 2000, 2001. You know what Tehuti was doing? Tehuti was a single father with a young little boy, a single father. Tehuti had to give himself and the boy breakfast by digging in the couch to find quarters, nickels, and dimes that my visitors left and fell out their pocket. I had zero, 2000. Looking in the couch. Here's a quarter. Here's a nickel. Another quarter. Here's a couple pennies. Is this $1? I think the little box of Cheerios is $1. Wait, let me look for more under the couch. Let me shake this. Let me look in the pants pockets. I was at a low financial level. The landlord knocked on the door. I'm asleep. Crackheads underneath my house taking my pipes of the apartment, taking the pipes. I can hear them taking the pipes to make crack pipes. That was me on the streets of Brooklyn. 2000. Basically homeless. Created a business with creativity on the internet. And 6 months later, bought an Escalade in cash. But I was low. So I see the brother Ahati, and he's low. Because I'm the man that was low. So then I start to teach him because I was taught. This is the cycle of Ma'at. This is how you live Ma'at. Some people forget that you were once low. When you read this, if you read this in the morning and you see a homeless man, I've taught so many homeless people. I took homeless people off of the streets, taught them, got them off of smoking, took off the gang bang rap and whatever they were doing, and they had Kemetic names. Why? Because nobody is lowly enough for me not to raise them up. I prefer talking to the homeless than the Halle Berrys. I prefer finding people on the streets than the doctors. That's me. Because they know what it is to be lowly, and I can go right there with them, and I'll sit right under the bridge with them. I'll hold the cup with them, and I will raise them up. Took a homeless man who was homeless, he had a cup, asking me for money. I said, no, I'm not going to give you any money. I'm not going to give you money. I'm going to give you 2 sentences. Your first $2, take $1 to the dollar store, buy a rag. The other $1, stay in the same dollar store, buy a chrome spray. That's all you need. Buy that. The next person that walks up, go out Saturday night with all the ballers. The next person that walks up, drives up, ask him if you can clean his rims so they can look good for the girls. He just drove through the mud and the muck and mire to get to the club. Now his rims are all dirty. Clean his rims for any kind of tip. That's the sentence I'm going to give you. $2. 1 buys the rag, 1 buys the spray. When he gives you the money, buy another rag and another 2 sprays. I left him with that. Came back a year later, walking down the street, some man ran up to me. Yo, you saved my life. I'm like, who are you? Yo, you remember me, man? I was the homeless guy. You told me to buy a rag. I own the franchise of car wash companies in Atlanta. All right, let's continue. All right, so that is how this is when you live the laws of Ma'at, that's what happens. So now what happens? Do you think I ever have to pay for my car to get washed again? All right, here we go. So you don't pride yourself over him. Do not pride yourself over him, owing to the previous knowledge of him. So when you know a man to be lowly at first, do not pride yourself over him, owing to the previous knowledge of him. Why? Because even though the previous knowledge of him was that he was lowly, guess what? Respect him according to what has taken place for him. You see? You respect everybody on their level. This is very, very important. And this is how you convert people to the truth. And this is what it is that I live and do. If I meet you on a bus, if I meet you on the streets, and you're a Christian and you have no knowledge, which is where I meet most of the people, meet you somewhere and you have no knowledge, I go right there with you. Wherever you are, I'm right there with you. What do you believe in? Jesus? What do you believe in? Muhammad? What do you believe in? Atheism? Trust me, I can go right there with you and pull you up out of that, because I can be a Christian too. I can be a Muslim too. I know what it's like. I can say, Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah rahmatullahi ta'ala barakatuhu. I know what it's like. So you're a Muslim? I'm not going to bring up the Purim Haru. Let's go into the Quran. Let me walk you through the Quran. Let's just walk through. Because that's where you are. You're an atheist? That's what Beged Leisure was going. Now Beged Leisure, that's about the material. You meet the person where they are because you respect the journey that they went through, and then you raise them up from that. And it takes a lot of discipline. Believe me, my goddesses, except for maybe one, are not knowledgeable. I don't meet Isises and Nekbet. I don't meet that. I meet people in the church. I meet people on the bus, on the street, and walking in the car as nothingness. And I bring them up from whatever that stage is to now be in the pod class, to now be teachers. I met you where you were and never made you feel stupid about being a Christian, a Jew, a Hebrew, or a homeless man. That is living the laws of Ma'at. Let me show this one thing and then we'll end this. Hope you all are getting the wisdom out of this. Here we go. So, respect him according to what has taken place for him. Okay? These are some examples. Let me close this down. These are some examples of the instructions of Ma'at, that if we had these consistently in our frequently, we would have a complete revolution and mental harmony with self-accountability, which would lead to a nation while simultaneously redirecting the neurons towards 8-aspect immortality. Ankia Ma'at, that is my answer to you, my brother, who just asked the question, where can we find the laws of Ma'at? That is my breakdown. That's where you can find them. That is what they're not. This is what they are. These are the books you can find Ptah Hotep in. I was going to get into my favorite Ankh Shesh Ankh, but I think this is good for now. Everybody take those principles. Those are just some of the principles. And if you live that regularly, you would live in harmony. When you actually go get these books that have much more of them, and you read them at night with your children, with your family, and apply them, you will go to sleep beautifully. You will wake up beautifully. Okay? That is my answer, good brother ATUMM. Hope I helped you out with the laws of Ma'at, what they actually are, the real laws of Ma'at, and what they're actually called, Tepret Ma'at. and the instructions, SABA Ma'at. All right, everybody, that is my answer. Boom, I'm going to go check the room and see those who heard it, those who appreciate it. If the brother's in the room, I don't know. Let me go ahead and check and see what people thought of that answer. I'm going to let the other brothers in the room take a break, and then I'm going to get to the next and probably last question, which looks like the symbols on the dollar bill. All right. Let me go and put the link in the room and see if people like the answer. That goes right with what the scribe said. How do we apply these things to our life? What things? Look at all these things. I apply this to my life every day. It transformed my neurons. I fixed a body part last night. It was a body part, something on me, which I felt there was some type of lack of connection from my mind to something in my body. I advised somebody on a dream work. I went to bed, applied it while I was dreaming, while I was in that realm. I saw little letters and big letters. I read the big letters, and as I read the big letters, the little letters started turning into like lettuce or something. They became fragile. I focused on the big letters, and immediately my body, and I started healing. And I was in the dream saying, my body's healing in the bed. And when I woke up, I was healed. But these are the things that happen when you go to sleep with Ma'at, wake up with Ma'at, change your neurons, and you'll see the life change that takes place. And it happens on an immortal level. Let me go ahead and check the chat and see who got the answer, what they thought of it, and then I'll be back. Let me see, we got Freddie Callie says foretold events. Shannon says star, fire, pen and pad. Kamit says there's much more knowledge in silence. Mental jiu-jitsu, Auntie. There, a wise man once said, nothing at all. Okay, and then Master K says, these are very important instructions with Ma'at. Thank you. Horn Africa said, can't find what Perm Haru he's using. Can someone send the link? I'm using the regular Wallacey Budge per Haru. Okay, let me see some feedback from the Shannon said accountability, fire. Ahati said he's not reading from the Purim Haru. Oh, if you're talking about the in the beginning, I was reading from the Purim Haru, and then the laws of Ma'at, I was reading from the instructions of Ptah Hotep. Okay. Let's see what people thought of the answer. Oh, he said, thanks, Ahati. Good. Freddie Callie says, these lessons speak to the spirit through generations. That's right, Freddie Callie. Absolutely. That's right, Freddie Callie. Shannon put one great or otherwise. This is repulsive to the car. Perfect. Okay, let's see what people thought of the answer. Okay, Jody put wow. Does a brother ask a question in the room? He may not be. I think he's in London. Shannon says that was a deep share. Thank you, Shannon. Okay, Jody says amazing answer. All of everything says deep wisdom. Okay, good. And Ascari said, you're a teacher and man of great character. Please compile that list of Ma'at. Okay. Ascari says, impeccable breakdown, the best. Thank you, my brother. Horn Africa says, a lot of our people have no idea of this precious info, so hope Netter will understand. Okay. Nice, nice, nice. Darius McNair says, laws of Ma'at is all we've got. Okay, everybody. Boom. There's Stranger, the name of the moderators. Boom. Okay, everybody. Is there somebody missing? There's Arcad. Okay, boom. I'm going to take a break. It is Scribe and Ahati. And then the next question coming up is going to be, woo, the next question coming up. Ooh, it's going to be like the Matrix breakdown. Oh, my. What is this? I'm going to put a teaser in the room. The next question coming up is 2 donations were sent to this question. And it is, I think, almost $30 was sent to this. One was $10, one was $17. And the question is, why are there Kemetic why Kemet symbols on the $1 within the sigil? Ooh-wee. Oh, why Kemetic symbols? That's the why. Why? We're gonna get into that. It's gonna be fun, everybody, because everybody, when you ask them about the dollar bill or something, they break down the symbols on the dollar bill, but they don't say why. Why is the key? Why? Why are those symbols there? Those particular ones, why? We're going to get into it, everybody. Boom, I'm going to step off. Tehuti, can I smoke my weed? What? Oh, man, listen. Humpty Hump. Do what you like. Na-na-na-na-na. Do what you like. Na-na-na-na-na. Smoke your weed, brother. Do whatever you want until it's time for you to make the change. Okay, I'm out of here. I'll be back in a moment, about 5-10 minutes. Refresh myself, and our brothers will take over. Take over, good brothers. I'm glad you're still up, Arcad. I'll be back.
We'll tap my peace and love. Yeah, I was dozing off a little bit. I'm a little tired. It's 1:30 where I'm at. But that is a amazing breakdown, and I love Tahotep. And just to show everybody in the chat what Saba was showing, I actually have the books. Oh, look, Scrap, they're showing this time, brother. Look, it's showing. I actually have those physical books too. Because when I hear this brother speak, when I heard Saba speak for the very first time, something resonated in his voice. And I started writing down all the words that he was saying that I didn't recognize. And one of them was Metal Netter. And I wrote that down. And I started writing down all the books he recommended that we get, which was the Ancient Literature by Merriam Litcham. And I wrote it down wrong because I didn't understand the name when he said it. But I thought it was important. But I didn't know how important it was when he said it. But I'm so glad that I listened. I don't know. I don't know what it was, but it was something that spoke to me. And Tahotep's teachings are, like Saba said, they would change the world, man. It would change the way that we treat each other and the way we treat ourselves, because there's so much wisdom in the wisdom in the teachings of the ancients. It's so deep. And the reason why I'm always smiling when y'all see me, I'm tired. I'm real tired, guys. This week was busy because, like I said, when you in the matrix, it's very difficult to not get caught up in the misfit and the draining energy. I actually work in the medical field. It was a really busy week, but I'm still here because I understand how important Saba's teachings are. And I understand that we are in a time like no other. And there's no other teacher breaking down this knowledge like that. So I stay up. I make those sacrifices and I stay up because it's important to me. But like Saba said, do what you like. People do what's important to them. And this is important for me because I have children and I have a family and I want to be better. And like he said, I recognized that the way he spoke when I first heard him speak it was different. I had never heard nothing like it before. And he is an example. The way the brother speaks, he is an example. He is a living example of the way we should be speaking and the way we should be talking to each other and the way we should be teaching. Oh my goodness, the teaching, man, listen. I can't even put it into words, right? Because I didn't even realize that I needed a teacher. I didn't, we think we know everything. And that's what I thought. I thought I knew it all until I heard this brother speak. And I shout out to all those other conscious teachers, all those brothers out there. If we can unite and truly stand on Ma'at, then it would be a beautiful thing. But again, we're not tapping into the true teachings of Ma'at and the teachings and the wisdom of Ptah. This is the reason why you have what we have. You see what it is. But I'm so grateful for Saba Tehuti, his wisdom, and I'm so grateful for you, Ahati, for motivating this brother, whatever it was that you told him. And I will not stop saying it. I will not stop saying how grateful I am for Saba's teachings and for your motivation in motivating this teacher to teach us. And I'm going to end it with this. For everybody in the chat. I was looking for a teacher. And all I want to do is learn. And Saba says over and over again, all he want to do is teach. So that's why I'm smiling. And that's why I get excited, Ahati. Because I am a student and I'm over the moon, man. I can't get enough of it. There's so much I don't know. I'm like, I don't even know. Remember I asked you, brother, where do I start? Like, where do I begin? Like, what book do I read first? I got all the books. Which one do I read? What story? It's like, it's fascinating to me, especially now that I'm beginning to read some of the stories along with Saba's teachings. It's resonating different when I read the story of Heru Bahutet. It means something different when I read the instructions of Ptah, because I needed instructions. I'm like, man, what do I do? And then it's called instructions. Wow, right there, written thousands of years ago. Like this, it's not a coincidence. It can't be. So I'm gonna end it with that. Saba want to teach and I want to learn. So I'm so grateful for Saba Tehuti. And I thought that was an amazing breakdown. I don't do too much texting in the chat, but peace and love to everybody in the chat. Peace and love to Tehuti Most, the good brother Tehuti Most. I'm going to continue to shout that brother out until he shows his face on the screen with us. Shout out to that good brother Tehuti Most. And go to the website, teachingsofma'at.org. Go check us out. You can go get the beautiful work by our architect, the scribe. Scribe, that's a beautiful background, brother. That is, oh my goodness. Shout out to that good brother Scribe, and shout out to Tehuti Most, and shout out to AJ. Go ahead, Scribe, you good, brother.
Yeah, Hotep Ma'at. It's always excellent to read over and have a study guide class of the teachings of Ma'at, the laws, the Saba'ites. It's so beautiful. And that book is an excellent book. I don't know if everyone here has that book. If not, you can go on Amazon and the literature of ancient Egypt. Go on to Amazon and order it and start to read over these laws and read over these teachings, so we can start to understand what it is that we need to do. And I wanted to read a chapter from here, the instruction of Amen and Mope. So instruction of Amen and Mope, I love. There's a good audio book too. You can listen to, throughout the day. I'm gonna read chapter 10 of the instruction of Amen and Mope. Do not address an intemperate man in your unrighteousness, nor destroy your own mind. Do not say to him, may you be praised, not meaning it, when there is fear within you. Do not converse falsely with a man, for it is the abomination of the netter. Do not separate your mind from your tongue. All your plans will succeed. You will be important before others, while you will be secure in the hand of the netter. The nectar hates ones who falsifies words. His great abomination is duplicity. So that's one chapter in the instruction of Amun and Mope, and you know, I love all of them, you know, and it's just good to point them out, and good to hear these frequencies and these tones, you know, to start to reprogram that subconscious mind, because outside of taking the time out to learn this information and read over these instructions, the entire outside world is just distractions and is putting out frequencies for you to do the opposite of that. You know, ain't nothing healing about it, ain't nothing factual or true about it. You know, it's everywhere. So it's important to, you know, implement yourself as much as you can, you know, and read these things. It fills you up with not only the knowledge to know what to do, but the confidence to be able to do it. You know, so it's a beautiful thing, you know. So, you know, peace and love to everyone. Excellent question, perfect question, you know, and once again, perfect breakdown. And also that Khopesh, yeah, might have to get a training one and just start training with it and tap back into that energy. You know, that weapon right there is amazing. 3, that's a trinity in itself. It's another trinity, the Khopesh. So that was a beautiful breakdown, SABA Tehuti. Thank you, Tua, for everything, you know, for teaching us, for doing what you do, for being here, for existing, you know. So Tua to you, and I'll pass it to the great general, the great brother Ahati Ma'at. Peace and love.
Peace and love, brothers. Peace and love. You can get a Khopesh, huh?
Yes, sir.
You get some Glocks and some ARs along with that too.
Hey, oh, trust me. Yeah, let's keep quiet about that.
Yeah, Saba. I didn't know about the Brooklyn story. That was interesting. That makes a lot of sense now, how we connected. And that's what I really love about the man, because I don't know any other teacher that's willing to admit in a time in their life where they were at a very low point, like we were. And I believe that's what it takes to win people over, is by opening your own ib or your heart to them. So Ptah Hotep's teachings is like Saba teaching us today. It's the same entity, the same Ka, the same spirit, as they call it. And if Saba had, I don't know if I would have been ready for this pod class when I met Saba, because Saba could tell you that I was that person that had my hand out with him, because usually when I put my hand out, people would drop something in it. And he's one of the few that said no. He didn't say no, but he explained to me a little bit why he couldn't. And you know what? That is what broke me out of that part of the matrix. It made me, in the first time in my life, see that I need to take care of self. I need to stop depending on women and start to take care of myself, because I had a long track record of living with women just to feed off of them, to take from them. And I totally did a 360-degree turn from that, thanks to Saba Tehuti. And I depended on the one woman that really counts to me, which is my aunt. So, and it was scary at first, because like Arcad, it means changing my entire character. But I see now I had a lack of character. I didn't really know what character meant to begin with. So, but it was scary at first, and it took a lot of work, a lot of discipline, a lot of work, a lot of consistency. And Arcad mentioned something to me this week about how when he's at work now, hope your mate's not listening, Arcad. When he was at work, he likes helping people. That is his passion. That's who he is. But he doesn't like the job setting he's in. And I'll let him tell you if he feels compelled to tell you in the future. But I totally understand where you're coming from. And that was one of my big fears. I always took these jobs and did these things that I didn't want to do throughout the course of my life. Like deep down in my heart, I knew I'm not going to be happy. I'm going to be discontented. And I really don't want to work at this place. And I would still do it because in the Matrix they tell you you have to do this. This is how you become valuable. You become a hardworking person, right? Hard work. And meeting Saba when I did, being in a wealthier neighborhood all the time where Saba would perform his magic. In Santa Monica, I used to observe how the wealthy were living and they never worked. And then I used to look at the hardworking people building their buildings, and they worked hard but didn't have what the wealthy people had. So there's definitely a psychological game going on that starts with me, and that's what I love about Ptah. It forces me to mentally look at me, like they say, look in the mirror first. And I had to seriously do that. I had to look at my flaws, my limitations, and deal with my strengths. And Saba reinforces that. And if you listen to what Saba is saying to you, because during these podcasts, every single podcast he does, he's speaking to certain people within the chat and on this panel here, just for you, that the rest of us don't see. And him doing that week in and week out and for years built up the character that I am today and always wanted to be. So you're not just getting a name of Saba, he's actually observing you and seeing your strengths and your weaknesses with you, because we have to be honest with ourselves. When you're in the Matrix, you don't know who you are. You just and then on top of that, if you're what they're calling so-called black, you don't have an identity. This is a humongous crisis for just strictly us. Everybody else has an identity they can go back to, except for us. Ours was beaten out of us. So not only that, we don't have an identity, we don't know who we are at our core. And that's what I love about these teachings. That's what I love about our Saba, and that's what I love about Ma'at, is that we're only going to get the origins and the source material, and nothing more, nothing less, even if it hurts your feelings. And so I learned from that, and people that I deal with today, like it or not, I will only give you the truth. That's all I'm concerned with. And I love that Ptah, he wrote that book for his son, who was his child at one time. The Book of Life was written for a child. I love it because it's everything that every strong nation stands for. They stand for their youth. If you look at every strong nation in history, the youth was built up to be valuable in the eyes of what's now being called an adult. And where I live today, that's the exact opposite is happening. The youth are totally gone. At this moment in time, they're totally lost. And you can't do anything. You can't fight anything in any battles, any war. You forget about the Khopesh. You could throw it in the trash. So I think it's time now, as speaking for people that are in this class and have children, it's time for us to start sharing the teachings of the ancestors with our children and showing them the way out. Because if I had this many years ago, there's no telling where we could be at today. So I'm very grateful to Tehuti. I'm very grateful to the Scribe, to Arcad. And I'm grateful to you out there that might be on the fence with these teachings and might be in a particular religion or philosophy or whatever type of belief system you are in. Always know that Kemet was a nation first. So we are not concerned what you are calling yourself. All we're concerned about is that you're teaching the children the truth. And I'll end with that.
Scribe, you want to go, Scribe?
Yeah, well said, my brother. Hey, this is what you're doing. You know, it's gonna be implemented and planted into the walls. You know, writing ourselves right here into the wall. At this time, it's gonna last forever. You know, it's gonna last as long as people are gonna be here and want to grow and evolve. You know, and to be able to pass this down to the children so they get a faster start. You know, it's hard to envision. You know, it can be hard to envision how much we can grow, you know, to get that start at the very beginning. So, you know, the children always have to be at the forefront, you know, of what we're doing and why we're doing it, you know. So that's why I'm, like Arcad says, I'm a baby in this, and, you know, gonna continue to keep doing what we're doing, you know, and come join us, you know, join in with us. like the great brother Arcad says, join us, you know,
Learn.
so we can, exactly, you know, so peace and light, Hotep Ma'at.
Hotep Ma'at, peace and light.
All right, wonderful, everyone. I'm back. It's 10:56. We got one explosive question came in. I'm going to read off a couple of the donations and supports. I want to give a special respect to Scribe for doing everything that you do. I like that background. Let's see.
Nini Ook, yes. Hey, we're gonna have to get your system set up, Saba.
That is nice.
To
You guys just see Scribe on the screen right now?
Yes, we can see him, Saba.
You guys see yourselves? I don't see anybody else.
We just see Scribe.
Oh, okay. Okay, that is a beautiful Scribe. That is awesome. Wonderful, wonderful background. Wonderful, wonderful words. You all are so appreciative and loyal. Arcad. Let me see you, Arcad. Shout out to you, my good brother. You look, I know you're tired, but you are up and with us, man.
157 over here.
Oh my, oh my.
Let's go. After a long 12-hour shift.
Nice, nice, nice. Okay. Thank you for your you're always letting people know the quality in comparison. You're always doing that. I appreciate that. You really always focus on who else is out there doing this. What else? Where else can you turn for this? And you always focus on that. I really appreciate that, my brother. Thank you for your appreciation.
You're an example, Saba.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that. And Hati Ma'at. Hati Ma'at, appreciate you, my brother. And I'm glad I got to tell you the Brooklyn story. Nobody's heard all of my stories. No matter how long anybody's known me, there's so many stories. I've been scraping for quarters, and I've lived in a mansion. That's all. If that means I can relate to both people equally. So I had to tell that story. That's how I was able to tell. Remember, I told everybody that as soon as I left that Nuwabian group, as soon as I left it, first thing I did is I turned back, and I didn't focus on the teaching, book teaching. I went back and found all the guys living in cars and the homeless, and moved them in with me. I'm all about the homeless. I'm all about the lowest of the low. All about that, because those are like I said, I respect them more than the rich. All day, I think I can bring a homeless person out of the matrix faster than
It's true.
They don't have so many ties to it.
Yeah, I was saying that the other day. They don't have attachments. When you're not attached to this place, it's a lot easier to hear your teachings.
Yes. Okay, what we're gonna do, everybody, we're gonna give a shout out to a lot of the donators, and then we're gonna get into the very last question. Shout out to everybody who's been donating. I appreciate it. Everybody who's watching this Tehuti Pod class, show your support. And this is what I do for a living. So please support everybody. All those that are in the chat. You're watching, you're learning. And help this thing move. Help this thing move. If you're not helping it move, then you're just parasiting, basically. And you want to help the thing move. You want to help. Oops, something happened. 1 second. My camera unplugged. Wait a minute, everybody. Hold on. What just happened there? What just happened? Did I unplug? Okay, hold on.
You're just stealing. That's all you're doing.
Am I back?
Yes, but your screen is, you don't have your green screen.
Hold on a second. Am I on? Wait a minute, hold on. Okay, 1 second, everybody, hold on. Let me fix something, adjust something, and virtual background. Well, okay, 1 second. Something is happening here. Well lit, green to blue. Screen is required. Yes. Okay, 1 moment. What is happening here? Let's see. Why? Let me plug this in and out. I'm gonna get started. Okay. It says camera was unplugged. Plug it back in. Or select a different camera. Let's see. Where's my camera unplugged? Plug it on here. And plug it in here. Let's see if this fixes it. Okay, let's see. 1 second, everybody. We're trying to fix it. Best performance you recommend using Zoom screen? Yes, of course. It's strange, everybody. Hold on, we're trying to fix it. I don't know what the issue is. Camera. I'm on high definition. HD. Why does it keep doing that? That's so strange. Hold on, everybody. We're trying to. Okay. Plug out. Let me plug the whole thing out. Okay.
There you go. Oh.
Okay, 1 second. Let me fix this. Okay, can you all see me and hear me?
Yes.
Yes, you good.
Okay, good. Let me fix the lighting. All right, everybody, welcome back. We're here, the Tehuti podcast, here to break it down. Let's go ahead and get a shout out to those who donated. 73 people. This next question is wonderful. Is Truth Seeker in the room? Is Truth Seeker in the room? Shout out to the new people, James Jones. Never heard of that name before, but shout out to you. Is Truth Seeker in the room? Truth Seeker, Truth Seeker. Knowledge is a garden. If it isn't cultivated, you can't harvest it. Absolutely. Is Truth Seeker in the room? Truth Seeker. Okay, I'm going to give a shout out to some of the donators, and then we're going to get to Truth Seeker's question. Okay, shout out to Owen Hythe. Tehuti's best podcast. Respect to a hottie. Oh, Hythe. Owen Hythy's always saying respect to the Hotties. Shout out to Ascari. Shout out to my brother for the support. You are awesome. Appreciate that, good brother. Let me go ahead and do a couple more. And we're going to get into this beautiful question that was sent. That's Owen Hythy. Who's this right here? It says, John Presley. John Presley's always he's new, and he's always supporting. He's always supporting with the $19. I appreciate you, my brother. John Presley. Give you respect. Put you in the room. Present. John Presley with the, I think sometimes he sends 20 and they take from him. Shout out to John Presley who says, what did he say? He's just sending support. Shout out to John Presley. Appreciate you, my good brother. Appreciate you. True Seeker is here. Nice, nice, nice. Shout out to John Presley. Appreciate you, my good brother. Thank you, man. Appreciate your support. John Presley. Get that off the screen. And then we got RCAT Infinite, of course, with the 777. 777. Let's get the 777 in the room. RCAT Infinite with the consistent 777 that will always say support in a metadata script. Let's see. Boom. 777 support. Thank you, RCAT Infinite. Appreciate you, my good brother. Is it off the screen?
Yes, it's off the screen.
Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you, RCAT Infinite. Appreciate you, my good brother. Appreciate you. That's what I do for a living, everybody. IMANIFESTO sent. Chem Friday class. Okay. IMANIFESTO sent 20. This brother is awesome. He's always supporting with the message of what each donation is for. Thank you, my good brother. Let me put him on the screen. Thank you, my good brother. IMANIFESTO, the supporter. Can you guys, one of you guys read that on the screen, what he said?
For Chem Friday class 22.
Okay. That must have been Chem Friday class. Maybe that was for last week or for this week. Appreciate that, my good brother. Thank you. Thank you, my good brother. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Get it off the screen. And I'll do, I gotta do this. Is Anthony Peden here? Anthony Peden, I'm gonna have to do him in a row. He did his 1 1 1 2 2 2 3 3 3 4 4 4. Is Anthony Peden here? Anthony Peden may have fallen off. Hey, the all of everything. Hey, Scribe, you sent me oh, I see what you did. Okay, let me put this up. The other one looks like it has too much information. Shout out to the all of everything who sends his money in that's the F, Ethereum, huh? He sends his money in Ethereum, sends it to Scribe, and then Scribe forwards it to me. Shout out to Boom. The All of Everything sends a $20. Thank you, my good brother. Thank you, my good brother. Okay, everyone. That's the All of Everything. Let's see if it went up on the screen. I think so. Let's see. Yes, Scribe, All of Everything. Okay, and thank you, Scribe, for assisting and making it a smooth transaction. Appreciate that. Okay, everybody. We got Shannon, we got Dominique, we got Lisa Marie, Shane Harbor. Oh, the Scribe, and Cash Peden. Cash Peden, you want me to do yours now, or I can do it after the class? You sing a lot. 111222. Cash Peden. All of Everything, man. This person popped up out of nowhere. I don't know if you were here under a different name before, but you just popped up out of nowhere donating. I love it. Thank you so much, whoever you may be. All of Everything. Okay, what I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead and get Cash Peden here. I think I'm going to just go ahead and get into the answer, the question, the answer. And then right after that, I'll do the Cash Peden 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then hey, Sash Wallace. There you are, brother. Sasha Wallace. I wonder if that got to be him. Thank you. Everybody, please, who are watching the class, or in the room watching. Oh, you said you can't wait? Can't wait for what? Can't wait? I can do it. I'll do it now then. Everybody in the room watching, please support.
He said it can wait.
Oh, he can wait. Thank you, Auntie.
Yeah.
Support to Cash App TT Amun. Support to PayPal. This is what I do for a living. This next question, wonderful, beautiful. This class seems to be staying at 72. This is a great question that got sent in. People have been talking about the dollar bill and the symbols on the dollar bill for years. I remember when I first started talking about it. Well, there was no one talking about it when I was talking about it. I was breaking down the dollar bill in like 1992. But the question of why those symbols are there, how do they link to Kemet, and why, we're about to get into it. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. We're about to get into this awesome question. Let me go ahead and put it on the screen for everyone. Let's see if we got it. I'm going to close some of these. Close. And we're going to close that. I'm going to go ahead and put that'll go there. And that'll go there. Perfect. Here we go, everybody. We're going to put the donation up of the brother, True Seeker. He sent two donations. So he sent the first one he sent right there, $9.99. Thank you, my good brother. And altogether he sent over $20 because he sent another one on top of that for more appreciation of the thorough breakdown that he knows I'm going to do. And he sent $17.72. Shout out to Truth Seeker for dollar bill breakdown. So that's 20s. That is basically $10, $27.71. Thank you, my good brother. Appreciate it. Let's get into the question at hand. And the question at hand, why are Kemetic symbols on the dollar bill within the sigil? Let me go ahead and close this one. Just for all of those again. So it's a specific question. Specific question that I've actually never heard answered before. And here's the question. Why are Kemetic symbols on the dollar bill within the sigil? Okay. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. We are about to break it down. Everyone, let's get into this. Breakdown. Let's get into this. This is a complete, unique breakdown I've never heard before. And I'm going to share it with you. Here we go. Okay, my good brothers, I'm going to let you go off the screen right now so it doesn't lock up on me while I'm talking and screen sharing, and then we're going to bring you back on to help me close it out. Peace and love, Arcad Infinite. Peace and love, Scribe. Peace and love, Ahati Ma'at. Let's get into the next question of the Tehuti pod class. Let's break it down. Are you ready? Are you ready? Let's do it. Let's go. So why the sigils? Why the Kemetic symbols on the dollar bill? Why? That's a great question. Why? Okay, here we go, everybody. We're going to get into it. Boom. Boom. And boom. Here we are, everybody. 68 people. I hope you all are ready, because we are about to break it down. Again, why are Kemet symbols on the $1 within the sigil? Let's break it down. Are you ready? Here we go. Let me go ahead and hide this part to pull it back up. Everybody can see and hear me. Press a 1. Got to do a mic check for this one. Press a 1 if you can see and hear me. Press a 1. Press a 1 if you can see and hear me. You sent something, stranger? Okay. It'll be in there. It'll be in there. I'll get to it. Going up and up and up. Before did you send it? Oh yeah, you always send it PayPal. Okay. Moderator, you know who you are. I'll check the PayPals and see if you have one there from stranger. You may have already sent it. Thank you. Here we go, everybody. Well, oh wow, Cash Peden's going. That's Freddie Callie. Hold on a second. Let me mark as unread. Stranger, I see you. I see you in there, Akasi. We'll get to you. I see you. Thanks for letting me know. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti pod class. We are breaking it down. I hope I'm still screen sharing. Yes, I am. Here we go. So, did everybody press a 1? Yes, you can hear me. Here we are, everybody. Why are there Kemetic symbols on the American dollar bill? And what are the meanings? Okay, here we go. Tehuti style. But wait, I don't see any Kemetic symbols on the dollar bill. I don't see any Kemetic symbols on the dollar bill. I don't know. Do you? Uh-oh. Anybody see any Kemetic symbols on the dollar bill? Oh, man. Any Kemetic symbols on the dollar bill? Anybody see any? Let me look close. I'm looking. I don't see any. Okay, no problem. Let's keep going, everybody. Let's keep going. I don't see any Kemetic symbols on the dollar bill. Oh, that's right. You all don't know about this Salmon P. Chase Secretary of the Treasury dollar bill under Abraham Lincoln and the architect of the national banking system and why we have a Chase Bank today. Okay, let me get off that. That was just a teaser. Let's get to the dollar bill that it was magically changed to. When they changed it to a magical message of the power of the queen bee and the female Kemetic mother matrix energy. You must mean this one, right? Oh, this is the one you all are talking about, right? This is the one it was changed to. Here's your dollar bill. There it is. It got changed to this. Okay. So you already see how we're starting this class off. Here we go. Let me do this. One moment. Here we go. All right, so you must mean this one. Ah, yes, this one. But to understand why the Kemetic symbols are there and why, we have to turn the bill around to see who's on the front now. So on the front of the dollar bill was this man, Architect Treasurer Salmon P. Chase. Why we have a Chase Bank right now, not named after the man who actually opened it. That's another story. All right, so this one right here, we have to turn it to the front. Because when anybody breaks on the dollar bill, in the symbols, they always go to this side, don't they? They always go to this side. Huh? But, oh yes, this one, but to understand why the Kemetic symbols are there and why, we have to turn the bill around to see who's on the front now. And therefore we'll understand why the Kemetic symbols are there. There we go. There we go. Most people don't talk about this side. Most people don't talk about this side, really. But when you turn around and look over here, you'll actually see something very interesting. You see this face right here? That's this eye right here. We'll get into that later. But let's get into it, everybody. How does this tie into the Mother Goddess? There he is with the Mother Goddess symbol right there that you can't see. And I'm going to break it down. Two Mother Goddess symbols are right there in front of you, and you can't see it. Okay? Ever wonder, everybody, why this is on the front? Anybody ever notice this? Anybody ever notice this? Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. We're going to get into the George Washington worship of the Mother Goddess and why the Kemetic symbols are really there. Let's break it down, everybody. Here we go. So first of all, we have to ask ourselves, what is this? What is this thing right here? What is it? Let's get into the history and find out what it is. History and culture. George Washington's military political leadership were indispensable to the founding of the United States as commander and the Continental Army. He rallied Americans from 13 divergent states and outlasted Britain's superior military force. As the first president, George Washington's superb leadership set the standard for each president that has succeeded him. The Washington Monument Tower above the city that bears his name, serving as an awe-inspiring reminder of Washington's greatness. The monument, like the man, stands in no one's shadow. The Washington Monument, designed by Robert Mills, eventually completed by Thomas Casey and the U.S. Army Corps Engineers, honors memorializes George Washington at the center of the national capital. The structure was completed in two phases, constructed, one private 1848, 1854, and one public 1876 and 1884. Built in the shape of the Egyptian obelisk, evoking Evoking the timelessness of ancient civilization, the Washington Monument embodies awe, respect, and gratitude the nation felt for its essential founding father. When completed, the Washington Monument was the tallest building in the world at 555. Here it is, everybody. So this is a reminder of George Washington's greatness. How? Someone tell me how in the world is this a reminder of George Washington's greatness? When this is the penis, this is called the owl. The owl. The large penis, the myth owl. Large penis of Osar. Let's get into it, everybody. And the reason why he had this monument is because, of course, we all know that he was an actual Freemason. He joined the Freemasons in the lodge at Fredericksburg, Virginia. He was 20 years old when he received the first degree of the entered apprentice on November 4th, 1752. He paid the lodge £2 and 3 shillings to join. 10 days after turning 21 on March 3rd, 1753, he was passed to the second degree of the fellow craft on August 4th, 1753. He was raised to the third degree of Master Mason. The lodge's surviving minute book records Washington's attended only 2 more meetings, September 1st, 1753 and January 4th, 1755. Let's continue, everybody. Let's take a look at George Washington. Okay. So here he is with the apron of the pharaohs. And there he is with his checkerboard. And a lot of things are going on here. And this will start to explain some things. So here we go, everybody. So we see the person on the dollar bill felt he got his power through symbolism. What symbolism, though? Do you notice that when people start to talk about the Egyptian symbolism on the dollar bill, they always go to the back? Well, let me show you that it starts from the very front with the female symbol that his hair is actually shaped into. There he is. Why is his hair like this, everyone? What does this actually represent? He is wearing the cobra head. That is the word for goddess in the Medu Neter. So right off the bat, George Washington is wearing his hair in the style of the cobra head. As a Freemason, he would know exactly what this meant. And it was a symbol of feminine rulership, which is why all the pharaohs wore it. Okay? Let's continue, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. We're about to get into the feminine mother goddess and George Washington's connection. So, here we are in plate 5. It says, saith Heru, son of Aset, I have come to thee, Unefer, I have brought thee, Asar, Ani, his heart is right, coming forth from the balance, not sinneth it against any netter, or got any goddess. So, we blow up the word goddess, and the symbol that makes the netter, feminine or goddess, is the expanded cobra head, which is exactly what you see wearing on George Washington's head. It's actually the word for goddess, and it is the symbol that makes something a goddess or under a goddess, and that is why we see the word netter here, with a T at the end, nettert, with the goddess, which is the cobra, with the expanded head. Okay. It represents that you are under the mother matrix as she protects and raises you, called Renunet. Here's the cobra again, the Renunet. As we see on page 427, Renunet, the goddess of the 8th month of the Kemetic year, the name of the Oreus on the crown. It's called the Renunet, and it means to raise your vibration, your name, from the word Ren, Renunet. And there it is, the cobra right there, the female symbol. And there is George Washington. And there is the hairstyles in Kemet that actually represent the Renunet and the cobra head. Right here, which is why you see women wearing their hair long like this in this design. It is designed for the cobra head called the Nemes. There it is right there. It's a wig with the vagina on the front. And that shell represents the vagina that you see also is tied around the hair. That's the female symbol of Renunet and the cobra. There they are again, which is why you never see the Kemetic. Every time you see the women, their hair appears longer and it's always in this exact shape. Okay? This inspired the hairstyles of today, and this is what a Kemetic woman would look like today, except for her hair would be in the back. It was a Renunet symbol. There they are right there. Notice the Kemetic people that are trying to imitate the gods. Notice the size of their eyes. That woman was to take that eye and open it up. You know how big that eye would be? Let me get off that for now. Okay, so it's the Renunet symbol. Okay, here we go. So, speaking of the female energy protecting, let's see how serious they were with associating George Washington with the Kemetic female energy he worshipped. That quote-unquote monument represents a star. Let's go to the Per M Haru and Kemetic imagery to see where Asar is positioned in the protection of his quote-unquote wives. So let's see where he's positioned in the Per M Haru. So here's the image of Asar erected between the goddesses. He's in the center of the two goddesses with their wings protecting him, Aset and Nebtet. And he's being erected and he's being protected. Let's go to the Per M Haru and read and see. So here's the Per M Haru right here, where he's called the bandaged feeble one, the 12th pylon invoking two earths, destroying those who come with light and fire, Lady of Splendor, Nebt Ku, hearkening to her Lord every day. She is holding an inquisition of the bandaged feeble one, which is a star. Pylon 13, make note of that. That Aset's number pylon is the number 13. He stretched Aset, her two hands and arms, over it, making it to shine in the hidden place. She is holding an inquisition, bandaged feeble one. All right, so she represents pylon, which is SABA, the 13th opening. Okay? And let's see where he's positioned with the two women. So it says here, salute thee, Aset and Nebtet. They sing songs of joy to thee. In the boat, that their hands protecting behind thee. So he's in between the two women being protected. This is the actual image here. One is on one side with her wings, one is on the other side, and he is resurrected in the middle, representing that they're both helping him be reborn as the Asar, which is what that so-called obelisk represents. They say it represents George Washington, but they don't explain why. It actually represents the resurrection and erection of Asar in between two female energies being reborn. Okay? Let us continue. Knowing this, let me show you George Washington's monument from a top view. Now that you know that Asar is in the middle and he's being protected by two female energies on each side of him, now we're going to look at the same Washington's monument. We're going to look at it from the top view to see what's actually happening. Let's take a look. Boom. Asar erecting in between the two goddesses. There it is right there. Boom. Let's get back to the Kemetic female worship. So when you look at the so-called Washington monument, which they say represents George Washington, it is actually Asar resurrecting in between the Vesica Pisces. That is the vagina right there. And the two worlds coming together are the two women on either side. And he is erecting in the center. In the center of what? Of course, the vagina, because it represents rebirthing him. And that is what a penis goes through, the vagina. So now it's called Washington's monument to represent George Washington. Meanwhile, the Freemasons are studying these Kemetic writings, and they know that Asar is in the middle. And so they make the Vesica Pisces because it was taught by Pythagoras. All the way back by Pythagoras, the Vesica Pisces, which represents the 1.73, the square root of 3. So, boom, let's get back to the Kemetic female worship throughout the dollar bill. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. This is my breakdown of the dollar bill. It represents of why the Kemetic symbols are on the dollar bill. Nobody breaks down the female connection. We're about to do it. Here we go. It represents that you are under the mother matrix as she protects and raises you, called Reninette. I believe we already read that. Yep. Okay, boom. Let's get to the next one. Here we go. So we're back to seeing that she is over here. She is Met Kemet, which is the number 13. Interesting. Pylon, SABA, 13 represents Offset. So the 13 represents Offset. Let's get into it, everybody. Notice it associates Offset with the 13th pylon. Guess how you say 13 in the Medunetter? And no one has told you. It is Met, Mut, Ma'at, Kemet. Yes, Met is 10, its words, and its mother, Mut. Mut. Met Kemet is the word for 13. It's Mut Kemet. It means 10. It means words, mother, Mut. Let me take you to the oldest mother goddess, humanoid, image on this planet, which is 25,000 years old, and see what number she's tied into, even 25,000 years ago. Here it is, everybody. It's painted with red ochre. Let me shrink this down a little bit. It's painted with red ochre and was carved into the limestone of a rock shelter, Abri de la Salle, in the commune of Morquay, in the department in the Dordogne department of southwestern France. The carving is associated with the gravitation upper Paleolithic culture, approximately 25,000 years old. It is currently displayed in the Musée and the Anquitaine in Verdun, France. So this is it. This is the oldest image of the mother goddess. It's 18 inches, 45 centimeters high. Image of a woman with large breasts, belly, and thighs, explicit genitals, an undefined or eroded head. Her left hand rests on her stomach, and her right hand holds what looks to be a large horn, perhaps the core of the horn of the ancient buffalo bison. It's sometimes referred to as the cornucopia. The horn has 13 lines etched into it. So this horn, the oldest symbol of a mother fertility goddess 25,000 years ago, also has 13 etches into it. Okay? So the significance of the number 13 and the woman goes back as far back as 25,000 years ago. Boom, 13 and the number 13 has been associated with the female mother energy since the beginnings. Now let's get back to this dollar bill and George Washington. This will all tie in. Here we go, everybody. Boom, back to George Washington. What is this above George Washington's head? Everybody see this, everybody? Right above George Washington's head, over the ark, which we know represents heaven, or the pet, over this. What is that above his head? What is that above his head? Something never pointed out. Let's go, everybody. Let's take a look. I blew it up, and there it is. It is the 5-pointed star with the red circle, right up directly above George Washington's head. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. Let's get into it and see what the Freemasons knew that 5-pointed star represents. Here we go. That 5-pointed star is actually Offset's name. So the way you draw Offset's name, and it's above him, because Offset Sabti is the goddess above, which I broke down in the affirmation class, the goddess that is above you, the Nut, the Offset Sabti. And this is Offset's name right here, with that same long triangle again, and the 5-pointed star with the bread loaf. That is Offset's name. Offset's name is actually drawn with the 5-pointed star and that elongated pyramid. Here it is. She's also called Sabti, with the same elongated star, and when we blow it up, we see elongated pyramid, and then we see the 5-pointed star. And it's the rising of Sothis, or the Sirius star, which marked the beginning of the Egyptian year. Rising, which means it's above you. And here is Aset's name again. Release of Subtet. This one goes back to 600 BC. We'll blow it up. And there's the 5-pointed star again. So the 5-pointed star and the cobra both represent Aset and the female energy, which are both above George Washington, one on his head and one above his head. Now remember, I showed you that Aset, and all the way back to 25,000 years, the mother goddess was associated with 13. Now that you know Aset's name is where we get the 5-pointed star from, does the 5-pointed star also tie to the mother goddess and the number 13? Could that be possible, ladies and gentlemen? Could the 5-pointed star tie into the female and the number 13 that George Washington and the Freemasons would know about? Boom, yes it does. Here it is right here. And this is KV-17, the tomb of Seti I, Men Ma'at Re Seti I. And we have the goddess Khau Nut. This goes back to 1294 BC to 1279 BC. And this is the goddess called the Heavenly Cow. And if you look at her, she has a set of stars underneath her. Guess how many stars? Supported by Shu, 13 stars. Right over here. We'll blow it up. 13 stars. Here it is right here. And they're right there. 13 stars under the goddess, the cow goddess, which represents also the heaven, the heavens, and the birth goddess, and also represents Nut and Aset. The 5-pointed star is directly associated with the number 13, and the Freemasons would have known this. 13 5-pointed stars. Now that I've shown you the significance of the number 13 in Kemet, that George Washington was a Freemason worshiper of the Mother Kemetic principle, and now we can go back to the dollar bill and see that even the symbols that don't look Kemetic really still are. But for the first time, now you know why that number. Let's count everything, everybody. So the number 13 was a significant number all throughout Freemasonry because it was significant in Kemet that represented Aset and the Heavenly Cow and Nut, and going back all the way 25,000 years ago to the 13 etches on the ancient oldest mother goddess symbol. And now we can go to the dollar bill. And now we see that even those symbols that don't look Kemetic all go back to 13, which are Kemetic. So we see George Washington's eye, and we see an aku, a very interesting aku that seems to be cut right here with an eye right here, and that's exactly what the actual aku looks like. So we look at this, and when we count these, we'll see that this goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. There's 13 rows here that create this so-called aku. By the way, this is the aku that Akhenaten sits on. We're going to get into that in a moment. But this is the aku that Akhenaten sits on. Okay? So we have 13 there, 13 letters. Seems to be all quoted with the number 13. And remember, he said the way that he beat the British was that he was able to rally 13 colonies, 13 families. Now we know why. Why 13 families? Also known as the 13 British colonies, 13 American colonies, are a group of British colonies on the Atlantic coast of North America, found in the 17th and 18th century that declared independence in 1776. I want to say something to you right in the room. I'll show you how deep this matrix is and how deep this programming is. So they declared independence in 1776, right? That's when they declared independence. The 13 colonies, right? Remember, black people were supposed to be slaves and were free? They were freed by what letter, everybody? What is that paper that they were freed by? What's it called? Type it in the room, go ahead. The 13 colonies brought together by George Washington declared their independence and freedom from the British. And they brought together 13 colonies, and they put all these 13s on the dollar bill, which represented freedom. Okay? Then they freed the slaves. What was that document called that they freed the slaves? What was that portion called? Anybody know? Let me check the chat and see. Does anybody know what was that particular section called? It was called the something amendment. I don't know if you all remember. I'll let y'all think on that. Let me get back. Okay, here we go, everybody. Let's get back to it. So we see 13 now, and now we understand why. Why was it 13? Because it went back to the mother goddess Aset. It went back to the female. So we see 13 steps, 13 letters. Then we see something very interesting. The 5-pointed stars, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Right? Forming a 6-pointed star. That 6-pointed star in Kemet was called the Nehet, and it represented the protective womb because it was the hexagonal symbols that were actually designed in the woman's DNA, which actually formed a layer of the womb. It was formed into hexagons. It was called the Nehet, a 6-pointed shape, and this became the 6-pointed star, called the Star of Love. And the way you say love in the Canaanite language is Daut, and Daut became David when it got in the hands of the Yiddish, and that became your 6-pointed star of David. Stars from the word Ishtar, or Ishtarah, which is another one of Aset's name, Ishtarah, the goddess of love, the goddess of sex, who resurrected Asar through sexual energy. That's Ishtarah, or Aset Ra, created the word star. So when the George Washington and the Freemasons were developing this way of life, the females were called Eastern stars. Eastern is from the word Ostet. It's East, Ost, that's Osset, and the Eastern Ost star, because it represented the 5-pointed star, which is the 13 stars that are under the mother goddess, Het Heru, which is another name of Osset, Het, the womb of Heru, and they formed the Nehet, which was the womb. And now they call this the Star of David, paraded by, the Jebusites. Here we go. So here's E pluribus unum. And we keep having this 13 scheme going throughout, all representing Aset. Here's the 13 stars again. Notice they're always 5-pointed stars. Why only 5-pointed stars? See? There's a 13 5-pointed stars. 13 5-pointed stars. Okay. Anybody ever heard of the 13th Amendment? All right. So there's your 13. And now we all see these other symbols here. We see the hawk holding olive branches with 13 leaves. Okay? Then we see the hawk in the other hand holding arrows, 13 arrows. Nobody ever broke down how this is of Kemetic origin. Both of these are of Kemetic origin because it all goes back to the original 13, which was the symbol, a number of Aset, which was Met Kemet, Mut Kemet. How you said 13, Mut Kemet. And so we have 13 olive leaves, 13 arrows. What do these symbolize, and how does it go back to Kemet? Let's take a look. What is this? What is this, everybody? What are we looking at? This is going to blow everybody away. This is Heru Bahutet, quote unquote, smiter of the enemies, the falcon, eagle, with the sun on his head, the hawk, the eagle, the falcon, wings spread, head facing right, feet gripping light. Does this look familiar? Oh, it looks very familiar. So this is the son of Aset, who Aset brought back to life. Okay? There's the sun symbol there. There's the sun over the head. Head pointed to the right. Boom. Light in the hand. light in the hand. I'm going to explain that. Let's go, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. We are breaking it down. Here we go. So this is the warbird, the eagle with the sun over his head, made of 13 stars, wings spread, head facing right, feet gripping 13 leaves of olives. Why? Because olive oil is 99% fuel used for lamps for thousands of years. Lamps equal light. What about the 13 arrows? What did I tell you Heru Bahutset's title was? You know what his title was? His title was the smiter of enemies. In other words, Heru Bahutset was a warbird. Well, where did he fight these enemies? Where did this warbird, this eagle, this falcon, this hawk, where did the warbird fight these enemies? Ready to go to the story of Heru Bahutset? And we will see, according to the Kemetians, where the fight took place. Heaven, to this day, when he saw the enemies in the heights of the heaven, he set out to follow after them in the form of the great winged disc, and he attacked with such terrible force. Those who opposed him, they could neither see with their eyes nor hear with their ears, and each of them slew their fellow in a moment. So Heru Bahutset, the warbird, Heru, fought in the air, fought in the skies. I made it very clear this was not a fight that was taking place on the surface of the earth. According to this, he flew up into the heavens to fight. The 13 arrows represents weapons that fly through the sky, like Heru, the eagle falcon. Well, today they don't use arrows anymore. Guess what this is? We've all seen these warcrafts before. What are they called though? So you have the arrows, which are weapons that fly through the sky to kill the enemy, but they have to fly through the air to get to the enemy first, and that's what's in the eagle's hand. And Heru was the warbird who flew in the sky. Well, today they don't use arrows anymore. They use warcrafts such as this. Everyone has seen this. There's even Transformer toys. We've all had this as a toy. Everyone has seen this. What is this called, everybody? Anybody know? Let's go to the chat. What is this called right here? Anybody know? Boom. What is this called? Bijan said, Tehuti, knowledge is too deep. What is this called? What is this called? Ah. F-13s. Ah. That's one of them. Ready? F-13s. What is it called? This is the Douglas F-15, the Eagle. You see that? With the American flag on it with the stars. This is their warbird called the Eagle, representing Heru because he was the warbird, the falcon, the eagle, the hawk that fought in the heavens. In ancient times, they didn't have in George Washington time, they didn't have these warbirds. They just had bow and arrows, weapons that would fly through the sky. Well, today they have the war plane, and they call it the F-13 and the F-15 Eagle. Here's Heru, the warbird, the falcon, the hawk. And there's your F-15. They call it literally the Eagle. And they call this one the Hawk. This is the Hawk T2. So they're calling their craft that fly through the sky that fight, they're calling them hawks and eagles. So you have the hawk or the eagle holding the arrow, and it represents war that's taking place in the sky. That's where arrows fly through to hit you. It's not like a knife. It's not like the scimitar sword. It has to fly through the air to hit you. Being held by the eagle, the warbird Heru, which flies through the air. 13 arrows representing the warhawk Heru, who's called what? Smiter of his enemies. That's interesting. Oh, did I ever show you where exactly in the story of Heru that he's entitled Smiter of his enemies? Are you all ready? You all ready for this? So this is the warbird holding 13 arrows representing Heru, the smiter of the enemies that flies through the sky. Now they have the F-13, the F-15 eagle warbird, and the hawk that flies through the sky, fights. And this is the arrow representing Heru, Well, why 13? How does that tie into Heru? Well, Heru is called the smiter of the enemies. I wonder where he's called that. He's called that in the story of Heru Bahutet. Well, where? Where is he called that? Uh-oh. Legend of Heru Bahutet has spared it. He has mounted upon his back. He said the Tehuti Ra. Heru shall be called winged disc, great God, smiter of his enemies. And that's in verse 13. All right. Welcome to the Tutti Pod class. Welcome to the Tutti Pod class, everybody. There is your verse 13 where Heru is called the smiter of the enemies flying in the sky. And there is your 13 arrows, which represent the war birds that fly in the sky. And he's holding 13 arrows. And where it calls Heru the smiter of the enemies is literally verse 13. Boom. On line 13, it's over. But you know, Tehuti is not done. It's overkill time. You all ready for overkill time? If you all have heard this breakdown anywhere else, please put the link in the chat so I can go observe it. Here we go. Are you all ready? Let's get into it. Break it down. Line 13, huh? Interesting. Here we go. Overkill time. Ready? Here we go. Welcome to Tusi Pod class. Here we go. Here I will show you Aset. That's the mother bird. That's the mother of Heru Bahutet with the same Shen symbol. Because remember, he's holding a Shen, which is light. The eagle on the dollar bill is holding the olives, which is light, 99% fuel. But now it's over a bee. This symbolizes the mother goddess giving life to the king in a community where the female queen bee gives life to the entire hive, giving the male his power. Thus he becomes the Nesu bee. So when people say the pharaoh's name, tell the pharaoh was Nesu Biti. That's the word for ruler in Kemet. But where you get the word bee from, the reason why you have the word bee in English is from the word bee in Kemet. Here it is right here, everybody. Welcome to the pod class. Now this is Aset flying over with the Shen, the light, in her hand. By the way, does everybody know what this is? This is called the Shen. The European inverse this, call this the Omega symbol. And this is what they call the cartouche, where you put the name of a pharaoh in. The name of a ruler goes inside the Shen so we can live eternally. Given by the goddess Aset, the female of the cobra. Where have we seen this Shen before, everybody? Where have we seen this before? I never told you, because I like the suspense. I remember saying that if you want to get to the root of the origins of this dollar bill, we have to turn to the front of the face. Remember, a king's name goes in here. Let's scurry all the way back up to the top, everybody. Let's go back up to the top where we all began. Woo, way back up to the top. Remember that Shen symbol? Where the king's name goes in? There it is right there. This is it right there. This is the Shen symbol right there. And the king at that time to the Freemasons was George Washington. And his whole body and head with Aset's wig goes inside this, which is the Omega symbol just turned upside down, which is the Shen. And he's inside of it because he's the ruler imitating the pharaonic Nesu bee who goes inside of the Kemetic Shen. There's George Washington inside of the Shen with his pharaoh hair. Boom! Let's get back to it. Let's get back to it, everybody. Welcome to the Tutti Pod class. We are breaking it down. There's the Shen. Let the king's name goes in. Let me grab some water. I know I deserve some water at least. And there's the Nesu bee. There's the bee right there. Notice when you look at the symbols of the bee in Kemet, it says, notice the prayer position. We did not just take from the bee, but we gave honor and worship, reciprocal relationship of nature. This is the tomb of Kabasa, chief stewardess of the god's wife of Amun, Netrochris, 655 BC. So you see them making the honey from the bee And then right below, he has his hands in the Tua symbol, worshiping the bee. People in Kemet along the Nile were the first beekeepers. In history, the bee and its product had an importance that was not only agricultural, but also nutritional, medicinal, and ritualistic. Honey was more than just food. It was applied to wounds for its antiseptic properties and was believed to prevent miscarriages. Beeswax was used in mummification and candle making. There was also a large demand for honey to be used in offerings to the nectar. Ramesses III made an offering of 21,000 jars of honey to Hapi, the Nile god. And when Re wept, his tears turned into a bee, which busied himself with flowers of every plant, so the wax was made also honey. The bee was very important in Kemet, and that's why the king was called Nesubiti, because he was the one of the many kings under the great quote-unquote queen, Ma'at. Now remember, George Washington, on the face of the bill, with the wig of Ma'at, here's a famous image of him with the wig, the Kemetic apron, on the duality chessboard. Famous image which we went through already. And we see the Aset symbol above him. And we see the chessboard of duality. Right there, the black and white symbol underneath him. Now let's go into the Freemasonic temple with the chessboard and look at the other details. We're going to take you now into a Freemasonic temple, and boom, there's your chessboard. And get a look at all the details, a little peek into a Freemasonic temple. What do you see, everybody? What do you see? What do you see? We see the same checkerboard that he's standing on, but now that we're in the temple, we see some very interesting symbols here. What do we see? What do we see, everybody? Do you all see it? What do we see? What do we see? What do we see? Boom. We see the beehive. See it right there in the Freemasonic temple? The beehive with the scales of Ma'at over top of it. There's the scales. There's the beehive. And what do they call Ma'at? Tepret, laws. Who controls the laws? Who masters the laws? The lawyer. Within his name has the word law in it. So what does the lawyer have on his desk? The scales of Ma'at. Freemasonry. There's the scales of Ma'at you'll find on most lawyers' desks. There's the scales of Ma'at. There's the beehive. The checkerboard with the scales. Boom. There's a beehive which equals Ma'at. There are scales which equal Ma'at, which all lawyers now have on their desk. So here's George Washington with the wig of Ma'at. And of course, the lawyers have the scales. And of course, the judges wear the same wig called the Nemez Cobra, the wig of Ma'at, the female goddess, because she's the one that designs the laws. And there they are right there. There's her head wig right there. And that's what they're imitating, looking like this. That is Ma'at with the same head wig. That becomes the pharaoh's headpiece that George Washington is wearing. And Tehuti himself wears the same thing. The cobra head, which represents the goddess Ma'at. Okay, so this bee symbol actually continues. You'll actually find that the imperial coat of arms of the French First Empire depicted golden bees chosen by Napoleon as the symbols of his empire. That's image number A. If we blow that up, we all know Napoleon worshipped Aset. That's a whole other class. But there are the little bees right there. And there is your same eagle. There's your same falcon right there. All right. There's an actual bee. That's the imperial bee from the coronation decorations in Notre Dame Cathedral. Now in the Museum of l'Armée. And there's the bee right there. All Kemetic 13. Wait, let me see if there's more down here. Okay. All Kemetic 13 B coded within your dollar bill. The B, Nesu B, Heru, under the female 13 over the head of George Washington with the 13 magically encoded. Oh, they didn't stop there. You know Tehuti's not done. Are you ready for what's left of your brain to be blown away? I will now show you how deep this matrix goes. We will do this live for everybody. This magic is interwoven and encoded right into the English Freemasonic language. Let me take you to the Gematrinator, that is the geometric calculator, and we're going to type in a B. Then you will also realize that any 5-year-old can do this on their fingers and get the same thing. Then I will show you that this is not only the way that this is the only way that you have been programmed to title letters that quote unquote spell. Ready, everybody? Let's go. So we're going to go ahead and do this live. So remember the B symbol and the George Washington 13 and how it ties in, and Heru and 13. We're going to go to the Gematrinator. We'll go to the Gematrinator live, world's best geometric calculator. It calculates numbers equivalency. This is your English language developed by Freemasonry. And right in front of you, I'm going to type in a B. And we're going to look at the ordinal reduction. The ordinal and the reduction, which is the simplest geometry that you can actually do on your fingers. And it's undeniable geometry. Let's check it out, everybody. A, B, ding, 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 ding. A, B is ordinal number 13. Even the term AB is number 13. And you can do this on your fingers. Any 5-year-old can do this. Why? Because A is the first letter in the alphabet. B is the second. So that's AB. A, B, C, D, E is 5, 5. 5, 5, 2, 1 is 13. Boom. So even AB in your English alphabet is 13. And I'm going to show you right now how they programmed you that the only way that you can put words together is to say a B. Are you ready? All right. What is the name of the string of letters called from A to Z? What's it called? Type it in the room. What is it called? From A to Z, what is that called? Everybody, what is it called? From A to Z, what is it called? It's a group of letters, and you sing it. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P. What is that called? What is it called, everybody? Type it in. It is called, boom, the alphabet. Everybody get it? Alpha, A, and beta is B. The way that you spell and put words together can only be done if you acknowledge a B. A, B. A is alpha. Beta is just a letter B. It doesn't go to Z. It should be called alpha zeta, right? Because it goes all the way to Z, right? So why is it called alpha beta? Why? Because if you take the letter B, you'll see it's a line with a 3. And the letter B, when you divide it, is the number 13. It's alpha beta, and the only way that you can spell words is using the alpha beta, the AB. They let you know that it's a magical spell, and they let you know that it ties into AB, because what do they call the big event where children get together and they have to spell words right? What's it called, everybody? Oh, is it called the spelling bee? Gotcha. Boom. There you go, my good brother. That is my breakdown of George Washington, the dollar bill, why it's 13, how the 13 goes back to the female, the woman, how they took the Heru symbols, the eagle, made it 13 because Heru, who's called the smiter of the enemies, the warring eagle, the warring falcon, is actually on line 13. It goes all the way back to the Het Heru, Nut symbol with the 13 5-pointed stars, and that's why George Washington has 5-pointed stars all over the dollar bill, and there's 5-pointed stars in 13 all over the original flag. It all goes back to the female. He has his head in the cobra, which goes back to the female, and that's the symbol of the Nesu B, and it all goes back to AB, a literal AB, which is a symbol of a colony of males working for one queen. It's one queen over them, which is the queen bee, which is Ma'at, and all the males work for her. It's all symbol of female worship. Boom, that is my answer. I don't know if you've ever heard the dollar bill broken down like that, but it starts from the front of the bill, not the back. Go look at the wig and look at it right inside the Shen symbol, which is what Aset is flying with to give Astar life so we can resurrect in between the Vesica Pisces that is called George Washington's monument. Boom, everybody. Hope you understood that. Hope you appreciated the answer. Like I said, again, if you get these answers anywhere else, please just send the link in the room and I'll fall back and watch and see. But until then, appreciate what you have right here. One of a kind, only done here, and you are a part of history. I hope you appreciated the answer. I'm going to go check the chat. I'm going to leave the link in the room so the brothers can come back. We're going to check the chat. I'm going to check the donations, put the donations in the room, see if the chat or the people who asked the question appreciate it, see if Truth Seeker's in here, and then we're going to do the donations, and then in the last questions, read out, and then close out. Let's do this. Let me check the chat. Let me put the link in the room. Check the chat. I don't know. These answers come in my dream, I guess. I think they actually do. They do. I remember. They do. They do. They come in my dreams. Okay, here we go, everybody. Boom, boom, boom. Let's check it out. King puts his mind blown. Manny puts spelling bee. Let's see if anybody else. Oh, here it is. Interstate Neek, Cali Loyal. I see your donation there too. Shout out to you. And oh, let me see where Truth Seeker is. Let me scroll down. We got one of the brothers saying this is too deep. I think who said this is too deep? I think it was Bijan Farrell. Okay, here we go. Interesting the fact when the English knights stole the land, killed natives, they would chant for the queen. Remember the lady that just died? The so-called queen who talks about the king. It's the queen who sent out the slave ships, Queen Elizabeth. It is about the queen bee. Rappers, people today call themselves the queen bee. That's what it is. Nesubiti. Here we go, everybody. Let me check and see. Okay, I got some fire. Ava put fire, fire, fire. Rigo put hand claps. True Seeker put commit. Is all over that dollar bill. Yeah. Thank you. True Seeker put great breakdown. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Humboldt Books LLC put exclusive breakdown again. Bombs, 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 bombs. True Seeker put, you put my hat. Put my hat. I think maybe you put it 13 times. I don't know. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13 hats, I think. I think I counted that right. True Seeker, let's go. Darius McNair put phenomenal answer. George Washington. Okay, wonderful, everybody. I'm going to step out for just a moment. The brothers are going to talk. When I come back, we're going to read the last of the donations, and then we're going to close out this awesome class. I hope you all are supporting this that I do. It's a lot, everybody. It's a lot. If anybody in the chat wants to come up and try this for one pod class, you can try this. I'll send my questions to you. But until then, everybody, please show reciprocity and respect for what it is that I do. This is what I do for a living. The PayPal is at Rocky SV. Cash App is TT Amoon. This is what I do for a living, and I hope what I do for a living is more important than some of the frivolous things that people spend money on. Hundreds of dollars on scratchers and never win. We're going for the 1.6 billion lottery. I know guys that spend like $200 a month on that. Scratch. I'm going to win $200 this month. I'm going to scratch. I literally know not one person that ever won the Mega Millions. They always show them on TV, and I never seem to know them. and I never know anybody who knows them, but they're scratch, $100 every month, scratch. So everybody, please support what you see in front of you. I'm going to go ahead and step out. The brothers are going to take over. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. I hope you all enjoyed this. Brothers, take over. I'm going to step out for a minute.
Arcad, you're muted if you're speaking, my brother. You're on mute. There we go.
Hotep, my heart. Peace and love, everybody. It is 3:15 where I'm at, and I'm wide awake. No, I'm tired. But this knowledge, I'm gonna tell y'all why I stay up though, right? Because one time I was like dozing off, and I was like, man, all right, I'm just gonna doze off. Man, I went to sleep. I woke up, went to YouTube. The whole class was gone. By the time I woke up, it was gone. I was like, oh yeah, never again. I emailed SABA. SABA, can you send me a link or send the class? He said it got taken down and he had to edit some stuff. And it wasn't there. Then it wasn't available to him. I can't afford to miss it. People do what's important to them, and people assign value to things that they choose. Like SABA said, do what you like. This is important to me and my family. And I understand what it means to the rest of the world. And it's unfortunate that my brothers and sisters don't understand it, because it didn't seem like it was 100 people in the class today. But we're going to keep on teaching, and I'm going to keep on learning, and we're going to keep on stepping out of the matrix. That's a fact, because our children need it. And that was the thing that I recognized with SABA when he started talking, was the truth that he was speaking, and what it meant to my children, how I could benefit from that, how I could benefit myself personally, and how I could use that and implement those teachings to raise my children. I have 2 beautiful daughters and a beautiful son. And I just was like, man, you try to teach your children the right way, and, but then I realized that I was lost, because I thought I had all the answers. I ain't gonna tell you no lie. I thought I had it all until I heard SABA talk, and then he showed us where we could get all the information from, because he's teaching. And then he said, you're a SABA. And then he started coming out with all these viruses and all this stuff that I didn't recognize, and he blew my mind, man. But the most beautiful thing about it is that all he was doing was showing us what the ancestors left behind for us. And it was so beautiful once I got my hands on the first book and I started reading those stories. And it's funny today, because I had a client come up to me and he said, I overheard you talking about these other languages. Do you study any of the other languages? And I thought it was funny, because I didn't know that he was listening to me. And I said, well, what was it that you heard? He said, I don't know. I thought I heard you talking about the pyramids or something. And I was like, I was. And I was like, yeah, and I do study the metal netter. And he was like, what is that? And then I explained it to him. But it was just ironic that he would come up and ask me, because I wasn't speaking to him. I was actually speaking to someone else, and he must have overheard me. And that's the beautiful thing about when you're speaking intelligent, when you're saying something that really matters. Because honestly, I don't even know what he heard, what I was saying, but because I am trying to implement, or I am implementing, I shouldn't say try, I'm implementing the instructions of Ptah-Hotep. Little by little, I am making these changes, and I am speaking more intelligent. And it's just beautiful that, I was given such a beautiful gift and I wasn't looking for it, and that's the beauty in that, the beauty and the wisdom that our ancestors left behind. That's another one of the things that I find so miraculous. I can't even come up with the word for it, because I'm beginning to understand why they left it and what it means, it's beautiful, man, and it's in stone, and it's thousands and thousands of tablets and papyruses and writings and stuff to learn from. I'm a baby in this, and I am loving it. And I'm actually, I want to say, I feel like I'm just, sometimes I don't understand how I was able to, connect with this, and I understand its frequency and all of that, but it still baffles me. It baffles me because this was I got Christianity, Islam, all the Isfet led me here, but yet we thought that all of those were the right way. We thought that was the answer. But even still, I was still able to find my art. That's the beauty in it, that you're able to sift through the Isfet and still find the beauty and the beautiful wisdom that our ancestors left behind. That's what's puzzling for me, because I'm still trying to figure it out, and I'm so honored to be on this journey. And it's 3 o'clock in the morning and I'm tired, so I'm gonna let that good brother Scribe talk. But peace and love to the chat, peace and love to Ahati, peace and love Scribe, peace and love to Hootie Most. And go to the website, teachingsofma'at.org. Check us out. Support. Peace and love.
Yeah, Hotep is, it's definitely it's hard to conceptualize the words to be able to understand, what these teachings begin to do for you. Being able to get to the root is one of the things that I began to understand of how to break away from concepts that were given to you where you don't know the origin of, where you don't know the source of where it comes from, and it controls your thinking, which controls your perception of life. Once I realized that, okay, I'm not nearly as in control of my life and my reality as I thought I was, and only being able to dig to the source and to the root, and then learning and understanding dig is Kem, and it going back to Kemet and being able to get to that source information, to understand where these things come from. That is what really I still implement to this day when looking up etymology of words, getting to the source and the origin of what these words mean, and beginning to understand that, hey, where we're at, what they call the United States of America, and everything that they implemented in building this is a complete stolen copy concept, twisted from our ancestors in ancient Kemet, and it's done entrapped us for so long to where we don't understand, so that's why these teachings are so exponentially important, so the fact that these classes aren't getting hundreds and thousands of views, or people wanting to understand the truth, regardless of set aside your opinion for a minute and just understand what the truth is, what the facts are, and then start to base a more educated, intelligent opinion on your decisions and what you're doing and where you're at, and it's a process. So that's why I'm so grateful and so thankful for SABA, of course, and for you, Ahati, for really strong arming this and, staying consistent and disciplined outside of this to bring it forth to us. So that'll always be commended and adored from me. So Tuwa to you, Ahati, and of course you, Saba Tehuti, for what you do and bringing forth these immaculate teachings in such a concise and organized and beautiful and patient, slow walking, step-by-step way that begins to chip away at that subconscious that we need to, start to implement and understanding how important patience is, and taking our time to get to where we need to go. So thank you, Tua, and Hotep Ma'at.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you, everyone. I think I heard Arcat. I heard you. I don't know if Fatih, did you say anything at all since you've been on?
I guess we have an unspoken order going, so I just let it ride out.
Okay.
So I didn't get to say anything.
Yeah. So thank you, brother. You guys can.
I do want to say one thing.
Go ahead.
I want to find out what happened to Solomon Chase.
Notice his name?
Yeah, I was waiting for you to break at least something, like a couple words down there. Nothing came.
No, it's another class. I was just.
It has to be the class outside the internet.
Outside, yeah. Yeah, I just wanted to break down the symbols and then show everybody that particular bill, because you notice that those symbols aren't on all the other bills. Notice that?
Mm-hmm.
So that particular bill was changed to that. If it stayed with the Solomon Chase, all the bills would be the same. That particular bill was changed to Kemetic. The Solomon Chase one stayed the same. The 20, the 5, there'd be no Kemetic breakdown. But they took the George Washington one because of him and replaced it from the Solomon Chase, who actually retired from Treasury, and it's the whole story. And I wanted to show everybody that $1 bill that they're pushing, that's not the original one. The original one is, back to the same old guys with the nose, right? Solomon is Solomon. That's his, Solomon is Solomon. And Chase is the bank, and that's not even the story, but I want to show everybody that's the original dollar bill. Had nothing to do with Kemet. We got changed to that. Okay. All right, everybody. Let's go ahead and do the donations that were sent. So we have Stranger. Ooh. Oh, Solomon is in this next question. How strange, how interesting. Let's go ahead. This is interesting here.
They're probably like, why are there so many Solomons from the Bible and the banking? What's going on here?
Man. Okay, shout out to where'd it go? Where did Stranger go? Okay, let me close this up. Shout out to Stranger. Let me see. I'm gonna put a note here. Ooh, look at these questions, man. Oh my goodness. Okay. Next week 3. Shout out to Stranger, who said, give him his props. Is he on the screen? Nope. Okay, here we go. Shout out to the good brother Stranger, who said, we'll give a donation. A nice big donation, and said, there it is. Boom. Is it on the screen yet, everybody?
It is loading. Yeah, it's up now.
Okay. Shout out to the brother, Stranger, constant donator. Appreciate you, my good brother. And let's see what the question actually says. Let's see what the question says. Where's the screen? Where are we? Oh, no. It's separated StreamYard. How do you do that? So strange. Separated StreamYard from okay, here we go. All right, the question is, who started the Moorish Science Temple, Noble Drew Ali or Abdul Solomon? There's no escape, man. No escape. There's no escape, man.
No escaping this. Dun, 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 dun,
No.
dun.
Oh my gosh, even the Arabs, Salamane. All right, shout out to you, my good brother. We'll get to that, probably get to that next week. Shout out to you. Here's Jesus Marquez. Shout out to you, brother. I haven't seen you in a while. Tehuti SABA, awesome breakdown. Shout out to you. Okay, who else we got? Who else we have? Next on the donation support list is the good brother, who's this? Hey, Freddie CALLE. Freddie CALLE. Shout out to Freddie CALLE. He's become a very consistent supporter. Shout out to you, young brother, if you're still even in the room. Let's see if it goes through. And Ahati, I want to show you something, and I'm going to show everybody something very interesting. You're gonna love it. You're gonna love it. People have taken the affirmation to the next rebellious stage.
The next level up.
So here is Freddie CALLE. What's that?
They posing with their Khopeshes.
Almost. Okay. Freddie CALLE. Shout out to Freddie CALLE, who sends in the $20 for support. Appreciate you, my good brother. Always supporting. Freddie CALLE is awesome with the support. Thank you, my good brother. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Appreciate that. That's Freddie CALLE. If he's still in the room, thank you. On to the next one. Here. Oh, wait. Oh, I jumped. Oh, we're on Anthony Peden. Oh, here we go. Here we go, everybody. Ready?
Drum roll.
I got to put this on. What do you say, Hati?
Drum roll, please. Do you have the drum roll sound effects?
Yeah, let me get rid of I gotta reload some things. Hold on, I gotta go on Gmail. Where's Gmail? Oh my goodness. Gmail login. I gotta reload all these things. Please don't. Okay, here we go. Oh my gosh. Sign into inbox, please. Okay, good. We're back. So there's that. We're gonna go here. I gotta reset some things on. Good. There's Gmail. I'm on StreamYard. There's the hand claps. Okay, good. All right. Next up is the good brother who always does this this unique way of donating. And this is Anthony Peden, who sends 111. Let me get Freddie CALLE off. So Anthony Peden sends present. He sends 111. So there he is right there, 111. Anthony Peden. So you know if he sends 111, you know the next one is going to be what? 222. And Anthony Peden is back on a roll. And we're going to stop that one. We got 222. Shout out to Anthony Peden with the 222. Okay, Scorpion King. 222. I'm going to go ahead and just put the hand claps now because it's going to go past $20. Shout out to Anthony Peden with the 222. Appreciate that, my good brother. Got 222 there. There we go. And you know, if he sends 222, then what's he gonna do? He's gonna send 333. Anthony Keaton with a 333. Shout out to you, my brother. We're going to put that on the screen. He kept going, too. He kept going. Shout out to Anthony Peden with the 333. So that's 111 222 333. And of course, you know, if he sends a 333, then he's going to do the 444. Let's see. Shout out to Anthony Peden. He has this creative way of donating. And let me go ahead and get the 444 there. Presents Anthony Peden with the 444 from the Ants. Ant Peden. Shout out to you, my good brother. And of course, if he sends 444, then he's going to send 555. Let's see. Close this out. Anthony Peden with the 555. Anthony Peden is going crazy. Anthony Peden with the 555. Thank you, my good brother. Is he still going? Is he still going? Let me check. Is Anthony Peden still going? Oh my. Let me see. 555. I think I see other Anthony Peden. Oh, what a nice thing he did. He did something very nice. We'll get to that. He did stop at 555, but he did something else. Very, very nice. Thank you, Anthony Peden. Appreciate it. Next up is the scribe himself. I might as well leave the applause up there. The scribe. What does the scribe do? He sends Uncle Johnson Ned. The scribe. The scribe is awesome. Thank you, scribe. We're going to put that in the room. Scribe. He's on the screen. With the $27.11, he says, Uja Seneb. And he actually has some metadata image of a man in the Tua symbol. Wow. Scribe is, you guys are getting advanced.
What's up, all you lovely people? Please subscribe and follow me on all social media. Your support is very much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, everybody. Scribe with the $27.11 out of nowhere, throwing up the Tua symbol. Uncle Jocelyn Neb. That's my good little brother. Always supporting. Scribe is, I don't know, this man just popped up. I don't know. He just popped up. Was it from Killer Priest, Scribe? Or was it from...
Yes, Killer Priest was the initiation.
I gotta let me back on there one day, man. That's where... Did you see me tone Killer Priest or Cat or on Sunday?
Yes. Yeah, Killer Priest. Killer Priest.
Killer Priest, what's going on, my brother? He did... Strange.
Cat, do you still watch Killer Priest after Tehuti left?
I don't really watch none of it. I didn't know I was sifting through. Like, I just was listening to these brothers talk, and they all sounded, so many brothers sounded really, 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 really good until
Cliffhanger.
No end of the sentence, just until.
Shout out to them brothers, man. Shout out to them brothers. You know.
Yeah, shout out.
We gotta meet everybody where they at, but you know, I want to stand on my art, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but my art.
Thank you, my good brother. Thank you. Shout out to the brother King, who said this was sensational. Thanks, SABA. Thank you. And shout out to Freddie Callie. Freddie Callie, shout out to you. Keep growing your natural fruits and vegetables, and keep growing your natural stuff. I like what you're doing with the growing the stuff naturally in your little yard there. Nice. Shout out to Freddie Callie. Okay, let's go to the next. Next up, did I do Shane Harbor? Next up is Shane. Next up is brother Shane Harbor. Shane Harbor, I'm glad he's still around. Shane Harbor, which is right here. Boom. Shout out to Shane Harbor, who says support from Shimbo. Thank you, Shimbo. Thank you, my good brother. If you're still in the room, you may be asleep wherever you are, but thank you very, very much, Shimbo Shane. Appreciate you, my good brother. So support from Shimbo. Nice, nice, nice. Let's go to the next one here, which is Lisa Marie. I don't know where Lisa Marie came from. And Lisa Marie just popped up out of nowhere, and every week she's donating $8 to $10. I don't know who she is in the chat. I don't know, but I appreciate you, Lisa Marie. You're becoming a consistent supporter. Wherever you are, Lisa Marie, I'm glad you appreciate me. And let me go ahead and put you on the screen. Lisa Marie. Shout out to you, Lisa Marie. Queen Lisa 14, $10. Appreciate you very, very much. And your consistent support ever since I've seen your name every week. And you support in the week. So if you don't do it in the pod class, you'll support sometime in the middle of the week. Thank you. I appreciate that. People could watch quietly and not support, and nobody would ever know. So I appreciate that those who actually have an appreciation and a conscience of appreciation is saying, hey, I watched this, I enjoy it, I'm getting what I've never gotten before. Let me go ahead and send the brother a $10 or $20, that I may have blew on the Avengers. All right, shout out to you. Let's go to the next one. Next one is, who's the next one? Dominique, which I believe is Interstate Neek. Me and this brother have a very interesting history, and I appreciate him very much. He's also from Killer Priest. A lot of people came out Killer Priest, Ahati.
That's wonderful.
Yeah, a lot of people came from Killer Priest. I remember when I first went there, I told you I wasn't even interested. I wasn't happy. I didn't care. But I thank you for contacting Killer Priest, because that brought these brothers. That's what actually brought these brothers.
I thought you wanted to go see Killer Priest.
Yeah, I did. Yes, I did, and I don't remember.
Okay.
Yeah, I did. I wanted to go see Killer Priest, and but I believe you were the one that first called him. I think.
Yeah, I reached out to him for you.
Yeah.
And I'm surprised that he accepted it.
He was excited about me.
Actually, it was just a random thought I had. Let me just try it out, see if it worked, and it worked.
Yeah. He was very excited. He was already watching me. He was so excited. He was watching my debates. He watches Soneto too, so thank you, though. Thank you. Dominique, Interstate Neek, thank you, my brother, for the support. What do you say, Hati?
I said, yes, no problem.
Yes, yes, yes. Shannon Southern with the 555 for support. Thank you, my sister. Thank you, my sister. I know that you are supporting where you can. I know and trust that, and I appreciate that. And I appreciate all of the support that you do. Let me go and put you on the screen. I don't see the screen moving, so I don't know if the chat is froze. Press 1 chat if you can hear me. Just press 1 chat if you can hear me. Shannon Southern with the 555 who puts a star and she puts some T. Thank you for the support. Appreciate that, my good sister. Appreciate that. Okay. Who is next? Who is next supporting? Hey, Scribe?
Yes, sir.
I have something here. Long sleeve tee?
Yeah, a t-shirt sale.
Okay. I'll put this. Shout out to whoever that was. I think I see an invoice of it too. Okay. Shout out to whoever hold on. On the screen? Okay, let's see who that was. Wait. Oh no. Yeah, I got screen sharing. Can you all still hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, hold on. Okay. Shout out to whoever this purchaser was. Long sleeve tee. Shout out to you. Let me see if I have that on file. Okay. Okay, one moment, everybody. I'm going to put the Scorpion down. I'll be right back. You brothers can talk. Right back.
Hati, brother, you want to talk, brother?
Yeah, I was just looking at the comment by Leo Fire. It says, man, KP is cool people, but it varied off its original direction. They need you back to Rudy. Problem is, what people need, they don't want. So KP knows. He knows. But I agree with you. I totally agree. The show took a way different turn when he was there. Got more exciting. Between the debates, the attacks, and just the raw teachings. And, yeah. Scribe?
Peace. I was just sending you an email. So the good brother reached out, so I was forwarding that email to you.
To what?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I mean, as always, you know, this type of this class, the energy and frequency that this class carries is something that is gonna penetrate, you know, many more lives and many more ears to continue to grow what we're doing. Because the truth, Ma'at is Ma'at. You know, she is the foundation. You know, so she's gonna stand firm no matter what. You know, so as we continue to keep doing what we're doing and continuing to grow and evolve, and those of you who have things that, you know, you can bring forth to the table, you know, reach out to us. reach out to us. We have to begin to work together as one. If we want to build a nation, if you want to have something to be able to pass down physically to the generations coming up under us, so as long as we continue to echo the leaders, echo SABA Tehuti, this will manifest itself, so I just always like to show my gratitude and my appreciation for those who are consistently in the class, who give your attention, because without your attention, this never even happened, and I like to live by that because it's a fact, so I always, gratitude and appreciation, adoration, and we might need to get a part 2 on this dollar bill breakdown. This is, I know he just scratched the surface. I know the one thing I didn't really know before was the George Washington being in the shin. I never knew that, so that was pretty awesome to be able to visualize and see it, because it's like when you see something but you don't really see it, and then you have a different keen eye, now you see it, and it opens up your consciousness. So that was a beautiful breakdown, and I continue to look forward to these classes each and every Friday. So make sure that you're supporting in any way that you can, so we can continue to keep learning from the great Saba. Energy is currency, and at the end of the day, we all have to eat and build. I mean, this is what it's about. This is the system that they created, so this is what's necessary for us to be able to reach where we're supposed to go. So with that, peace and love, and to-I and appreciation to all those in the chat, and to all the donators and all the supporters of Tehuti's teachings of Ma'at and the organization. Peace and love.
Okay, peace. That was awesome. Beautiful. Thank you, my brother. Okay, I'm back. We're going to get back to these donations. I need to rest. Sasha, peace to you. Sash Wallace, who's always posting me up on Facebook. Always posting portions of the class. Shout out to you, my brother, for supporting. And we have Sash Wallace with $10. Thank you, my good brother. Sasha Wallace, appreciate you.
Face mask on, huh?
He's ready. He's like a ninja. Okay. Next is teachings of that's okay. Somebody who said they want to send money. And Cash Peden is back, who does something very beautiful. Every once in a while, someone in the pod class does this, and I have a lot of respect for this. I have a lot of respect when someone does this. He donates. And he says, for those who can't donate and want to. Appreciate that, my good brother. For those who can't donate, I want to. There are a couple people that are in that situation. Only a couple. I got some people in South Africa. And they said they're having some problems. So shout out to you, my good brother. And we got another one from Cash Peden. Is this the same one? Cash Peden, did you send 2? Or is this an echoed payment? Cash Peden, you in the room? This one looks exactly like the last one. Those who can. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Let me read the first one. Oh, yeah, it's another one. Oh, thank you, Cash Peden. It looks very similar to the first one, but it is not the first one. It's the same amount of money and a similar message, but it is actually a little technically different. Here we go. Shout out to the brother Cash Pete. And so this first one says, for those who can donate that want to. And the next one says, something very similar, same amount too, which says, for those who can, but don't want to. Oh no! What the?
That's great.
Oh my! For those who can't donate and want to, and for those who can but don't want to. Wow, facts. That is fire. What do you say, Hati?
Duality.
That is awesome. That is awesome. For those who can but don't want to, and there's more.
And they both those numbers almost add up to 11 too.
Yeah, for those who can but don't want to, that's the majority. That's the majority, actually. Oh, that's awesome. Cash Pete, is he here? I don't even know if he's still here. Okay. That's creative and it's facts. I like that. Next is hey, what's red? Who I just thought about. I just thought about this sister and went to her profile and reminisced a little bit about some dialogue we had, and that was just I think yesterday or 2 days ago. And Wasserette is back. I was wondering what happened. I haven't seen her in a while. But that is beautiful that she is here for appreciation for what it is that I do. Thank you, Wasserette. This is actually the sister that I've taught the longest, or that has known me the longest. Wasserette goes all the way back with me to Wasserette goes all the way back to 1995, 1996. Wasserette was actually in the in one of the houses that I was doing the going over the jiu-jitsu with the brothers. She goes way back then. She says, gratitude. Thank you, good sister. Shout out to you. Gratitude back for the support. Wasserette. All right, let's see. That's Wasserette. There's someone here. Black Love. Oh, Black Love is another consistent sister who always sends 1111 all the way from London. 1111. And here she is right here. Shout out to Black Love. We're going to put her on the screen. Boom, boom, boom. Black Love with the 1111. Thank you for your teachings. All the best. Kua Afosuhini. Shout out to you, good sister. Let me see if I put you in my files. Yes, you are. Wonderful. Shout out to Akua Afosuhini with the 1111. Always donating 1111 each class. Most of the classes. Thank you, good sister. Let's see who else is supporting the Tehuti podcast. Hey, we got, is this Kamasi from the room? Oh, Kamasi. Oh, Wave Inc. LLC, which is also Humble Books. Thank you. He sends, okay, good. He liked the dollar bill breakdown. Let's go. Let's see. I love it when I like it when people send a donation of appreciation for literally what they just saw me do live. I really appreciate that. They see me doing live, they like it. So if you like it, then hey, here's the tip, right? It's like the waiter. He brings you your thing live. You tip them live. Here we go, everybody. So we're gonna go with Wave. There's a couple names. This one is Wave Way, who says, beautiful dollar bill breakdown. Thank you, my good brother. Appreciate that. 672. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay. And let's see who else is supporting. Let me refresh the page. Are you all watching, then supporting? Is it done? Vortex Ninja. Well, a lot of new names are supporting. Thank you, Vortex Ninja. I appreciate it. Whoever you may be in the chat or watching, viewing, whoever you may be, I appreciate it. I appreciate that people appreciate this knowledge. It's getting to a point now that this type of knowledge is actually not wanted or appreciated. Really, if you're not about drama and chaos, you're not wanted. Payment from here he is, Vortex Ninja. Shout out to you, brother or sister. I'm not sure, but whoever you may be, thank you for the support. $10 of support from Vortex Ninja. Appreciate that. Okay, it looks like there's only 2 left. 2 supporters left. Ron Ali. Ron Ali is the new Nathaniel Hunter. Remember Nathaniel Hunter, Ahati?
You mean Nathaniel Turner?
Nathaniel Turner, yeah. Remember him? Every class was a consistent $5.
Mm-hmm.
We have a replacement.
Oh, yeah, I remember him.
We have a replacement, Ron Ali. Every class is a consistent $5. There he is, Ron Ali. Shout out to you, my good brother, with your consistent $5 every class. And let me see if you're in the file.
Why do you liken him to Nathaniel?
Because every class, Nathaniel gives $5.
Okay.
Yeah. And every class, this new brother gives $5. I have him twice. Okay, let me delete him. Okay, we have one more. One more, and I guess I can close the class down. We only have one more supporter left. And who's this? Johan Billadou, who I'm trying to get this good brother to. I told him I'm free on the weekends. He wants to know how to quantum jump, and that's something that I have to have a one-on-one with. So contact me when you can, Billadou. Let's try to mesh schedules. I'm free on the weekend. And Johan Billadou sends another one. Thank you. There's another consistent person, wherever you may be in the class. We are constantly supporting, and let's see what this one is all about. So let me go ahead and put you on the file. It looks like a question. Let's see. Johan Billadou. Oh man. Okay. All right. Let me go ahead and I'll put it next. Okay, Johan Billadou he gives, is it shown on the screen or no? No, it's still Ron Ali. Okay, we get Ron Ali off, Johan Billadou on, and he says, what are your thoughts on psychedelic rituals? Maybe I'll go over that next week. I can answer right now, but I'm really too exhausted. But psychedelic rituals, there's so many though. There's so many. There's a pinpoint one, but we'll go over this. Johan, thank you for your support, my good brother. You are great. I will say this for now. That I talk to a lot of people that do psychedelic rituals, and what I will say is I've never heard them bring me any knowledge. I will say that. So what goes on in your head due to being psychedelic, and what takes place in your mind because of whatever, it could be ayahuasca, it could be any form of psychedelic, and you take it and you have your personal experience. That is your personal experience, and I can't take away from it. I've yet to see anybody do a psychedelic ritual and bring forth information. I have not yet to see it. It's always just a personal experience, and I've never seen. They always say they're touching the other side, they're bringing this back, and when I ask them questions, I don't get any answers. So I've never seen any successful psychedelic ritual personally. I've seen people do ayahuasca. I've seen all kind of things, and they can't take one of these podcast questions. I don't know what. I'm not sure what it is. I've never seen them with a superpower. I've never seen them be able to answer podcast questions. I've never seen them bring back information from Asar, from Inky. It's nothing tangible that they're bringing back. They don't come back with a magical ability that they can prove that they can do. So I've never seen any benefit of psychedelic ritual that's over what I do. What I do for rituals, which includes no psychedelic, produce me. So if I see somebody that does psychedelic rituals, then they can feel free to come on the podcast and share their superpowers and bend spoons and answer questions. Or I don't know. I've never seen any benefit from it other than somebody's own personal experience, and that's personal. So shout out to Johan Billadou. Maybe I'll get into it more next week. Okay, next one. I think that was the last one. Was it the last one? That was the last one, everybody. Last donation. Let me refresh and see if there's any last minute donators who are watching and want to. There's 56 people watching. Of the 56 people watching, let me refresh and see if any one of the 56 people watching are watching because they actually are enjoying it, or are they watching because they're taking notes to destroy, or are they watching because entertainment? I'm not sure. Refresh the page. We are done, everybody. That seems to be the last of the donations. Thank you for all those who supported, who got the answers, who asked the question. Without the question, I couldn't give these answers. I need the question. So thank you, everybody. So appreciate all those who participate. And you all really keep this moving. I promise you that without participation, without the donations, and without the support, I would go back to Hati knows that I would go back to. I would do this just for my family. And Hati remembers he used to come over. Class would go to sometimes 11 o'clock at night. Hati. Same thing as the pod classes. I'm showing things, screens, and it was their own personal pod class. Ahati and my goddesses, they would send me an email question. It was the pod class. They sent me an email question, and then boom, the class would go to 11:30, and I was completely happy and satisfied with that. Thank you all.
And the one sending you questions had to teach in front of you for like 10, 15 minutes, and then answer some of your questions that we had no idea what you were going to ask.
Say that again?
I said, and the questioners were being questioned by you, which made it uncomfortable and intimidating.
Oh, you mean for when I would quiz you all?
Yeah, when you had us at the whiteboard, remember?
Oh yeah, I do it still every Wednesday. Every Wednesday, the sisters get up.
Right.
They gotta teach. They gotta teach.
So we're getting off easy in the podcast here.
Oh yeah, my name is Krista Christian, and Krista Christian, and I'm a Christian person. While the goddesses teach, and that's how I sharpen everybody up. I sharpen Ahati, everybody up, and I was satisfied with that. I like this though because this is getting the word out to people all the way to South Africa, and you all are truly the supporters are supporting. Thank you all of the 56 people that are watching, those who have already sent support to the 56. Thank you all for that. I appreciate it. Shannon says a 6-hour pod class is like a psychedelic ritual. Vinny Black Lodge says, I've discovered things from you, Tehuti, on the level of psychedelic discoveries, such as the rectangle door issue. Still don't forget as much anymore because I watch the doors. Oh man. Shannon says, such a good answer. This breakdown is going to be great. Not sure which one she's talking about, but shout out to you and everybody. Okay, everybody. For my part of the closeout, I will tell everybody to support is the Cash App T.O.M. I'll put the Cash App and the PayPal on the room for all those latecomers that may have come during the ending and never seen that. This is my AI moderator. She says support with Cash App T.O.M. and it's just simple support for what it is that I do. If you appreciate it, if you want to get the books, we have Melanin Dark Consciousness. We have Stepping Out of the Matrix, both books that can be gotten on PDF. You can get them by directly contacting me, or you can go to the website, which is one of the brothers can put that in the room so they can get the direct link. teachingsofma'at.org. You can go there and also pick up the books to support that way. Shout out to everyone who makes this work. All of you play a role in making this work. I appreciate it, everybody. Brothers, if you want to do a quick closeout, you can, and then I'm going to close this out. Go ahead, each of you, if you want to say something really quick, and then I'm going Betty bye.
I guess I'll go first. You want to go first?
You can go ahead, Arcad. Go ahead, bro.
Arcad is awesome. Arcad is he's the speech man. I love this guy.
I just want to say peace and love to you, SABA Tehuti. Peace and love to you, Ahati. Tribe, Tehuti knows. Peace and love to everybody in the chat. I'm keep it brief. I just want to say I look forward to the day when people start to value wisdom and knowledge over foolishness. And if I can do it, anybody can do it. Peace and love in the chat.
Thank you. Awesome, man. That's true. That is so true. Okay, next up.
Hotep Ma'at, peace and love. Just of course want to give my adoration to you, Saba, for continuously stepping out each week, multiple days throughout the week, and teaching us as your family. We appreciate that to the utmost that one can. Peace and love to you, Ahati, great brother, great leader, and for being the example. Leading by example is the greatest teaching that you can do in my eyes. So Tua, and great appreciation to you and each of the brothers in the organization and those that's going to be in the organization, coming in the near future soon. To all of you who's willing to step up and come be with us and build with us and join us and learn with us and then eventually teach with us. So Tua to each and every one, and peace and love.
Peace and love, brother. Peace and love. I want to say Tua to Saba for taking a chance on me and giving me a great gift. A gift where these two other gentlemen here on the panel are willing to trust me. And that means more than anything in the world to me. So you saw something I couldn't see at the time, and I now see it, and I will hold that dear to me like I hold your car. Peace.
Awesome. Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you, Scribe. Thank you, Hati. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful words. You don't hear men talking to each other like this. You don't hear brothers screaming at each other.
By this time, the chat is done.
You don't hear this kind of talk at all. This admiration and it's just all out respect. Just like
it's beautiful.
Yes, it is. Okay, I'm trying to find something. I want to show something that Ahati's gonna like before I close. I don't know why this computer's not pulling it up. Let me try one last time.
I was gonna say something, but
let's see.
Somebody, I want to say it so bad too.
What's that?
Man, if we were in the 1800s and roles reversed,
and roles are
yeah, I can't say it though, man.
Roles reversed.
Yeah, I want to say something bad, but I'm itching. Scary, where you at, man? Summon up to Calvary. Let's go.
Let me look for this. Let me see. I'm gonna have to do it. Let me do it manually. Hold on. Before we close out. Oh.
Lilith. There you go. Lilith and Samuel. Vinny Black Lodge.
You ready, Hottie? We're gonna do the affirmation.
Huh?
What's that?
I said Vinny Black Lodge coming with the characters out of the Zohar.
It always goes back. Oh my God, no escape. So let me go ahead and show this, Hottie. So the affirmation, I remember I said that affirmation is getting around.
Oh yes. Oh, that's great. That looks like it's in public.
This is in front of a church.
Oh man,
the affirmation is being spray
painted. It's gonna be a hate crime, man. You better watch out. Teacher, we're gonna have the ADL after us soon.
The affirmation is being spray painted over Jesus at churches now.
Oh wow, this is.
What's going on?
I gotta get send me an email of this, man. This is like we're gonna be.
People are rebelling. This is V for Vendetta now. You ever seen that?
Yes, this is something. This is a sight to see. Do you know who did this or no?
Yes.
Okay, you don't have to say anything, of course. This is great. Usually I don't condone breaking the law and vandalism. It's a heinous crime against humanity, but this should be in the Guggenheim somewhere. Emphasis on Guggen and Heim. That would be a great. I would buy that. I would pay top dollar for that.
Spray painted over Jesus. Wow.
That is great. Whoever did that is very creative. They need to be in a museum, have their own galleria going. We'll have to build one for you. The main exhibit.
So class homework is not to tag something this week.
That's who else? Let me say this real quick, Saba. Who else has somebody following them that is literally disobeying? You know, taking a risk, disobeying, and spray painting something another conscious teacher said over who we all hate. Who else is doing that? Do you know any other names? Nobody. Is this a first in history?
Yes, and I'm gonna tell you something you're gonna love even more. You ready?
Mm-hmm.
You ready?
I am.
A female did this.
There is hope. Is she in Los Angeles?
A female did this, brothers.
There is hope.
The females are the rebellion. The females.
Brothers, step it up. What are you doing?
This is a female did this. Oh nice. My goodness.
This is great.
On the picture of the fakest Roman creation. On that note, we'll say the affirmation. Okay, Scorpion King.
This is great.
That is
a great way to end the show.
Yes. A female.
Our kid's rubbing his hair. He's a
female did this.
Our cat's like, what did I get myself into? I got kids, man.
Oh my God.
That's great.
Female did this.
Saba, I know I know you were when you saw us. I know you were just like all cheek and smiles, man. You were just.
I was very
overjoyed. Huh?
What do you say?
I said you were overjoyed, right?
Yeah, I was very shocked and a little bit of pride and yes, absolutely, a female.
That's motivation right there. If I've
A
seen it.
female. Have you ever even heard of a female conscious woman spray painting anything?
I can't even name one female hip hop
graffiti artist
or artist. Yeah, I only know the males.
Yeah. Okay, everybody, we're gonna say the affirmation and close it out. Here we go, everybody. Remember, everybody, it is ancestral artifacts over religious opinion. Ancestral artifacts over religious opinion. Ancestral artifacts over religious opinion. Don't waste time because time is running out. Time is definitely running out. I'm not going to be here forever, and neither will these teachings like this. The information will be here forever, but it'll be scattered. So time is running out. Please support Cash App T.O.M. And those who are seeing the show late, PayPal Rocky SV. Send your support, please. If you feel this information is worth anything, we're going to close out with the affirmation. And I'm going to finally rest. Okay, let's see. Here it is. Everybody will end off on the count of three. We'll start off, on the count of three. And it is 1, 2, 3. Ankia Ma'at, Un MS, Nin Tet Aset and Mayat, Min Habapet and Ma'at, En Hukiui, Ikut. I live from Ma'at, I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. Let me get this off the screen. Also, let me move it off the screen. Also, for Arcad or any other brothers, if any of you at any time at the end of these classes, I know Arcad, you like to say it. If you ever want to close out with the affirmation, just let me know and I will let you say the affirmation to close out. That goes for anybody. It doesn't really matter who says it. It's just that it's said and it looks actually more unified. So I appreciate that. Peace from the Scorpion King. Says peace. This is how the brothers should be. This is the black man.
Imagine we just do this for like a Scorpion King for hours.
Whoa, say it again. What do you say?
Someone will be like, they're doing their voodoo again. I love that. That's great.
This thing's ready for war at all times.
Doesn't move. Stays like that for hours, huh?
It's ready for war. The tail is ready. This thing is ready for war at all times. And that is the Scorpion King, everybody. And one day I'll do a class, if asked, on the Scorpion and why the doctors actually call themselves Shemsu Surket. The followers of the Scorpion is actually the name of the doctors. This is Neath on the hat, all the way from Zimbabwe, South Africa. Scorpion King is all the way from Mali. Sent in. Peace and love, everyone. Glad you appreciate the Tehuti Pod class. Check us out every class. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to Shannon. Shout out to Vinny Black Lodge. Shout out to Kamit. Shout out to everybody who is here. Big Blunt, Leo Fire, everybody who participated. Ava, Humble LLC, Truth Seeker, Darius McNear, Nania Set Murr, and of course, before I go, I gotta let everybody know those who help the room and keep things organized are none other than the wonderful, awesome moderators. And the moderators consist of Nania Set Murr, Ankia Ma'at, Ahati Ma'at, and the scribe. Peace and love, everybody. You all are wonderful. Oh, let me remove this. Peace and love, everybody. You all are wonderful. I'm going to get a quick solo layout so I can do this with a possible thumbnail. Peace and love, everybody. I'm glad you all participated. Glad you all came. I will see you all next week. And we will get back into mind-blowing answers again. Mind-blowing answers again and again. Thank you, everyone. Peace out and love. Andromeda Miserabilis. The all of everything. Everybody. Peace and love. Contact me anytime. We are out of here.